nice! is up, Pokemon trainers? Welcome to the Pokemon Unite Winter Open Tournament 2025 for APAC West. Coming at you today is Danley, and of course joining me is the wonderful Pika Yules, who has been covering the ACL League up until this point, and now we're up to the Winter Tournament, getting ready for the ACL Finals. We are basically looking at the last spots for ACL before we kick off the finals in March. Extremely exciting times here in Asia. But Pika Yules, how are you doing today? It's going to be a super exciting day of Pokemon Unite.
Oh yeah, and very excited because we're gonna witness another set of actions once again in Pokemon Unite. There are other new teams around there. We're also actually in SDA League, so really excited about what we're gonna see today.
Super excited to see if we see some new Pokemon, because the week before we had the playoffs for ACL, right? And we saw a bit of a glimpse on as to what the meta was going to be with the latest patch. But now the teams, or at least the teams competing today, they have had an extra week to cook up new plans. Maybe some new Pokemon are going to appear today. But the most important thing, the goal that everyone's aiming for, is to basically get that final spot for the ACL Finals, because that is what is on the line. It's a fully funded trip as well, flights, accommodation, and you get to play ACL as well for a chance to be a champion. This is almost the grand finale for some of these guys, because some of the teams here, they weren't able to qualify through ACL, so this is the second chance.
Yeah, and not just that. Speaking of second chances, our other teams outside the ACL Southeast Asia League were given opportunity to qualify as well. Excuse me for that one, in this league. So definitely an exciting event that we're going to be witnessing today. And speaking of that, let's take a look at our tournament calendar on what's going to happen at least for today, because we all had our ACL League for days 1 to 7. And right now we're going to be having our winter tournament, APAC West at least for today, and for the next week it's going to be APAC East.
Yeah, and it's all going to be happening on one day. So for today, we're playing from start to finish. So start to our finals for APAC West, and then East is basically the same thing next week. So we've got 2 weekends of action-packed Pokemon Unite, especially for the winter tournament segment. We also have India and Japan that are also running their own winter tournament sections. Definitely keep an eye out for those, because they also have the same prizes on the line. A spot to the ACL 2025 offline finals. And keep in mind, these offline finals, it's in Japan. They get to play in the homeland of Pokemon, and playing on land, vastly different experience compared to playing online. So obviously this is our schedule for what has happened so far. The C League is now done and dusted. We're going to be completing our winter tournament segment for West and East, and then after that, teams are basically going to have to boot camp, scrim, practice, strategize, do whatever they can to get ready for those finals.
Yeah, for sure. And we are currently on the second day of winter tournament, specifically on West. And for the next week, we'll be having our days number 3 and 4 for APAC East. So really excited on what are the teams have actually prepared in the table to qualify for our Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League finals in Japan this upcoming March 29th through the 30th. Really excited. And again, we have been seeing a lot of teams slowly but surely qualifying already at the final stage.
Absolutely. So, Pika Yules, I mean, we've seen the roster of teams playing today. Obviously, we have some of our teams from ACL, but we also have some pretty familiar names as well, sort of coming into the competition. Cough, cough, wink, winks. A supposed retired player has kind of come back. We will introduce them a little bit later on. But before that, though, to all of our wonderful viewers, we have a viewer giveaway. So what we have in store for you guys is we have several prizes here, but the main prize you've got to be looking at is that grand prize, which are tickets to the ACL finals in Japan. You get 2 tickets, you get to bring a friend with you, and everything is fully funded. Your accommodation and your flights, you get to be there live at the event, and maybe you can even meet some of the players, get some autographs, and I mean, you get to play Unite in Japan as well, which is like the best server.
Yeah, for sure. And I know everyone has been, watching and shooting it into since Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League in SEA. But, Machito, there is actually a secret word that you have to code in order for you to be qualified to get that grand prize. So make sure to remember our 4 letters that was given the past few weeks, and, make sure to check out later what is going to be the 5th letter for you to qualify and win that grand prize, which is the ticket to ACL Finals in Japan.
Absolutely. And for our other 9 prizes, these prizes, all you have to do is fill in a Google sheet with some information and share it on our socials as well. So definitely check those out if you want to try and grab some nice little freebies. But the main event for the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025, it's going to be held in Shinjuku Sumitomo Building Triangle Square. And this is going to be in Tokyo, 29th to 30th of March. So if you are somebody that is interested in physically being at this event, firstly, go call your boss if you have a job. Make sure you're free on the 29th and 30th so you can physically be there and get those tickets. If you haven't started collecting those letters, go back and start collecting those letters because you still have a chance. We will be announcing the winner for those tickets sometime later this week.
Yeah, for sure. ACL is something that you don't want to miss if you're a Pokemon Unite fan. And of course, we also have for our winter tournament in APAC East, it's still registration is open up until February 4th. So that's going to be 2 days from now. So make sure to register your teams, compete, and get a chance to compete in the ACL finals. Again, full accommodations, full flight. You're going to be getting that in the bank. And of course, enjoy the winter tournament and ACL finals in Japan.
Yeah, I mean, if you never try, you never know. And sometimes surprises happen. You enter a tournament for fun with friends, and then all of a sudden it's like, wait a minute, guys, we made it.
It's the real thing, right?
Exactly. So give it a shot. Even if you're somebody that might be completely new to competitive Pokemon Unite, it doesn't hurt to try. It is free to enter, so good luck to everybody that does give it a shot. We're looking forward to seeing your games next week because those games are going to be broadcasted as well. So very, very exciting times. But for our winners, for the winners for both this weekend and next weekend for APAC East and West, they will be taking 2 spots at the finals. The remaining 2 other spots are going to be for India and Japan. Just a quick reminder for anyone that did forget, we also have 2 other regions aiming for the other 2 spots. Draft rules, Pikachu's. Let's go through this very quickly for anyone that is new to Pokemon Unite.
Yes, and it's simple as 1, 2, and 3. First, it's gonna be the ban phase, so definitely both of the teams will get an opportunity to ban 2 Pokemons in each team, so that's total of 4 Pokemons. And then right after that, first pick goes to the left side team. They're gonna be getting their first Pokemon on their pocket. Then it will be alternating in which every team gets 2 simultaneously, and the last pick goes to the second pick. And right after that, you can check your battle items, your health items, in order to be prepared in jumping into Thea Sky Ruins.
Yes, and also we could be seeing a bit of a switcheroo. Some teams do like to pick a Pokemon and then they decide during the preparation phase, okay, we're gonna swap. Okay,
yeah.
This is not going in the central area. This is actually going down bottom lane. An extra layer of strategy to the game. Very quickly though, game rules. This is a very generic game of Pokemon Unite. We're not doing anything like Fearless Draft. Very sorry to anyone that is a big fan of Fearless. It is not going to be happening at the Winter Tournament, but we will be playing our standard 10-minute matches on Thea Sky Ruins. No restrictions and level limits for held items. Now, if you were looking forward to seeing some Galarian Rapidash gameplay, I am so sorry. We will not be seeing it this weekend, unfortunately. We will have to double check if it will be banned next weekend. I presume it will be, but we'll check on that a little bit later on. And finally, no boost emblems. So everyone's going to be playing with the base stats of whatever Pokemon that they're playing.
Yeah, this is the real Pokemon, or real competitive Pokemon Unite that we are about to witness just in a bit. Because Pokemon Boost Emblems, as far as we can tell, that yes, this gave a lot of strengths, a lot of advantage, but we're not going to be seeing that at least for today or the whole duration of our series in ACL. But very excited on our upcoming matchups because today is the playoff stage. It will be double elimination, best of 3 series, an 8-team tournament bracket from single elimination. And of course, the winner for our APAC West and East would qualify for the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025 finals in Japan.
Yeah, and also speaking of the tournament rules, we are going to be watching almost every game today. Unfortunately though, we will not be able to cover the first and second round of lower bracket matches. So everything else we'll be looking into, but we won't be covering a lot of those lower bracket matches. We will be focusing on broadcasting the upper bracket games. Very quickly as well, there is a bit of a prize pool for these teams competing. So first place team is going to be taking home $1,100. Second place will take home $1,000, and then as you go down, you're going to be getting a little bit less of that prize pool. But obviously, you're probably thinking like, why are you only getting an extra $100 if you come in first place? You're going to ACL. You're getting accommodation. You're getting flights. I think you've got bigger things to think about aside from first place.
Yeah, right. And you get to be on Japan, right? So it's already a huge thing. But here we have it, our tournament bracket, at least for today. So we have double elimination format, as we said a while ago. And our first game would be Oracle up against Full Sense, followed by FeverTime.
FeverTime.
There we go. Up against
Onyx.
Onic Rise. There we go. Then next one is going to be Evos Onyx up against Escape 5. And lastly, Team MYS versus Bully Ram. These are familiar names that I can see, specifically Team MYS. But the thing is, who is in the roster? Who are the players of Team MYS?
I think we can spoil that a little bit later on. Because we are going to be broadcasting that matchup, but I think some people would be a little surprised with some of the names in there, and also other people be like, oh, okay, of course. I did a little bit of digging, and I made my own kind of predictions, because up until today, nobody knew who was on Team MYS. It was actually a very big mystery. But once I saw the team list, and I mean, you saw the list as well. We were just like, of course.
Of course. Who is it gonna be, right? But yeah, jumping into our first matchup, again, it's gonna be Full Sense up against Oracle. Full Sense, despite failing to get the top 8 spot in ACL, they're gonna be here for another one and looking for that last spot in ACL finals. But on the other hand, it's gonna be Oracle, with the teams who have actually been tuning in as well. They have been really promising, doing their runs outside this tournament, and preparation still. I'm looking forward to their strategies here, Danielle.
Yeah, I think a lot of us, we are going to be a bit more familiar with Full Sense. For anyone that is just tuning into the tournament, Full Sense is a mix of Kakalok and E Arena. So Mark God came from E Arena, but the rest of the roster comprised of Kakalok players. They are now called Full Sense. So we've seen these guys in action. They can be extremely explosive, but one of the things that kind of makes me worry is that inconsistencies do tend to pop up for Full Sense. Now, going up against Oracle, we don't know how much information they have on Oracle. Yules, I believe you might have a little bit more insight into Oracle, because these guys, for me, completely new round of people.
Well, I mean, for Oracle, they're actually one of the most consistent teams I've seen before. But here's the thing. Before I knew them, Agla and Jesus wasn't actually on the roster, so it's just Leviate, Bang Bong, and Jimmy Cooks. But Mike, to tell you, they have been playing one of the most important roles, defender and supporter to be specific. So you can somehow see that the timing of their team is still intact. So it's up to Jesus and Agla if they can actually keep up with the calls of their teammates here.
Yeah. So very interesting openings for our two teams at the moment. So we've got U2Y being the first pick for Full Sense, but then you've got double all-rounders for Oracle, securing the Aegis Slash and the Urshifu. Their support follow-up is going to be that Snorlax and Hooper. So interesting combination. They've got the resets available. They have some really not only strong front line in the Snorlax, but even Urshifu and Aegis Slash wants to get in your face. And I think Full Sense, they know this is what they want to do. So going in with the Garchomp and the Dodrio as their final picks, they want to fight into Oracle. They're not going to give them a squishy lineup that's going to be easy to shred. They're going to be right in your face. And I feel like some of the big factors here, some of the big unites we have to watch out for, it's got to be that Garchomp unite. We've seen this time and time again. If you get hit by a 3-hit combo by that unite, absolute devastation. And you also have the setup from that Blastoise. Hydro Typhoon, amazing AoE crowd control, and probably one of the worst unites to go up against if you're playing a melee Pokemon.
Yeah, and here's the thing, both of the teams actually do rely a lot in their Unite moves, so there's not going to be a minimal amount of setups like compared to a Trevenant. You can go for a Wood Hammer, but right now it's not going to happen. They're going to be investing a lot of energies in their Unite moves. Hydro Typhoon, Coup de Grace, and many more. So actually, it's really hard to tell what's gonna happen here. But thing is, Oracle does have hyperspace hole later on with the Hoopa, so their rotations would be much more quicker compared to Full Sense. So I think that's the biggest challenge that Full Sense really has to adapt heading towards this game number 1.
Yeah, because if you also think about the way that these drafts are kind of made, Full Sense, I think the good thing about this team is that they don't need to be together. It's not a complete 5-man snowball composition. They can have Garchomp sort of move away and do his own thing. Blastoise can do the same. Whereas for Oracle, they can kind of go for these little skirmishes, but I think the heart of this composition, they want to fight 5-on-5 all the time, but they also have the mobility to play with, especially with that Hoopa and the hyperspace hole. If that ends up being tech, which I think it's safe to say that is what they want to do, but we've seen teams in the past surprise us and just sort of be like, hey, we're not going to do the moveset we normally do.
Yeah, for sure. But I just noticed that actually Oracle is lacking in terms of range because Full Sense does have that Mewtwo as their attacker, but Oracle does have 3 all-rounders, so they're going to be investing, just like what you said, in 5-man battles. So definitely that's the most viable option that they can go to. So they're going to be investing into the late game, and we'll see if Full Sense could actually connect early in this game.
Yeah, because another thing I kind of want to mention here is that because we are also looking at a very, very close combat-centric composition from Oracle, I kind of wonder if it's going to be that Surf Blastoise, because Surf is a nuisance to deal with, especially if you're playing melee, because Blastoise wants to get in your face. The Surf Stun can be absolutely terrifying, especially if there's some kind of follow-up damage on the other side that can maybe finish you off. We've got a 3-man battle happening in that top lane at the moment, and Marco getting a little bit low thanks to that Urshifu, but no full commitment as of yet. And Onic, well, back to base.
Yeah, back to base, and Oracle was a little bit too late to execute. They really did want to fight out for the Swablues and Osarias, but sad to say, Urshifu was a little bit too late. But there's going to be another trade-off in terms of knockout, and that's going to be 2 coming in at the side of Oracle, so they're going to be pushing the limits of Full Sense, but no conversion yet in terms of AO's energies.
Yep, as of now. Oracle, though, are going to be sitting on 33 points, so they do have a slight head start. We're going to be seeing a 1v1, it's going to be 2v1, unfortunately, here as Levio, he will be able to get out of there thanks to the eject button, so the Ceruledge Edge not going to go down. Swablues, though, have come up, but the majority of them will be picked up by Oracle, and Full Sense a bit too slow to getting to that objective. Oracle, I have to say, doing rather well in this early game, just really trying to put the pressure wherever necessary and just making use of the fact that some of their Pokemon in the early game, they have an advantage over Full Sense, who is ramping a little bit. Blastoise doesn't really come online until he's fully evolved, and the same thing happens with that Garchomp. As a Gabite, you're kind of just there.
Yeah, you're just there, right? But here's the thing, Oracle does have Ceruledge, just have the Urshifu right now, so definitely they could actually make this an opportunity for them to go into the team fights, and Bing Bong and Yeezus was actually pinched down all the way in top path. That's gonna be 2 in 3 knockouts coming in for Full Sense, and what a score conversion that they did. That was actually enough to take down the Gozo in top path and prioritization into the Regieleki.
It was perfect timing for Full Sense. They brought in 4 of their players to come into that top lane, and unfortunately the numbers game was just going to go in favor of Full Sense, so they break that tier 1 goal zone in that top lane, and now next objective is going to be that bottom lane. Oracle have got to pick up this Regirock if they want to succeed, and it looks like that is going to be the case. So Oracle at least get the defensive buff there, and maybe they want to look to fight now that they have this. But is Full Sense even going to give them that opportunity? Down bottom, though, look at that tier 1 goal zone taking so many points. The team is coming in, but they're just chasing a Wartortle. This is not a high priority Pokemon, and they're even thinking about whether or not they want to fight with that Mewtwo. And Garchomp even comes in. Margot threatening with his appearance. They're catching out the Snorlax as well. He's isolated. The team is not there. The block came out too late. They've lost their defender, but the fight continues. Wartortle does finally go down, but we do have Margot coming in with that Unite, zoning away Oracle and picking up the Ceruledge. And well, Bong Bong, there's only so much you can do as the Hooper, but that goal zone, it finally goes down. And it looks like the Aegis Rush came back, still wanting to fight. I mean, can they get these pickoffs? It would be great if they can.
Oh, triple trample to get away so quick, but Markon is still all the way into the backline with the Dragon Claw. He's gonna be taking 2 knockouts out of the fight. Oracle did overstay a little bit into the bottom path, making sure that they can actually trade for the knockouts, but sad to say, it became quite the opposite, wherein Full Sense did maximize that one out.
Yeah, so now Oracle, they've lost both of their tier 1 goal zones. Full Sense still sitting on all of their goal zones. They have access to the speed flux for both top and bottom lane. I wonder what the priority is going to be now for Oracle, because scoring points, it's not going to be easy anymore. All of the Pokemon are now officially online for Full Sense, and for Oracle, I mean, they've won a couple of fights here or there, but they aren't consistently and convincingly winning all of these battles. They might have to try and pivot and decide, do they want to maybe go for micro scores and just get ready for that late game instead? Maybe try and go for these small pickoffs? Because at the moment, they are grouping up as 5, and they really want to fight into Full Sense. But you've got a Blastoise coming in from that bottom lane, Hydro Typhoon ready to go, and with the Regieleki at half health, we are going to be seeing a battle in just a second as we do finally start uniting you find that Blissey. They immediately pop the Blissey, but the Garchomp goes down as well. The Unite buff does absolutely nothing, turning Full Sense on their head, and Oracle, so desperate for a win, might finally get it here.
Oh my goodness, that's not looking good actually. Right now they're going to be converting the scores. Oracle does have ample time to score the goals that they need as well into the other side, but definitely a huge win after that Regieleki diving in. But you know, it's a little bit unfortunate that they haven't been able to take down the tier 1 goals. So what they have to do is just go back all the way into the bottom path, make sure that they get the next objective, which is the Regice that would give them.
Not gonna happen.
It's not gonna happen here, Danielle.
No, it's not gonna happen. My god, Garchomp can solo objectives, and the fact that the team is already zoning, just trying to see if Oracle wants this, I think as Oracle you can feel the pinch. They are playing so deep in their own side of the map, whereas for Full Sense, they are confident walking onto Oracle's side of the map, going into the central area. I think this kind of just shows you the mentality of the team at the moment. Like, Oracle is feeling that they're behind, but they also at the same time are struggling to figure out what is going to be the counterplay, because they tried to play that 5v5, they sort of won it in that top lane, but they didn't even get the tier 1 goal zone in the process. And so does that mean they have to fully invest into the late game now? Just keep up with Full Sense. Sure, you might not win the 5v5s now, but maybe it's going to have to come down to that Rayquaza flip.
Oh yeah, they really want that Rayquaza as of now, but I love how the Mewtwo. Oh my goodness, that's a huge score, and it actually happened because of the investment of the Infinite Sideburn a while ago by the Mewtwo of Full Sense, enabled to reveal the location of the members of Oracle, so they knew that there wasn't really that near all the way into the bottom path goal zone, gave them an opportunity to score over 80 points, I do believe. So that's actually huge, and gonna put a lot of overcap later on in the final stretch.
Yep, so we've got Regieleki being burnt down here by Full Sense. This is going to be the last objective before we go into our final phase, the last 2-minute stretch. And now for Oracle, they're in a really weird spot because they have to decide, do we need to deal with the Regieleki? They're actually going to leave it and instead focus on that Rayquaza, meaning that Full Sense, if they wanted to be sneaky, they could maybe try and get some points in. But look at the opening startup from that Blastoise, already bringing 2 Pokemon down to half health. Dodrio, though, did get picked up in the backline. The Garchomp, Markon coming in with the Unite move, just catching out a few Pokemon. But unfortunately, Rayquaza has not been started as of yet. But Oracle, they've lost too many players. It's only the support cast left. It's the Hooper, it's the Snorlax, the Hooper falls, and the final player, it's a Snorlax. If he gets a steal, it would be a miracle, but even the Hydro Typhoon being committed, allowing Full Sense to secure the Rayquaza and game 1 of this match.
And wow, that was actually a total dominance coming in from Full Sense. Did you just saw that they weren't really investing a lot of Unite moves during that Rayquaza fight? They were just there picking up knockouts one by one and make sure that Oracle falls down little by little. But right now, they're going to be banking in those points. They do have the buff still for the other members of Full Sense. But right now, this is going to be a full victory. Oracle doesn't have enough breathing room at this point.
No, I think at this point you need to sort of think about game number 2 now. You have to think, okay, are there any Pokemon here that we need to take out of the equation? Which we might have to maybe consider either the Blastoise or maybe even the Garchomp. I kind of feel like God, he landed so many crucial Dragon Rushes and Unites this matchup that really threw Oracle off. In particular, that Blastoise setup for that Rayquaza fight was beautiful. You caught out 2 Pokemon on the side of Oracle, you chipped them down to half health, you pushed them out of position as well, your team advanced, and it was just really, really great setup, especially for how important that Rayquaza fight is.
Yeah, and not forget as well, their Blissey has been doing a phenomenal job shielding up everyone else on their composition, you know, gonna be going for the safeguard and maintaining their composure and make sure everyone is gonna be online in those fights, and making sure that they can keep up with Oracle. And Oracle, on the other hand, does need to work on their composition and the rotation as well, because it's just Full Sense controlling the whole 10-minute game, 1,000 points for game number 1.
I think the draft for Full Sense just it better executed their draft essentially against Oracle, because we also did point out at the beginning that Oracle, they didn't have an attacker, they didn't have a ranged attacker. Everyone was sort of in your face wanting to brawl, but if you have a look at what Full Sense is running on their team, the entire point of that team is they also want to run you down. They want you to get in their face, because that's also what their Pokemon thrive at doing. And the fact that you also can combo a Blissey and a Garchomp together, you have the threat of that Hydro Typhoon, and of course Dodrio can absolutely wreck melee compositions with a triple trample, because if you're grouped up together, what does that mean? You're probably going to get multiple Pokemon along your triple trample pathing. So I think it might have also just been a bit of a draft issue coming in from Oracle. I'm just thinking, because if you look at the draft order as well, their last pick was the Ceruledge.
Yeah. I mean,
they could have picked an attacker in that final spot, but do you feel like the Ceruledge kind of made sense with this comp as well?
Well, we've seen that, you know, Ceruledge was getting a couple of knockouts as well, but the maximum outcome, I'm not quite sure. I do like that you point out that they could have gone for the attacker to add up more range into the team, because they were just going all out. In terms of team fights, team battles to be specific, they're just going in and make sure that everyone has their back, but the setup isn't actually enough. They lack that range, in which is the quite opposite for Full Sense. They have that long-range Mewtwo that could just teleport out of the picture while using the Side Strike, and that would give you an area of effect, which is a little bit of amount of crowd control. So definitely a huge favor for Full Sense in terms of range, because yes, they don't have to brawl it all out. It's just the Mewtwo sitting at the back that could do the damage for their team.
Yeah, I think it's also maybe a bit of a lack of setup for the team too. They didn't have that classic Pokemon that was going to be there to set up with a non-Unite move, because you can set up with a Unite move, but then you're banking everything on one person landing a critical move. And for example, in cases where that move misses, what happens next? You know, that's when everyone's going into someone smashing the panic button, and they're just thinking like, guys, what do we do now? We don't have the setup. And then the enemy jumps on top of you, and you think, oh, okay, that is it. The contingency plan is gone. So I expect a pretty big draft change, I think, for Oracle coming into that next game. Maybe not so melee-centric, maybe a little bit more range, a bit more kiteability, survivability. Not to say that it was bad. I think the lanes were okay. If you're going to make that draft work, I think if Oracle won their lanes, like if they hard won top lane, I think the game could have actually gone in a bit of a different direction. It was just, once they had the Onic kind of picked off, they didn't really blow the opponent away during that initial laning stage, and they just let Full Sense come back with fully evolved Pokemon. And it's like, it's the late game kind of Pokemon. They're not mid gamers, they're late game Pokemon.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I do feel like that composition could have worked, but they weren't able to really maximize their rotations. Specifically, that they do have the Hoopa, and you could just set up your hyperspace zone, go back into the other way around all the lanes. So I feel like if they could have maximized that one at a much more faster pace, maybe it would be different. Maybe they could have won a lot of battles out there during the laning phases. So, you know, it's something that we have to look forward if Oracle decides to stick with their Hoopa composition.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering, because the whole point of Hooper is, for a lot of teams, Hooper is map control. You have so much map control with the Hooper, but they weren't able to capitalize on it at all, right? They didn't really use it to go for any aggressive pushes during the lanes. They weren't really able to use it effectively as a team during those team fights. But I can also at the same time kind of blame Full Sense for preparing themselves for this too, because they had a few Pokemon that actually want the enemy team to go into the hyperspace hold, because you're setting up, for example, a big fat Surf, a big fat Typhus. Like when you come back, Blastoise is like, surprise! This is the setup of the century! And you're just like, oh, was this worth it? And then you're going back to base again anyway in the next fraction of a second. I think overall, you know, it really just came down to that early game for Oracle. If they can somehow speed things up a little bit, or if they can really, really cripple Full Sense in the laning stage and just sort of take the game into their own hands, and they be the ones to decide where Full Sense fight, then we could maybe see a bit of a change-up. Speaking of change-ups, we're not seeing a change-up for that first pick for Full Sense, because they're going to stick to that Mewtwo Y. But Oracle this time, not double all-rounder opening, they're going to go for the Blissey, and I feel like this is already a really great change-up, because firstly, they've taken this away from Full Sense, but secondly, Blissey is like an S-tier support right now.
Oh yeah, I mean, everyone does love Blissey, but we do see the alternative here being hovered by Full Sense, which is a Clefable that can actually go for the heals. And yes, we're gonna be seeing it for today in game number 2, so it's just about all-rounders right now that we need from Full Sense. And I just noticed that Emong is actually playing for Full Sense. We haven't seen him quite during the SCA League, so it was actually Taro Watanabe, as far as I know, who has been playing in a SCA League. So right now, it's, you know, a little bit of a tweaking, but we'll get there. You know, it's Full Sense, and they're showing what their prowess right now. And Cyrilage,
look at that sense.
Wow.
Interesting. Okay, so Full Sense, I mean, we had this discussion off broadcast, but essentially what we kind of talked about with Full Sense is that Full Sense is one of the few teams that still run Speedsters. Speedsters are horrendously unpopular at the moment. They've been overshadowed by a lot of all-rounders in general, but to see Absol coming in, so excited to see how the ladies are going to sort of pan out with this, because Absol, there's a little bit of RNG involved, okay, if you can get those lucky crits, but Absol can be an absolute monster in those early games. And one thing that is a little concerning for Oracle is that their lanes, they're not the strongest, right? You've got a Garchomp that needs a little bit of time to get that experience, and you also have a little tiny Onic that is not going to be doing too much. It's going to be poking people like a fork. Maybe the Espeon could be a problem for that Absol, but I feel like this man can cook on Absol this game if he picks the right lanes.
Yeah, here's the thing. Yes, you do have an Espeon on your composition, but it does need the Snorlax that could actually push back the members of Full Sense. And you know how an Absol goes. It is going to be the aggressive plays. He's going to be relying on the Lux, wherein those claws will land immediately on you. So definitely, you would want it to get closer into the Espeon. So
not
you
just
have to get that Snorlax, right?
You've got two Pokemon that are going to be gunning for that Espeon, right? It's not just the Absol, but you also got a Ceruledge. You've got two Pokemon that are going to be wanting to dive onto that poor little pink evolution. So I'm wondering, like, how are they going to be able to ensure the safety of their Espeon to do the damage in the back lines?
Yeah, quite curious what could be the protection here, or could be the defensive wall of Oracle, because as you've said, there's actually a lot of Pokemons here from Full Sense that could actually just go in. To be specific, they have Revenant Rent, they could actually go for the Flame Charge as well if they do want that mobility, which is really faster compared to the Phantom Force, and it's Absol, you know, just going in with Night Slash or Pursuit, you know, very quick Pokemon that could actually go into the backline immediately of Oracle.
Yeah, so we'll have to see if Oracle correctly predicts where the Absol is going to be, because if they can deflect a couple of those early game jumps from the Absol, I think Oracle has a pretty good chance of actually standing quite strongly. I've got to ensure that Aegislash and Garchomp are able to get their levels and really stay on time for their timing windows. At the moment, though, it's just going to be the Espeon and the Snorlax down bottom. They did think about rotating with the Absol, but I think once they saw that Espeon had evolved, it's going to be a better decision to go up top instead, because you've got the Doublade here, as well as just a Gibble. There's not much a Gibble can do, but very quick snap up. They're coming in from Oracle, getting the majority of that experience, but they get the Doublade, though, in return, and maybe even a Blissey trying to get those crits super close, but the Blissey, she's just a little too fat.
Wow, and I actually love the decision coming in from Full Sense. They gave up the Swablu's and the Altarias in exchange for the KO, which actually gives them XP as well. So that's actually a well done call from Full Sense, and they could actually go back, specifically that Absol could just go back into the forest, get the wild Pokemons, and be ready for the next ambush.
Yeah, and that Gabite, he's still level 5, so he's not going to be able to do too much up against a level 6 Ceruledge. We do have everyone going in towards that central area, looking to try and grab those Altaria and Swablu, and it looks like maybe Oracle again going to be getting a lot of those. The Snorlax is going to be poked down though in that bottom lane, and unfortunately for that Gabite, also getting picked off, and Bomba, excellent to drop. I'm hung on this Absol, just getting crit after crit, and level 8. We're looking at a level 8 Absol at 7.5 minutes. And the highest level in Oracle is an Aegislash that's just hit level 7. So if there's a time for Full Sense to go all in, full throttle with the Absol, this is the perfect time to do so.
Yeah, this has to be the perfect timing that they have been waiting for. So right now, second phase of all Swablu's and Altarias are going to be into the bottom path. And it's just a giveaway, actually, to Full Sense. Oracle is trying to be safe and sure, knowing that
they're bringing everyone, though.
Yeah.
Oracle wants this. They're bringing the whole team. There's no Ceruledge. She's up top.
And there's no handshake in terms of objectives. Regirock has been starting immediately. The crit coming in from the Absol. Wonderful execution from Full Sense. And they get 2 knockouts immediately right after the objective in bottom path. But Oracle is not going to let them score as they wish. Look at that total effort coming in from the Snorlax. But 30 points is going to be converted by the Blastoise. Surf back immediately. And they are going to be going into the central area to get the wild Pokemons of Oracle.
Oh my gosh, Hong is absolutely dominating this matchup on this Absol. Level 10. Aegislash just hitting that level 9 as well. Unite being used by that Mewtwo. Unite's being deployed. And Oracle, their Pokemon are melting. It doesn't matter who it is. And even the Absol, Hong still not going down. Gets a KO. And is going to be able to score a big 40-pointer, breaking that tier 2 goal zone. How this team survived, I have no words. But Oracle are now feeling the heat because the gap between these two teams is getting outrageously large. They just evolved into Garchomp, but their 2 key Pokemon have just evolved. But Full Sense have complete domination of this matchup. 264-point lead so far to 0 on the side of Oracle. They have scored nothing up until this point. It's a struggle bus.
Yeah, it's just scoreless Oracle that we are seeing as of the moment.
Jesus.
Oh no! Gets pinched down, but gets away immediately. The limit outrage is
the dodge!
Wow, but that's hit! That's not gonna hit immediately. Hydro Typhoon is gonna knock up 3 members from Oracle. Surf back all the way into the territory of Full Sense to slow things down. And it is just everyone from Full Sense marching even forward. 2 KO coming in from the Absol. Make that one 3 in total for Full Sense. And they're gonna be forcing their way to score, but Psychic Slayer would buy a minimal amount of time. Midnight Slash not gonna be hitting the Aegislash at least, but right now it is their moment to score and take down the tier 1 goals in the bottom path, an additional prize of a Registeel.
Oh, this is one of the best Regis to get as well, so they have even more offensive power after securing this Registeel. And we still are only at the 4.5 minute mark here, and Full Sense have complete control of this game. There's only 1 tier 2 goal zone available for Oracle in that bottom lane. They've lost all of their speed flux in the top lane. Their Pokemon unfortunately are behind on levels, and even in a game where both of these teams are committing all of their Unites, Full Sense are just coming out ahead time and time again. There's just too much damage coming out from this team because sure, you have a very big chunky team on the side of Oracle, but it doesn't matter how much health you have. Do you have the damage output to finish off your targets as well? And so far, we just haven't seen them be able to get any picks.
Oh wow, Jimmy Cooks has no choice but to back away around that corner. But look at that, it's gonna be Jesus diving in all the way into the tier 2 goal zone. They're actually just protecting their goal zone. They cannot go into the team battles because they know that Full Sense is in a big advantage. I mean, just look at that, level 9 supporters compared to the level 11s of Full Sense. That is just how huge of a gap that we have right now. It's just Full Sense in solo control. Live it, outrage click by Oracle, and it's not gonna convert. That is actually a not great decision.
It will at least come back for Rayquaza, but just I think you can already see the desperation coming in for Oracle. They realize how far behind they are in this matchup, but at the same time, you have to question, what can they do? They don't have any Pokemon that can go for back caps. They don't have anyone that can go for solo pickoffs. The entire premise of this team is team fight. You've got damage from the Espeon as well as your Garchomp. You have that setup with the Aegislash and the Snorlax, but it's just everything, even though when it all comes together, it is just apparently not enough to eliminate these key Pokemon in Full Sense. It might have to come down to this Rayquaza fight and maybe just somehow catching somebody off guard from Full Sense and then picking them apart from there on. But it's just the way the Full Sense are playing at the moment. They have been so meticulous in choosing their targets that we haven't seen them make mistakes.
Yeah, it's still crystal clear that Full Sense is actually controlling the game. Oracle will just back off immediately. They're not going to be challenging the Regieleki as of yet all the way into the top path. And Full Sense does really want to make it as a bait. It's going to be making it oh no! And right now, they're just charging in. Oracle just playing tag with the Regieleki, and now they're a little bit too late, but that Garchomp is on its way into the Rayquaza, but Full Sense has their eyes on the prize, which is the team fight, and get this Rayquaza, live it, outrage. They're gonna be gambling it all out, but they're not gonna be getting the last hit, and Full Sense will still control the game. Hydro Typhoon to knock off everyone else. Psychic Slayer to buy a little bit of time here, but there is just too many members from Full Sense who still has the shields of the Rayquaza, and they're just gonna be dunking those points at the last tier of their goal zone.
Oh man, Oracle, they had no chance. I think Full Sense making the correct decision there, just realizing that the majority of Oracle, aside from a Garchomp, was on Oracle's side of the map. They just went for the Rayquaza rip, and they ripped it so quickly that Oracle had no chance to retaliate with anyone aside from just the Garchomp. And so, obviously, once you've locked in that Rayquaza, and with how far Oracle were, they needed that Rayquaza to make the comeback happen. 838 points to 0. That Rayquaza was their lifeline. And unfortunately for Oracle, they tried to play patiently. They were trying to find that opening. But Full Sense, they didn't want to give it. It's the first round here at the Winter Tournament, and Full Sense are looking on point. Really excited to see what they're going to do in their next matchup, because we do have our predictions as to who is going to be making it to that second round. We're not going to spoil that because we do have that match coming up next. But Full Sense, we were saying earlier on that they do suffer at times to inconsistency. But in the case of these two games, Full Sense on point. Great decisions, great mix of drafts, and just really great retaliation to whatever the opponents throw at them.
Yeah, and it's not just that. Full Sense is actually going head-to-head till the end. They're not letting Oracle actually score a single goal at this point, and it's just solo domination from them. It seems like we are seeing a legendary Pokemon going up against anybody, in which Full Sense is actually the legends here, and that's just our match number 1 for today. We still have a lot of matches coming up for today, and this is a big introduction already for Full Sense.
Big introduction, just, you know, maybe showing themselves off to try and get a big fat sponsor. Maybe even this is a sign to say that Full Sense might be the team that's going to get that spot to ACL. You know, sometimes you kind of get these very early epiphanies, and Full Sense, they're giving me a very good feeling. I know for the both of us, we're kind of looking at Onic to maybe take that spot to ACL, but look, if Full Sense can pull this off up against Onic, if that matchup does occur, that's a sign. Okay? That's a big fat sign.
That's totally the sign that a lot of fans, actually not just us, are looking forward to see, at least for today. But look at this. It's just a highlight reel for Full Sense, making sure that every fight is gonna land in their favor. And it's not that, it's not that Oracle was out-trapped, actually. They have a great composition. They have an early game, which was the Espeon. They have their mid to late games, which is the Aegislash and the Garchomp, but just the connection is not there between their team. And aside from the connection itself, it's just Full Sense being able to read them like a journal. That's just them.
I think another thing too is that we need to give props to I'm Hong and the Absol. I think his decisions for target priority as well as the lane priority in that early game, deciding instead of going for that bottom lane attack to pivot to that top lane instead, where it was a little bit of a weaker lane, and making the call to go for that knockout to slow down the progress of that Doublade, because Doublade, the Aegislash was the central laner. So to slow down the progress of the central laner, that meant that I'm Hong was going to be the one to sort of control the tempo of the game as that Absol, especially with how overinflated his levels were. He was over-leveled, I think, for the majority of the match. After the first elimination, I think he started at like 6, bumped himself up to 8, and then all of a sudden you're seeing a level 12 Absol roaming around the map, and it's like, but it's 7.5 minutes. It's like, huh?
Oh, where did those experience come from? It's just so quick. Full Sense was able to maximize that Absol out for them to get a huge amount of advantage into the first half of the game, and it's just about maintaining their lead. Actually, Oracle didn't see enough loopholes in order to bounce back as strong as they can up against Full Sense. So do love their composition, but their execution has to be tweaked a little bit to change up the story later on their future games, because they're going to be having their lower bracket run later on. But of course, they do have to wait for their opponent, which will be determined onto the next match coming up.
Yes, so Oracle, we're going to be seeing them in the lower bracket. Full Sense, moving on. Their opponent is either going to be FeverTime or Onic Rise. Now, I think a lot of people are expecting Onic, but we'll have to see. But in the meantime, we're going to go for a quick break as we prep for our next matchup. But don't go anywhere, trainers. We're going to be coming back with you with more Winter Open APAC West. See you after this. Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Winter Open Tournament 2025. We're here with APAC West after completing our first round of matches. We're going to be jumping into our second upper bracket matchup, and it's going to be another exciting one. We have a underdog versus a not so underdog, a team that we all kind of know that came third at Worlds last year, a certain Onic Rise. They're going up against FeverTime. This is a team that we don't have a lot of information on, unfortunately, but they did qualify through the open qualifiers. So this team, they have earned their way into the winter tournament, but the question is, how are they going to fare up against World's 2024 third place team? Because I feel like that's a pretty big challenge.
Oh yeah, to be fair, it's just, third place of the recent World Championships, and not just that, they're actually one of the most formidable teams as well during Southeast Asia League, which is very unfortunate because they didn't get that top 4 spot to qualify for ACL Finals, in which they are back here in Winter Tournament to prove that they are one of the very best teams competing in Pokemon Unite. And again, third placer, World Championships, that's going to be a huge pressure for FeverTime, in which that's going to be our matchup. But bit of an update, of course, to our bracket. So Oracle will be sent down into the lower bracket of our tournament, and of course FeverTime and Onyx will go head to head, and the winner will face off Full Sense in the upper semis, and the losers team will be going it all out with Oracle into the lower bracket.
Yes, so FeverTime, what do we know about this team? I think we all know, everyone that's followed the UCS season, that we all know Onic Rise. You follow ACL, you also know Onic Rise. This is not a team that is, not in the scene. They're always going to be in the scene. But FeverTime, from what we were able to gather before the broadcast started, so one of the players on this roster is familiar to us, and that's actually Pullaby. So Pullaby, from what I recall, if I remember correctly, this team is from Thailand, and Pullaby played for Team Loading in ACL last year. So there's 4 other names I'm not too familiar with. We've got Sensei, Ansar, Kaiser, and Zwifty. The other 4 players, I have no idea. Yules, I'm pretty sure you might be in the same boat. So pretty unfamiliar to us, but we are familiar with Pullaby. So clearly has decided to put together a team by himself. I think he is actually captain of the team as well. I'm kind of keen to see what they're going to be able to bring to us, because this will be the first time we see this team play as well.
Yeah, but I mean, as I take a look at the draft, Tyranitar banned and Dragonite.
Interesting. Okay.
We might need to see some respect bans, actually, because it's really rare to see a Tyranitar and a Dragonite being banned into the game. But I love the priority bans as well coming in from FeverTime, because Hoopa and Miraidon is probably one of the S-tier Pokemon that you can get. But it's a Psyduck that was wide open. Onyx caught it immediately.
Yeah, but in return, though, to be fair, FeverTime, they do pick up some pretty big S-tier Pokemon themselves. They've got the Umbreon and the Blissey, so they've already locked in their support duo combo. I'm kind of wondering what they're going to be powering up with that Blissey Unite. Onic Rise, we've seen them actually play quite a lot of Serena recently, so it's going to be the Serena and the Mewtwo Y. So we've got two big powerhouse Pokemon, one that wants to be in your face and has a fantastic Unite that is great for isolating and going for those solo knockouts, but you also have someone in the form of Axew, one of the best attackers in the region, playing a Pokemon that not only dishes out a bunch of damage, but he will also provide utility with the Unite move. He can set up with the Unite move, he can scout with the Unite move. I'm kind of worried as to why you'd want to kind of give that Pokemon away to a player like Axew.
Yeah, because here's the thing, probably one of the best attackers. We've seen Axew use a lot of attackers in the game, Mewtwo Y, Miraidon, even the Venusaur actually. He was using it for quite some time and just can't seem to catch him off guard. And knowing that FeverTime has an Umbreon already on their lineup, this might be the game changer actually in order to jail up Axew later on. They also have that Metagross actually with a Compute and Crush. So a lot of options are actually available here for FeverTime.
Yeah, so a lot of things kind of came in. So you have that front line Sustain coming in with the Metagross. You have Last Hit Secure coming in with the, I presume it's a Dark Bear. I don't think it's going to be a Water Bear at all. So the Urshifu for Nay. I don't know how to say his name. We'll stick to Nay because I think that's a bit easier. But the Desi pick, okay? Desi is probably one of the hardest attackers to play in Unite. Extremely positional. And depending on the build, I don't know if you want to be going for Razor Leaf or if you're going to be wanting to go for those really hard shots. But what do you feel about the Desi pick here? Because there are a lot of attackers in Unite, and Desi in some cases can be a really great pick, but in this particular matchup with what Rise have picked, I'm not feeling really good about a Desi pick.
Yeah, I mean, the same thing goes as well for my side, but I do feel like for FeverTime, they want those Spirit Shackle to land immediately all the way at the back, in which their primary target is going to be the Mewtwo Y. Because Mewtwo Y, we all know, it just teleports back immediately after deploying the Side Strike. So they need that damage, they need that Pokemon to, you know, straight up target that Mewtwo Y, because their other Pokemon is not going to be enough, because again, it would just teleport out, so Umbreon cannot use the Meat Loop, Blissey's Egg Bomb would not reach, and you know, Urshifu might, but Urshifu is a little bit too slow unless you're going to be investing your Ebon Fizz. But who's going to do the damage? It's just the Metagross. So they do need that range to be specific. And I do feel like Desi was their respect pick in this matchup.
We'll have to see what it's going to be though, if it's going to be the Spirit Shackle or if it might be Razor Leaf, because I feel like there's... I know Razor Leaf, it's a very not so respected moveset. I think that's probably the best way to put it. But there are cases where it can be really great, and sometimes it's up against those matchups where you have a lot of Pokemon that want to be in your face, but you also want to dish out a bunch of damage. So we'll see what happens later on. Top lane though, we do see FeverTime just kind of ignoring the top lane Serena and just being like, we're just going to score, get those levels, get the experience, just ignore Zoe, because what's there to really worry about? Eeyore in this particular matchup, he's playing the Aegis Slash. So as a Jubilee, he's not as threatening as he would be if he was playing on a Urshifu, for example. But actually, okay, you know, I said it could have been a Dark Bear. It's a Water Bear this game.
Ooh, quite different setup, because we have been seeing Dark type Urshifu over and over again during Southeast Asia League, but this is really interesting. We get to see the Water type, and that is going to be the first engage coming in from FeverTime, making sure that Onyx Rise will be pressured all the way here into the top half, and that's a lot of score conversion coming in from both teams. They do get the stack what they need in order to maximize their mid game later on.
Yeah, it's a really great choice there for FeverTime. Bring 4 players up there, overwhelm the top lane, grab some scores in, get some easy points, experience, and then I think the good news as well down bottom, they didn't lose any of their bottom laners. The Desi's still farming, did not get knocked out, so they didn't have to worry about losing their gold zone or whatnot. Zwifty's kind of just, you know, he's chilling, although unless Eeyore just suddenly appears, this might be a knockout. Thankfully, the gold zone is there, as well as the Umbreon, so that's going to be enough to scare off that dude blade. Mid lane, though, we already had the Swablu and Altaria. Urshifu already zoned out on that Water Bear, and unfortunately, there's not much a Metang can do until he's fully evolved. Pulavi might be the next one, going to use the doll to buy some time, but there's not really much you're going to be able to do when you have 4 Pokemon next to you. They're still trying to defend, however, with that Umbreon, so tanky. But look at this though, the Water Bear locked up by that Psyduck, and they're also going to be getting the Desi, who's not even fully evolved yet. That's a massive pickup of FeverTime, bringing their attacker in and losing him in the defense.
Oh yeah, and FeverTime really needs to rotate immediately all the way into the other side, because if they're gonna be if they continue fighting Onyx Rise, they would just fall down over and over again, which that will be their prioritization right now. Just look at them marching all the way into the bottom path, making sure that they get this Regirock, which would add up to their defense.
Oh boy, so it looks like top lane it's going to be Serena soloing the Reggie Alecki, and down bottom, FeverTime. They're going to be focusing on the Regirock for themselves. It's going to be the Spirit Shackle here, so no Razor Leaf shenanigans, unfortunately. They do get a defensive buff as well as that experience, but what is FeverTime going to be able to do with this? They are pressuring Illuna. They also have the Blissey there to come in with support. Umbreon going to be attacked by Eeyore. They're still trying to dive with this Water Bear, but in the back line, the Doll gets popped again by that Blissey. Eeyore committing the Unite as well to try and get rid of the support with the Water Bear. It's a 1-for-1, but it's just going to be the Elder Gods. Now we've got Axie and Illuna running down that bottom lane. And look at this, FeverTime push back onto their side of the map again. And big scores being deployed. And Onic Rise, they get rid of that bottom tier 1. So now FeverTime, they're down 2 goal zones.
Actually loved what happened a while ago. Aegislash was able to use the wide guard while being jailed down by the Meanlook in order for their opponents, for FeverTime, not to go forward and, you know, just let Onyx Rise score the way they wish to. And right now, they're just going to be getting a couple of knockouts as well. Back and forth. Top half looking good as well. Bottom half, not that much, but still, Axew is going to be applying a lot of pressure here. Illuna ready to do the setup as well.
Yeah, we do see the Spirit Shackles coming on through. We do get one connection there onto Axew. They get the mean look as well. They can get a second one in. They get the Unite off Axew though. He does go down. Beautiful execution there from the Desi to use the Unite to have that long range damage. We do get a 12-point score coming in there from the Umbreon. We do lose Illuna, but here comes the Serena coming in to do some big damage. Cell on the Serena going to be hard to take down, especially with just the Umbreon. Desi though in no man's land, flying into Onyx Rise's territory. I mean, sometimes you just kind of have to go a different direction, but not every path is the right path.
Oh yeah, I mean it's just about buying time, I guess.
You probably knew, right? Yeah, just waste time and have the rest of your team take a different objective, which Aleki is a probably good objective to do that.
Yeah, I mean, time is very important, actually, not just in Pokemon Unite, but in life as well, so maybe why not maximize it one out in order for their team, you know, to get some objective as well, but a little bit of a handshake once again in terms of major objectives. Regieleki in FeverTime, Onyx Rise will get that HP all the way from the Regi, so pretty beautiful handshake in both teams. FeverTime not letting their chemistry collapse, as Onyx Rise was actually controlling this game even better than them.
Yeah, so the control might be in favor of Onyx Rise, but I have to say FeverTime, their macro game, the ability to find experience and knock out Pokemon to keep up in terms of experience has been really on point. So we might be looking at a point deficit here between the two teams, but FeverTime are keeping up. They're actually, I want to say, tied almost to Onyx Rise. Yes, they do have a level 12 Water Bear, but I think for Onyx, their levels are sort of where they want to be. And these fights can go either way. It's just going to come down to who's able to get the better catch. Who catches the most valuable target first. Because Onyx, they are a little split right now. They have Cell in that top lane defending that tier 2. A little bit worried about a back cap. But the rest of the team, they're all down in that bottom lane. They're chasing after an Umbreon, which isn't a high priority target. They do manage to catch them out. Meanlook is going to connect that onto Eeyore though. So he won't be able to continue with that chase. Really big shackles coming in from the Desi, connecting onto 2. Another Meanlook there onto Eeyore, who is trying to jump onto the Umbreon. But again, Umbreon, a Pokemon that can easily absorb a lot of this damage, especially because it's Wish. Up top though, we do have a bit of a skirmish there. And looks like the Water Bear did not win that fight.
Yeah, not going to be winning that fight as of now. 10 seconds on the clock for the Regieleki, and Sensei has to back away immediately. Cell is just putting up a show with a triple axle. Gets the KO, and right now, prioritization towards the Regieleki. This is looking good for Onyx Rise once again, but FeverTime has to trade that major objective in the bottom path before Rayquaza appears.
Yeah, so it seems like priority for FeverTime, they're not so worried about getting the Aleki. It's keeping up in levels and getting the buffs in that bottom lane. It's just unfortunate that it's going to be that Regice. Meanlook is going to be there onto a... What? Okay, no. Okay, it wasn't a steal. It wasn't a steal. I kind of panicked for a second. But look at this though. Onyx, they might have lost the objective, but if they can get the knockouts here, it might make things equalize. Anyway, Essie is up. They're going to go down. Blissey using the Unite there onto the Metagross, but the entire team is gone. Computer Crash gets used as well. But Sensei, there's just not enough shielding in this world that's going to keep you alive. And with the entire team down, it's a free Rayquaza.
Still time. Have to be quick in taking time.
There's no way.
There we go.
There's no way.
just a little bit too late. Because of that sign-up was able to buy a lot of time for Onyx, and they're gonna be just dunking in these energies on their pocket. It's gonna be Onyx taking game number 1, and I love their execution, making sure that they force the fight before the final stretch starts.
Forcing the fight before the final stretch. And I feel like one of the things that really bit FeverTime in the backside was the fact that they were fighting for a Regice. It wasn't a Registeel, it wasn't a Regirock, so you weren't getting any attack or defense buffs. It was just going to be the healing. And so Onyx, knowing that it's not going to be any beneficial buff for them, deciding, okay, we're going to give this away, but we're going to pincer them in. And they perfectly executed the jump. And I think FeverTime didn't expect Onyx to go for the full committal fight in that bottom lane as well. We do have FeverTime trying to break through that bottom tier 1 goal zone, which they're going to be able to score some of those points in for FeverTime, but they're just too far behind. With 30 seconds to go, if they can somehow break through and beat this 530 score, it'll be a miracle.
Yeah, a miracle indeed. Queen's Ascendant was actually up a while ago, but it's just FeverTime trying to force their way to score a minimal amount of goals, but they just keep going down. Onyx rising to the top, getting every knockouts that they need, and they get the win in game number 1. Not so one-sided. FeverTime does have a lot of potential, but we're gonna be seeing things down in game number 2 if there will be a little bit of a, what do you call this one? A mixed up, actually, on their team. A little bit of adjustment, I would say.
Yeah, I have to say, I really liked how FeverTime played that game up until that Regice. That last Regice that came in right before that Rayquaza. I kind of feel like they fell into that trap where they thought, hey guys, we're going to get this objective for ourselves. It's okay, we've got this level advantage. Not realizing that a fight can happen at any point. It's not going to be when Rayquaza is up. Sometimes these fights happen before Rayquaza is up, and you have to be ready for them. You need to have people in the right position to come in and save you if anything like that suddenly arises. And the fact that Onyx, you could tell they thought ahead before that fight happened. They knew where they wanted to have the fight happen, they knew who they wanted to target, and they also saw the positioning there for FeverTime. Like, FeverTime were in prime position to just be collapsed on.
Yeah, and we have been seeing this since game number 1, like in terms of positioning. Frozen's a while really does know how the job works. Same thing with Onyx. They know how to control the game, they know the timers, the rotations, and everything else, which makes them the dominant team actually up against FeverTime during game number 1. But FeverTime, they do have a lot of potential. I love their composition as well. It could actually be a different story if they were able to read the rotations of Onyx as well.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Going into game 2, okay, our first matchup, I don't think it would be too crazy to say that full sense. I think a lot of people were predicting a 2-0 just because of how game 1 happened. But for this matchup, I actually think we could be looking at a full 3-game series because FeverTime, they're showing us a lot of potential. They really know how to play the macro game. They're able to stand toe-to-toe with Onyx in some of these skirmishes. It's just, I think in that particular game, they got caught with their pants down at the wrong time. Just that one moment kind of let them down.
Yeah, and actually, those moments was actually one of the most important things that you have to, look forward to. And right now, Onyx, just one win away to get that upper semis bracket in which they're going to be going head-to-head with Full Sense. And, but actually they might see this one very differently, simply because there's actually a team outside the Southeast Asia League which actually has a potential to go head-to-head with them. The macro games was on point, but there has to be a little bit of adjustment, and you have to read what is in the minds of Onyx. So that is actually the key to success as of now for FeverTime in order to force out game number 3. But what do you think here, Dadeline?
So, FeverTime, I have to take a look at the draft because obviously that's going to play a big factor, but I'm pretty happy with how they played. I think they might take this game 2. I truly think we could be looking at a 3-game series because as much as I love Onyx, okay, and they know I love them as well, they also at times can be a little shaky around some of those major objectives. We've seen, I mean, you guys kind of saw what happened at the raid pit during ACL for Onyx, so they're also familiar with their own weaknesses. It's just, can FeverTime also identify this little innate weakness with Onic as well? Because Onic, as perfect as they are in a lot of ways, they do have their own imperfections. Bans, however, are perfect. Probably not meta sense, but just the aesthetic sense, getting rid of the Tyranitar and the Dragonite again. Whereas for FeverTime, pretty standard bans across the board. So again, Miraidon, I think we're not going to see Miraidon at all today, because apparently that is just ban material. But the Hooper's also going to be taken out of the pool. So no Hooper for Zoe, unfortunately. But that does leave the Psyduck open again for Illuna, meaning that is FeverTime going for the same support duo, that Umbreon Blissey? Very likely. Oh, they're going to steal away the Mewtwo Y. I think this is actually a better decision. I think you have to take that away from Axew.
Yeah, because here's the thing. When you're actually on the orange side, you would want to get either a defender and supporter, or you would prioritize one lane. So I do feel like that was actually the action coming from FeverTime in order to maximize their win rate in terms of laning. So that's actually a great decision. Mewtwo, set up the distance, and actually Kaiser could just, go for the Mew, or actually even the foul play plus the Snarl later on. So because you have that range, so you don't have to worry about setting up a distance or jailing down your opponents. But on the other hand, Onyx would go for the Blissey. So a while ago, they were actually running Eldegoss, and right now they're going to be running the same concept, which is the Blissey, but with greater kit, at least.
We've got a Gyarados, folks. Gyarados is back, or at least it's the first Gyarados in the tournament so far. Kind of excited, actually. I'm really liking this comp that's coming out from FeverTime. You've got a strong attacker. You've also got a very, very scary top laner in that Gyarados, but on the other side, Onyx Rise have some very terrifying Pokemon themselves. They've got the Serena, they have the Urshifu, they've got Axew on the Sylveon. We don't see Axew play Sylveon a lot, but he can pilot this Pokemon. And the fact that it's Sylveon, he is going to be a menace in lanes, right? The fact that he's going to evolve at level 4 and really pressure these lanes. Whereas if you think about it, when it comes to the laning, that bottom lane matchup, that Mewtwo Y versus Sylveon, who are you favoring?
Oh, it's absolutely going to be the Mewtwo Y, simply because of the range, where you could just teleport back. And not just that, Axew, despite being the best attackers actually in the league, we all know that when you're Sylveon, you have to get close as much as you can. But Kaiser is actually there, ready to set up the mean look later on, wherein you're just going to be jailed down, and you cannot march even forward. Because that is what you need, especially when you're running the Hyper Voice. Yes, Mystical Fire could be one. It's one of the sure hits attack of a Sylveon, but you would want to go with that larger scale, which is the Hyper Voice, and you have to move forward even further. But you have that, Umbreon being able to be the setback from you, so you have to be very careful with that, because once your Hyper Voice won't connect, it's over for you. You won't be doing those damage that you want to deal on.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if it's even going to be the Hyper Voice, because we have to remember too, in the recent patch, Mystical Fire was buffed. So it does a little bit more damage.
Yeah.
I wonder if that might be a factor. Like, is that going to be enough to maybe have Axew play Mystical Fire instead, and actually want to play in the opponent's face? Because I think that is something that Axew might want to do himself as well, because he could play Hyper Voice, try and play in the backlines, but I feel like the threat, there's just too much dive for him to really comfortably play that Hyper Voice. We'll have to see though, because the game has just officially started. Who's going to get the levels up first in this initial laning stage? Because we have a couple of Pokemon that need levels, right? We've got Magikarp up in that top lane, as well as that Sylveon in the bottom lane, wanting to try and get to that level 4, which it's going to happen. So Axew's level 4 on this Sylveon. What is the play? Is it Hyper Voice, or is it going to be Mystical Fire? It's going to be the Hyper Voice.
Yeah, because in general, I do feel like Hyper Voice is much more efficient. But the thing is, again, they do have an Umbreon here for FeverTime that could actually be the major setback coming in from that Sylveon. So right now, we'll just have to see later on what will be the execution. But Sensei is not in a good spot. You want that spot, you want to do the flail. But if you get taken down, you would be far behind to get those effort points for you to evolve into a Gyarados.
Yeah, it was a very, very aggressive play coming in from that Magikarp. Polemy looks like he's going to go down, almost going down to that Surf, but just enough health, but will get pulled back, unfortunately. So that's going to be a very side gloss to Fluid going back to base, and a Magikarp that now has to retreat into the central area to get those effort points. Meaning up top, you've got Cell just completely dominating, scoring, doing whatever he wants, which means Eluna is now going to do some scouting for the team to try and figure out where did that little Magikarp go. And he's actually right in front of his base and should evolve right now into that Gyarados. Level 5, ready to go if that's the plan for FeverTime. Levels-wise, it's actually in favor of Onic Rise by a significant margin. You've got a level 7 Dark Urshifu and a level 7 Serena. So Onic Rise, they take over that central area, but the Gyarados is here, gets pulled back though. Sensei isolated, injects, not going to be enough though. Punched down by that Urshifu. And, well, I'm a bit worried about this matchup for FeverTime now because they've let Onic Rise kind of run away with this match.
Yeah, what a showtime coming from their team. So they do need to invest a lot of time here for FeverTime in order to bounce back up against Onic Rise. But look at that, Luna is actually in a little bit of a trouble here, but managed to keep it up. So right now he's going to be surfing back. They're going to be fighting for the Swabus and Altarias, but there might be an ambush coming in by Cell. 4 versus 4 all the way into the bottom path. Triple Axel won't be hitting, so they just have to retreat back onto their goal zone and prioritize the upcoming objective in 5 seconds.
Looks like Sensei going to be running into Eeyore, trying to go for the score, but a Unite gets used, and Sensei, Gyarados! He gets completely outplayed by that Urshifu. Down bottom though, a fight finally breaks out here for FeverTime, who are trying to get rid of Cell at Serena. So tanky, but Axew from the top screaming his heart out, eliminating 2 Pokemon, the support duo, leaving the new 2 open. And unfortunately for this Aegis Slash, there's not really much you can do. You have a lot of disables, but you don't have a way of finishing anyone off. So big victory there for Onic, who are able to just shred FeverTime.
Wow, what a total execution on the bottom path. Not just the bottom lane actually, but on the top lane as well. Even this was able to make it on time. Do not let that Gyarados maximize the attack weight, because that is the goal of Sensei. Get the attack weight stacked up to 6 times to get that additional damage into the late game. Permanent damage to be specific. So they want to avoid it as much as they can. But on the bottom lane, it's going to be the same case here. Infinite Cyber is going to land, and that's going to be buying a lot of time for their team, but points will still knock in at the side of Onic Rise, and that Hyper Voice will deal a lot of damage. FeverTime is just backing away one by one. Moonlight Crunch was popped off, but it is still going to be available on the next time. And right now, Onic Rise almost took down the tier 2 Gozo. Dragon's Skirmish is going to be up with the Blitz assistance. Is there actually to protect that Serena, actually that Urshifu, all the way into the backline? It's just FeverTime marching even further. Coup de Grace not going to be getting the KO, but there's actually a follow-up move, and Iluna, together with the others, has to back away and protect their goal zone.
They managed to get 2 very big KOs in the form of Axew as well as Eeyore. So now this bottom goal zone, Onic Rise, they will give it away. It's just a tier 1 goal zone. The team's going to have to regroup, but what a comeback coming in for FeverTime. It looked like it was going to be Onic Rise to just run them down, but they decided to be patient, wait until the Gyarados was level 9 and had access to that Dragon Current, because right after he leveled up, came straight down to that bottom lane, and the fact that he ejected on top of Axew and basically eliminating the Sylveon, that's a big source of damage output for Onic Rise. Like, sure, they also have Cell and Eeyore to do a lot of damage for the team as well, but if you just leave that Sylveon for free, just basically sit there and go for the Hyper Voice, that's free damage you don't want to be giving away. And Dragon Current being used defensively by the Gyarados to escape.
mean, that was what you wanted. Do not give them the KO as much as possible because they would be rewarded with tons of experience. So right now, FeverTime, they don't have actually a lot of time to get this Regieleki once and for all. So
they come in.
would actually challenge this even further, but the Regieleki goes down at the side of FeverTime. It's going to be marching in all the way into the top path, but Onyx Rice is not going to let that happen. Very easy. Axew is just at the other side doing the hyper voice. The night move has been popped up to turn the tables around up against that Gyarados, and this Aegislash has nowhere to go. Cell and Axew just dealing the works of wonders, and they were able to defend the Regieleki as well in top lane.
Successful defense. Yes, they might not have gotten the Aleki, but I think for Rise, they're probably not even hard-pressed to take the Aleki for themselves. It's just a tier 1 goal zone. So they will defend it, thankfully, thanks to Cell, who can easily solo the Aleki. But it's back to the central area for both of these teams. Clear out those wild Pokemon, get your levels up, and get ready for that next major objective, because Rayquaza, it's going to be landing on the field in 1 minute and 15 seconds. So you've got to figure out, okay, who do we need to prioritize? Who needs to get the upgrade for their next move? Who needs to try and basically soak up all of those experience points to be the one to carry for the team? Because it seems when it comes to priority, Cell and Eeyore are going to be the ones to absorb a lot of the experience for the team on Onyx. Axew is a bit of a secondary priority because the big damage, the big setups, you need Eeyore and Cell to be able to do it. But look at that though, top lane, big 50-pointer going to be dumped by that Gyarados, closing the gap between these two teams by 42 points now.
Ooh, look at the rotation happening already from FeverTime. Onyx Rice has to do this very quick, but that mean look would connect up against Illuna, and he could surf actually back into his teammates. Dragon's Current is going to lift up 2 members of Onyx Rice, but that infinite Cyber, very beautiful to reveal everyone's location. Axew is just being ignored here, but that Coup de Grace not going to be available so far. But they do get the KO. Cell is just jailed down with a mean look, but they do get the Mewtwo Y in exchange. 3 members are still up, but not looking good. They've invested all of their Unite moves so far, and this is actually might be the chance of FeverTime to bounce back, especially they do have that Gyarados on their pocket.
Yeah, this might be the time for them to make the comeback happen, right? No Unite, so there's going to be no surprise elements unless somebody just steps out of bounds. But just look at how these two teams are playing. You've got the bottom occupied by Onyx Rise, FeverTime in the top lane. They're scouting with the Umbreon. They do manage to connect with the Disables, but here comes the Aegislash. Wanting to starting to set up the team. Kaito dropping low. Look at this though. Aegislash too low. Where's the team?
Where is everyone else from FeverTime? They're just going back and forth all the way into the top side of the Rayquaza, and Axew is just using the hyper voice to push everyone back all the way into their forest. Where is the Umbreon? Where is the down? Who's gonna get the last hit? It's gonna be Onyx Rice once again, and right now Illuna is just facing everyone else together with Cell, who is doing and taken down 1 by 1, and Onyx Rice will score out immediately and outscore them, and they're going to be taking this series and advance to the upper bracket.
That was a bait coming out from Onyx Rise, especially for that pre-Rayquaza fight. The fact that FeverTime, they tried to make the dive happen with the Umbreon and Aegislash, but ended up being picked off themselves. The rest of the team, though, occupied in the top lane with the Serena. They basically, by the time we saw the Serena, no health had been lost. So Cell successfully keeping the team split apart. So the rest of Rise were able to finish off their duty in that bottom lane and basically open up that Rayquaza wide open for the rest of them. Onyx, they looked a little shaky in that first game, and to be fair, FeverTime played fantastically, but game 2, I think this is going to put some people's minds at ease, especially with how Onyx are looking for today's games.
Wow, it's just Onyx Rice making a statement that we are one of the top teams in this league. We are the 3rd placer on the recent World Championships, and might just tell you, Onyx Rice, despite having a short amount of range with that Sylveon, they were actually able to make it work because of Illuna setting up the hindrances up against their opponent, which is FeverTime. That actually made it possible for them to have a lot of room to work around. But on the other hand, FeverTime, yes, they do have the setup. They do have an Umbreon that they could actually jail down that Sylveon, but there's actually no Pokemon aside from the Gyarados who could actually get inside in the fight and eliminate that Sylveon as quick as they can. So there's not enough room, there's not enough game plan for them. Once that Gyarados cannot bounce inside the fight, it's all over. It's just ask you, gonna be using the X speed, go back, go in without Hyper Voice, and those HPs will be shredded down.
We might have to give Cell more credit, right? Because I feel like Cell played a really big part as to why FeverTime didn't reinforce in that bottom section of that fight, because we saw him chasing away players from FeverTime, and he was still sitting at full health on that Serena. So clearly he was a major threat to the point where they weren't able to make it in time in that bottom lane. And then of course when Rayquaza finally came, I think you also need to consider the securability for both of these teams. Like, I think I would have a lot more faith in this Urshifu getting the final hit secure on a Rayquaza when you've lost a lot of your setup players on your side of the team. Like, this was where everything just basically fell. Like, as much as Swifty was doing the damage on the front line, he just didn't do enough. And so to lose to Aegislash, and then up top you've got the rest of the team just kind of thinking, wait, what do we do now? The zone, they are so scared of these Pokemon, zoning them away, allowing Cell and Eeyore to just come in and finish things off.
Yeah, I mean, Cell probably, second in terms of damage, because I do feel like Axew, as far as I can recall, did most of the damage, but Cell was actually very huge, making sure that they could actually go for that prioritization. And not just that, they also have the Urshifu. Once that Even Fist landed immediately, they could just take out one member after the other. It's just prioritization who is going to be locked immediately at the side of FeverTime, and when they lock it down, it's just full follow-up damage coming in from their teammates.
So that's going to be our second 2-0 of the day. So we had our first 2-0 for our first matchup, which is going to be Full Sense. And their opponent has now been decided. It's going to be Onyx Rise, and that will be the first game for the second part of our upper bracket run. We are going to be casting that game as well, so don't worry, we're going to be seeing the Clash of the Titans, but already we are seeing our ACL teams progress forward. We still have 2 more matches for our first round. Speaking of those games, I had them here, hang on. Our next matchup for today, it is going to be Evos Onyx going up against Escape 5, which, if you're following the Indonesian Pokemon Unite scene, Evos Onyx, you'll be very familiar with them. They're a great team, lots of potential. They are a scrim partner with Onyx Rise as well. So there's a lot of similarities with how these two teams play, but I actually really like how Evos Onyx play because they do have their own little individual quirks.
Yeah, really interested on what's gonna happen next in this tournament, so don't go away, Pokemon Unite. Winter Tournament Open for APAC West. We'll be right back after the short break.
Pokémon Unite!
Welcome back, everyone, to Pokemon Unite Winter Tournament APAC West Qualifiers, the last platform to go up into ACL Finals. Again, my name is Pikios, with Danilee, of course, ready to bring the heated matches for today as we're going to be heading towards match number 3. That's going to be Evos Onyx up against Escape 5, one of the new teams and one of the, not so new teams that we get to see for today.
Yeah, not so new. Some of us are familiar with the name of the team. It's just when it comes to actually looking at the players on the roster, you're like, oh wait, hang on a minute. Who exactly are these guys? So Escape 5, anyone that doesn't remember, this is a proper organization, I believe. I have seen them in the past. It's just when you look at the actual players on the roster, then there's going to be some head scratching. So the players for Escape 5, it's Satanus, Lilac, Gladia, Fox G, and then there's a player with a Thai name that I cannot pronounce. So player 5, and their coach is Comad. So this is the full Escape 5 roster. They qualified into the tournament through the last chance qualifier. So that's how they made it through. The thing is, they're going up against probably the second best team in the tournament, which is Evos Onyx. So expectations for Escape 5 to win this matchup, I think a lot of people are going to be thinking it's Evos Onyx's game to win, but as always, with the benefit of being an underdog, no one knows what you play, who you play, how you play. So we have the element of surprise that could come in handy here for Escape 5.
Yeah, and just as quick as that, we're going to be hopping in, of course, to our match number 3 for today. So Mimikyu and Urshifu right off the bat. It was already banned. We are not seeing Psyduck yet. Same thing with Miraidon, so you might see Miraidon. Okay, last ban, come on. Open up Miraidon. We want to see it at least for today. Come on. 10 seconds, come on.
I'm just wondering what else do you ban if it's not Miraidon? Mewtwo, I mean, someone's hovering Mewtwo. It's Mewtwo Y. So this leaves Miraidon open if a team wants to grab this up. And it could be Escape 5 if they want to snap it up for themselves. But Psyduck, higher priority, totally understand. I don't think anyone can complain about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually one of the go-tos of every single team competing here. And that's going to be an Umbreon and actually a Blissey. So great combination so far. It's actually open still for Miraidon, but Escape 5 actually does have the room. Yes, they do got it. So great start in terms of drafts. So they just need a star-studded defender. Could be a Trevenant, could be a Snorlax as well. So in order to do the setups for their team. So not quite sure what would be their pick. But I love the lineup so far from Evos Onyx. It is very familiar. We have been seeing this over and over again during the SEA League.
Yeah. So pretty standard, if anything, for Evos. I don't think this is anything out of the ordinary for this team. Really great mix. You've got frontline, you've got backline as well, you've got a consistent attacker as well in that Espeon, who can also set up for the team themselves. But for Escape 5, so this is going to be the frontline duo for the team. So it's going to be the Psyduck up front with the Aegis Slash. Then you have the Miraidon basically dishing out damage from the backlines. You have the Ceruledge to come in for the dive. And Evos, they have it over the Absol, but it's going to be Dodrio as their speedster for this matchup. So great mix across the board for both teams. I actually have no bad comments at all. I think both drafts make sense. It's going to come down to how these lanes are going to be executed. The central laners in particular, they'll be the dictating force as to whether or not their top or bottom lanes end up winning. But I think for Evos Onyx, they do need to respect Fox G on this Miraidon. I feel like this Miraidon could cause this team a lot of issues, a lot of pressure if they don't figure out a way to deal with it. And is that going to maybe put pressure on Kane, on the Dodrio, to be the one to try and go for the backline dive? Could it be the Serena that has to try and make the dives happen? Like, what are your thoughts here? Do you feel like the Miraidon, considering that we have seen it banned so often, is it deserving of those bans because it is that impactful as an attacker?
Well, yeah, actually, it's actually a consistent damage dealer into your composition, just so that you have that range, or you have that someone who could actually block the pathways of your opponent. So in their case, actually looking good for them. They do have the Psyduck that could set up the hindrances, in which that Miraidon is just really free to deploy those charge beams, those thunders, or whatever moveset you try to juggle around on your team. But might again to tell you everyone, there's actually a Dodrio past triple trample could actually do somewhat distract that Miraidon later on. They also have an Umbreon if it goes for the power play at least.
Yeah, but again, you have to make those really deep dives happen, because Miraidon also doesn't really want to be like super on the front line either. It kind of wants to hide behind its teammates. Now, top lane, we do see the full heal being used there so that we don't lose our tiny little bouncing pre-mini baby Serena before it ends up getting, before it ends up evolving. But bottom lane though, okay, that does not look like a very happy situation. A very sad Eevee that did not manage to evolve into an Umbreon as of yet. But look at this though, Kane is coming in. They do manage to punish the Clefairy, which is a really nice play. And now it just kind of leaves that Miraidon on its own against two Eevees and hopefully a Umbreon in just a second.
And that is actually a quick rotation from Evos Onyx, making sure that Kane actually goes back to the top path after executed all the way to the bottom path, but right now it is top lane looking in a bit of a trouble here. Great disengage from Evos Onyx, making sure that they don't get KO'd immediately because it's gonna be rewarded for Escape 5 in terms of XP. So have to play this one very carefully, at least at the first minute and a half of this game.
Yeah, one of the benefits of Dodrio, you rotate between lanes so quickly. So if you want to try and come in to reinforce a potential fight, Dodrio is going to be there on time, or maybe even a little bit early for those fights. Now, down bottom, thankfully for this Umbreon, as that Eevee did not get knocked out, was able to be able to get away thanks to the help of the Espeon as well. So now, as an Umbreon, will be threatening for the team. It's going to be going in for the foul play this game. So not going to be mean look at all, but it does get jumped on by that Cerule ledge. Will get knocked out, and I mean, Escape 5, they assume complete dominance of that central area.
Yeah, looking good so far from Escape 5, making sure that they can actually go head-to-head in terms of the macro play up against Evos Onyx. But right now, Kane is trying to force his way all the way into the bottom lane. But sad to say, those charge beams are gonna hurt a lot, and it was super effective up against Kane, making sure that he backs away a little bit, you know, and get the spacing that their team needs.
We do have the Psyduck being scouted out, and he tried to get out with the Surf, but I don't think it will go. They do manage to get the push away. Oh, lucky for the Psyduck. They're still trying to chase him with the Umbreon, but gee thinkies, he's all alone, and the team has abandoned him, changing and pivoting to that top lane instead, because we have our Reggies coming in 5 seconds. 4 players from Evos already here, ready to go, and they try to jump onto the Aegis Slash here. They almost get it, but it looks like instead Espeon might be going down instead. Gets down with the eject, but they lose Kane. It's a 2-for-1. The Psyduck as well as the Aegis Slash go down, and they're going to continue on chasing Evos, zoning away Escape 5. But look at this though, Miraidon is here, maybe, just maybe, can turn the tides.
Oh wow, and still the last hit pops at the side of Evos Onyx. Revenant is gonna do a lot of damage out there. Takes 1 knockout immediately. It actually takes 2 in this situation. That was actually phenomenal timing from Escape 5, getting the Revenant Ren, but right now they have to get the Registeel in the bottom pass to make sure that they have an additional attack later on for the future fights.
Yep, the team is heading down there. Miraidon going to be stuck dealing with that Regieleki in that top lane. So for Escape 5, the plan is either to buy time and wait for the Miraidon to come on through, or maybe just swipe it away from Evos. Now we do have the Aegis Splash fronting things for the team. They do scout out the majority of the Evos players down there. Cerule though positioning themselves in that bush, ready to go. Looks like Kane is going to be going for a score in that top lane on the Dodrio instead, but the fight has broken through. They've caught the Clefable, who is healing with the Moonlight, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough, but they catch out too though. Umbreon as well as that Espeon going down for Evos Onyx, and this is Registeel is getting ripped apart. And Miraidon will be getting the last hit there for Escape 5. Evos Onyx sent reeling in that bottom lane, and actually looking a little bit lost in this matchup now.
Yeah, Escape 5 making sure that they have the better macro plays up against Evos Onyx. And would you look at that? It's no joke that they got the last hits of the KOs by using the Coat de Grace a while ago by the Aegis Slash of their team. So that was actually well executed. They have to make sure that they do get the knockouts to be rewarded more experience as they go deeper into this matchup. But right now, Evos Onyx wants to go head-to-head once again. Escape 5, they know that they can get the advantage. Blitz Assistant is going to be there. But again and again, Revenant Ren doesn't deal a lot of damage for their team. That's 2 knockouts in total at the side of Evos Onyx. But there is actually a trade happening here. Escape 5 has to escape immediately, but they do get another knockout. It's just Miraidon doing the worst of wonders, doing the damage for their team, and that is actually Escape 5 getting the W in terms of fight, but there is actually a follow-up from Evos Onyx as well.
I think Fox team might be turning into a threat that Evos Onyx might not be able to handle anymore. There are several times that we have seen them try to go for these dives onto the Miraidon, but they just don't have follow-up to be able to finish him off, because Escape 5, they always have the team nearby and ready to assist. We do have the Umbreon coming on through to slow on down Escape 5. It does allow Onyx to be able to steal the Regieleki themselves, and another fight is broken through, but look at this though, gee thinkies, this is an Umbreon getting shredded into pieces. Escape 5, they're about to run away with this match.
Yeah, run away immediately in. Oh, Resort gets pulled immediately by the Psyduck, but has an opportunity to run away immediately right after that. But Escape 5 has a great look towards the Reggie bottom objective, which is going to be the Regi. So they do get the regen on HP. So right now, hyper prioritization. And look at those two supporters blocking the pathway of Evos Onyx, but they're going to be ignoring it immediately, but not going to be quite enough time to get it in. Oh my goodness, they have to back away immediately. Escape 5 not looking good in terms of position as they get knocked out in the first place. But the Queen Ascendant is going to be there. Cyrilage taken down immediately, and it is 3 members down for Escape 5. They have to escape immediately. Eject bottom back, but this is going to be the Miraidon investing with the Unite move right future Meteor Storm, but it is not quite enough yet. They are guarding this tier 1 goal zone so good, making Evos Onyx fall back, and that is 4 knockouts, by the way, from Escape 5.
That was 4 knockouts for Escape 5, but I think it might have been a bit more of a victory there for Evos Onyx, because firstly, when that fight happened, Miraidon was nowhere to be seen. It was on the other side of the map, so it was only 4 players on the side of Escape 5. Onyx, they went a little bit behind in experience, but because they got some crucial knockouts on key Pokemon, they were able to catch up in levels, and I feel like that's what Evos Onyx are really looking for here. They're trying to equalize these levels. They don't want to fall behind Escape 5's Pokemon, because if they can keep up on levels, they will still have a really good chance at being able to dish out the damage needed at that Rayquaza pit. Now, at the moment, we do have Kane scouting around, trying to see if he can find anybody, and he does see the Miraidon. So, Evos Onyx, they know where this Miraidon is, and it looks like they're trying to fight into Escape 5 before that Miraidon comes in, but Kane comes in with the triple trample. They're trying to get rid of the support. They don't want the Moonlight heals anymore, but the Moonlight from the Umbreon's going to go down. 2 Pokemon, Miraidon is down as well. It's the Cerulege and Aegis Flash. They need to somehow salvage this game. They have the shielding. They're coming on through. 3 Pokemon now down. It's a 2v2 as a 1v2. Oh my goodness. This Aegis Flash trying so hard to redeem himself for the team. But Evos Onyx coming out on top, winning it, and potentially being able to get that Rayquaza. We have a Psyduck coming in though. A steal is possible. Can they do it? They also have the Clefable trying to come in with the Moonlight movements. Big bonus. The Psyduck gets it!
No way! They got the last hit!
Oh my gosh!
What a hit!
Psyduck is a thief in the night, running into the top lane, looking to score the 100 points. No one's here, so it's a free dunk coming in for the Psyduck. Now for Escape 5, all they have to do is play defense.
Actually can play a lot of defense, but tier 1 Goldsman is actually available for Evos Onyx. If they can shoot 100 points, that will close out the gap. But look at the defense from Escape 5. They're not going to let Evos Onyx advance even further. And that Psyduck all the way in the top path still has a lot of shields from the Rayquaza. He can still go for another 100 points at this point.
He's gonna get it for free. And with 20 seconds to go, it will be a miracle for Evos Onyx to be able to score the points necessary. Down to 15. Raining down hell in the back lines. We have that Miraidon who's just hit level 15. And with that, it looks like Escape 5 is going to be taking this first game up against Evos Onyx after a crazy Psyduck Rayquaza steal.
Wow, oh my, what a steal, what a team Psyduck that we witnessed. It could have actually be better at the side of Evos Onyx if they actually invested those foul plays the moment that the Rayquaza was actually in a very tiny HP. But they actually did their best to zone it out immediately once that Psyduck and Clefable appeared all the way into their POVs in their mini-maps. So
I remind everybody as well, Psyduck got nerfed. His surf damage got nerfed, and he still managed to get the steal. Oh my gosh, yo, I can't believe what we witnessed.
It's unbelievable gameplay, right? It is top-notch gameplay.
Oh my god, I think we have to see it again. Like, we have to see where things went wrong for Evos Onyx, because they had 3 Pokemon there. They should have had enough should have, okay, that's the key word here. They should have had enough to be able to get the secure, but to be able to give it away to a Psyduck, something absolutely went wrong. I kind of wonder if it might have been maybe some trigger fingers, someone got a little bit too nervous and maybe used an attack a little bit too soon. You should be able to see it after this fight, but this was a pretty big fight here actually, where we saw a massive lead coming in for Escape. So this is one of the fights we start to see bodies hit the floor. This was where we saw Evos basically clearing out Escape 5. Psyduck is going to go down there, so it comes back in 12 seconds. It should have been enough to get the steal. And okay, here's the Psyduck. There's the Fable.
It's just there.
Yeah, it was just the serve. The timing. Oh my god.
And unbelievable that no one from Evos Onyx actually checked the tall grass, the right part tall grass of Rayquaza's pit, right?
I don't think it was a case of them not checking it. I just think they mistimed their secure moves. Maybe they were so concerned about the steal hack, because I'm very sure everyone's experienced this, not just pro players, but also us in our regular games, where you're so concerned about trying to get that final hit, and sometimes the miscalculation kicks in.
Yeah.
Like, you think you have enough damage, but the Rayquaza survives, and then someone else comes in and just like breathes on it, and they get the final hit. So I feel like that's really what's happened. Like, the fact that Evos, they started panicking when they saw the two supports come in, or maybe they, at the same time, maybe they got overconfident. They're just like, it's just a Psyduck.
It's just Psyduck. It's just Clefable. We got this. Come on, team. And, you know, it's just a surfing Psyduck all the way inside the pit. And voila, it's a magic. From Escape 5, they got game number 1 out of nowhere. What a miracle play that we've witnessed. And it's not just that. We still have game number 2 on its way just in a bit. But what do you think could be the key factor for Evos Onyx? I mean, it was a close match, right? But what could be the answer for Evos Onyx in order to bounce back even stronger and, you know, make a reverse win possible at this point?
It's probably going to be a Miraidon ban, because I really felt like Evos struggled to deal with that Miraidon that game. The only reason they kind of won that fight in the Rayquaza's pit was the fact that they were able to get the dive. Kane actually played a really big role in zoning out and providing vision for the team and figuring out where that Miraidon was so that they could eventually get that dive. I don't know if you want to try and play that very complex game of hop, skip, and a jump to try and do it again, but instead they're going to ban Glaceon instead, so clearly Glaceon's a bigger problem than Miraidon.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised if Escape 5 just pick it again, unless Onyx get it. Like, they've got the next 2 picks.
Yeah, I mean, Evos could actually go for the prioritization in terms of the bottom pass, but it's not gonna happen. They're gonna be sticking with their old draft, actually, so you might be seeing a mirror composition of what happened during game number 1, because Evos Onyx, yes, they actually got beautiful executions. They almost won the game. It's just a matter of the Psyduck who was actually surfing all the way into the last 1 minute of the game. So there could be an adjustment in terms of rotation and execution and calculations as well from their team. But that is going to be the game changer. It's going to be the Mewtwo White who wasn't actually present during game number 1 because it was banned by themselves.
So I'm feeling a little bit better here for Evos Onyx having that Mewtwo Wives. They do have some big damage output themselves. Also a Pokemon that is a little self-sufficient, should be able to zone away any potential dives coming in from Escape 5. The Dragonite is being hovered here for Escape 5. And it's going to be the Dragonite pick. Okay, so I'm assuming this is Central Dragonite. And who's the last pick here for Evos Onyx? They're thinking of the Serena. I probably prefer the Serena as well. Yeah, so Serena last pick. What's the play here for Escape 5? What are they trying to do? Are they trying to play mobility with this Dragonite, have access to its Unite move to be around all over the map? Are they wanting to fight 5-on-5? Is this maybe to give them better secure? I mean, that's what Dragonite does, right? He's a securing machine.
Yeah, but here's the thing. They do have the Rachel ready, right, for the Miraidon. So it's actually could be an outrage composition from the Dragonite, but if they want to secure objectives even more, I do feel like it has a better time when you go with the hyper beams, because hyper beam has actually a time. You have to set the timer wherein that hyper beam would land immediately. So if they do have that calculation, if they want that security of objectives, definitely hyper beam is one of the most efficient way to go with. But they do have the Surlish. You could actually go for the close combat. So actually more options are available here for Escape 5.
Yeah. I think another thing, maybe they also got the Dragonite because they saw the Mewtwo Y. They say, we want someone that's going to be able to jump on top of the Mewtwo Y, because you can do that with the Unite.
Right.
And just sort of sit on top of him. So maybe that's also another option, having some of these big Unite moves to help them out. But it's actually, is that top lane? That's not top, yeah, it's Central Area Dragonite. I was like, huh? Oh wait, no, it is top.
No, it is top.
Yeah, it is top. They're just sharing the buffs with the Charcadet. Okay. So top lane Dragonite. I mean, I think this almost guarantees it's going to be Hyper Beam. I don't see this being Outrage.
Oh yeah, totally agree with you, because that is actually the, frequently used, at least in terms of, if you're a casual player or you're in a competitive setting, that's actually a hyper beam once you get inside into the lanes. And probably you want to set that distance with a Serena, because Serena is so strong when it comes to close combat. So you want to maximize your distance and at the same time get those KOs knocking down in your favor.
So let's see what the rotations are going to be, because I see a little Clefairy running into that top lane. So both teams actually looking to try and go for that 4v4 engagement in that top lane. Mewtwo Y is here as well, so Resorte is going to be revealing himself. We do see them though jump straight onto the Mewtwo Y, and the Cerule shreds them, followed by the Doublade. So Evos Onyx absolutely overwhelmed in that top lane engagement, and that's going to be a 51 score pointer coming in for Escape 5. Not a great start here for Evos Onyx.
Ooh, they saw the Steamy that was actually rotating all the way into the central area. Actually, great decision coming in from Escape 5 to try and lock it down. So right now, ALR has nowhere to go, pinched down by a lot of members, but there's also the response coming from Evos Onyx from the bottom lane. So actually, this might be the one that we have been waiting for, in which they're going to be fighting it all out in mid and get the KOs as much as they can.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, the evolution came in for the Aegis Slash. Yeah, that's a trade, but I think if you fully evolve, that's already a win in the book, so it's going to be okay. Unfortunately, though, the Serena's not fully evolved, gets zoned out, so we're going to see some easy scores coming in from Escape 5. Dragonair still not quite that Dragonite yet, but wanting to put these 20 points in that goal zone, just trying to figure out where that Serena is. And they are in that top lane. We do have the side deck coming up top as well, so I think they want to try and go for a bit of an ambush here onto ALR if he shows himself, but he's going to go for a score himself. So the Dragonite's there, did manage to score and has evolved, so he's level 8 and wants to try and fight into that Serena. And so far, it's looking a little even, but with the Dragon Dance, it's going to be hard to sit on top of that Dragonite.
Oh yeah, and he still has the Hyper Beam on his pocket. Gonna deal a lot of damage, but he was jailed down immediately by the Umbreon's mean look. But there goes the Mega Evolution coming in from Resort, making sure he deploys a lot of damage, but everyone is just ignoring the Miraidon all the way on the other side of the central area. You have to look forward. You have to check that dragon who's just using the Charge Beam, the electricity, and electrifying damage.
Man, this Miraidon has been such a thorn in Evos Onyx side, because every time it looks like they want to try and jump onto somebody, they see the charge beam and they have to completely disperse. They do not want to be sitting in that charge beam taking too much damage. Down bottom though, very, very crucial Reggie. This is a Reggie steal, so it's going to be an attack buff to whoever is able to take this. G-Finkies though ran right into the opposing lineup and gets immediately taken down. Cerule's though super low and is still surviving, dishes out the damage. 3 Pokemon is down, and Evos Onyx, they're going to have to surrender away. This Reggie steal, no attack buff for you, sir.
And this is actually the great part for Escape 5 after actually securing that Registeel. They actually have more firepower right now. But Rhydon dealing a lot of damage in terms of base stats. But right now, you have to look forward on the explosive damages that we are getting to see right now. Once again with a KO, same thing with a Dragonite. 2 KOs after that fight, and they actually are investing in wild Pokemon to get their Unite moves back on track in order to get the fights that they need. Especially they do want to do more here at this point. Oh! Full power! Sayayay! Nah, not gonna be efficient. That's a perfectly executed Bliss assistance.
Yeah, I think it was very, very necessary for them to get those 2 knockouts. They needed to get some of that experience off of that Ceruledge, so that does help Evos catch up in the experience department, but they're gonna have to make something else happen because you can't just commit Unites to go for these small little pickoffs. You also need to have some bigger victories, whether it be to break a goal zone, or I think the most important one, to catch out a major Pokemon like either the Dragonite or the Miraidon. So you not only eliminate it from the field so that you don't feel threatened by these 2 Pokemon, but it also means they're not in the central area trying to get experience. Really great start up there from that Mewtwo to come in with the stun, but they just don't have the damage to finish off that Dragonite. They do manage to get the Psyduck in the process. They're gonna keep on chasing though, and Miraidon's been caught out with his pants down. Foxjay gonna be the next one to drop. And so with 2 Pokemon here defending the bottom T1, Escape 5, I think you're better off just giving this away, but they give away the Dragonite instead. That's a level 12 Pokemon and its experience. Ceruledge down to half. They still have the Serena sitting on top of the goal zone, does get cut down, and maybe Evos Onyx, have they overstayed their welcome? It looks like they have. Now wanting to get away, they're going to try and use this Aegis Slash to buy some time. A mean look has been used. Satanas, they almost got him. They do get the Ceruledge. Another major knockout. That's the 2nd knockout on this Pokemon in this fight.
And right now, it's just the shields making them up until this point. They do get the last hit, they do get the KO. And right now, Kane is trying to, you know, get a KO at least for their team. But he is still not enough to take down the Miraidon. They got the objective as well. So this is actually looking great for Escape 5. They do get knockouts immediately back and forth. They're actually controlling the game. They have better macros so far from Evos Onyx, and you know, it's just about, you know, Rayquaza fight later on if Evos Onyx does really want to force out this game number 3.
It would have been perfect if Evos were the ones to be able to get the Registeel themselves. It was just, the fight happened for so long that by the time they decided to pivot onto the Registeel, their Pokemon were heavily injured. They were trying to heal with the Blissey, but let's be real, Blissey's heals do not compare to the Moonlight of a Clefable. And so they just lost too much health and were just too weak to be able to comfortably fight. We've got another minute to go though, Yules, before we get ready for that Rayquaza. G Finkies looks like he's about to be taken out there thanks to the parent of Psyduck as well as Miraidon. You do have the Mewtwo come in, but yeah, I think it's better off to preserve yourself. Don't go down to Miraidon.
Yeah, I mean, you want to be up and online as much as possible when Rayquaza is about to appear. Once you see that timer ticking all the way into the central area, you want to make sure that you get your positions all the way into the tall grass to have a better advantage towards the fight later on. And Evos Onyx really does have to step forward up until this point because they are the ones who's in trail. They have to get the objective.
Oh,
Serena taking him down immediately. That's a good KO coming in from Escape 5, but that list is at an earlier stage at the Umbreon. Infinite Cyburn gonna be invested here as well, but the Bright Future Meteor Storm is just at the backline. Kane is ignoring the Miraidon. Unbelievable. Revenant Red was popped up as well. Gonna be dealing a lot of damage, and this could be a team wipe. Actually, Evos Onyx. It's just a Serena who's up and online. Can he go for the steal? No! There goes the zone from the 2 supporters. Can he get the last hit? Yes, he did get the last hit! And right now it's all about scoring for Evos Onyx. Can they make it on time? Tier 1 Go Zone is still available all the way to the bottom lane.
The thing is, Serena has lost their shielding, but is trying to do as much as they can to try and soften these Pokemon up, but does anyone else have any shielding and points? We have Blissey. We see an Umbreon on the map. I do believe Umbreon has points. Yeah, G Finkies has points, but this is not enough to equalize this game as of yet. He's just missing a little bit more to be able to get this team onto the map and push them to a game 3, because the dire situation at the moment for Evos Onyx is that if they lose this game, they're going to the lower bracket.
Dragons needs to find a room in order to score that 43 points. That's gonna be 86 points, which is actually enough for them to do the comeback.
Does he get
But
spotted?
it is no way. He's gonna get
getting spotted.
The Zero Lich is out there, but the Kadana is marching on the way even first. Very unfortunate. That's why he has to use the Bliss Assistant immediately all the way to ALR. But there is just no Pokemon left for Evos Onyx to do the scoring. And they're gonna get taken down by Escape 5 with 15
They might
seconds
know. They
left.
can.
They can.
They can.
They can. They did it. 15 seconds.
We're going to a Game 3, yours! And it all came down to that stealth push. The fact that Escape 5, they were so focused on trying to break the Blissey shield that they ignored everyone else, but they finally came in. So the Bliss Assist that came in, the attack boost that came in, it was enough to get Evos across the finish line, to beat them on their own terms, on their own goal zone. This is one of the major disadvantages when you still have a tier 1 goal zone this late into the game.
Wow. What a
What do you mean how? We get a Game 3!
Oh wow, what a clutch. But if you're gonna be taking a look at the bigger picture, that was actually very smart from Evos Onyx. It's not just the Bliss Assistants who actually did the job. If you've noticed, like every single members of Evos Onyx, they actually gathered multiple amount of AO's energies. And their game plan is do not fill up your pockets with full AO's energy. Just bring 20, just bring 10, that is fine. So as long we can get the scores up and going into tier 1, we are fine. There's no jump pad, so we cannot be interrupted if we can actually push everyone back to tier 2. And that was actually phenomenal communication happening at the back end of Evos Onyx, which made them possible to do the clutch. That Bliss Assistance, extra credit. But what they really did is get little amount of energies and made it possible for them to score it in tier 1.
I think the major winner as well, we do need to give a big round of applause for ALR, because he was the one that first got the steal, right? Because if the Breakaways and the shield ended up going onto the other side, I think it's game over. But a glimmer of hope. It allowed the team to fight on that goal zone. And to be able to score here, massive victory for the team. I mean, Evos Onyx, they're breathing a sigh of relief. They're saying, guys, we got another game. Because it could have ended right there.
Wow. Evos Onyx does not want the lower bracket run up until this point. They don't want that to happen. They want to make sure that they get this upper bracket up online. So they're going to be forcing their way into game number 3. But so far, Escape 5 is really a promising team, making sure that they can go head-to-head with one of the teams who were invited to play during the Southeast Asia League. Evos Onyx, they were one of the best in the region before, but right now a lot of teams are setting the barricade up in order to make everything hard for them.
I want to see the bans for this next game, because I do suspect we could be seeing some attacker bans on either side, because game 1 we know that Mewtwo Y was definitely banned. Okay, like that was 100% banned. Miraidon has not been banned yet. Do we see any changes to some bans? Now we do see one change here. Psyduck is going to be removed from the pool, so no Psyduck for this game number 3. Mimikyu, permaban. These guys do not like going up against Mimikyu. And Blissey as well, so our S tier support is not going to be there. And the Umbreon, so lots of respect here for our supporting cast for those previous 2 matches, meaning we're going to be getting a fresh opening for all of our teams.
Yeah, it's actually not a total respect ban. Actually, one for both teams, because Evos Onyx was using the Umbreon, so they don't want the other team to use it around. But that Psyduck, totally respect ban. Same thing with the Blissey, who actually gave them a head scratch a while ago because of the Bliss Assistance that was actually able to, go for the KOs and get the scores up on going in their favor. But right now, Escape 5, different approach with the Hoopa, gives a lot of mobility. And we all know that Escape 5 for the past 2 games, they have been very aggressive in terms of their macro gameplay.
Very, very aggressive, and the fact that they now have a lot of map control with the hyperspace hole, it's something Evos Onyx is going to have to now consider when they draft their Pokemon. Now, Escape 5, their second and third picks have been, I think, the same for almost the entire series, if not the same. So, Ceruledge and Miraidon, no changes at all. Finkies is looking at Wigglytuff. Now, I'm scratching my head here because there are definitely some other Pokemon you can consider. Mamoswine is a pretty cool one as well. The fact that you can threaten with the Ice Fang, or maybe even the Icicle Crash if you feel you need the extra range, it's gonna be the Wigglytuff. So, Wigglytuff, Clefable, I think I'm okay with this. You've got lots of sustain with the Clefable. You can choose to use Gravity if you want, although I think Follow Me is the preferred build for the players nowadays. But this Wigglytuff,
wow.
I'm trying to think, okay, are you trying to go for a Shred build with this Wigglytuff? Assuming this is going to be the Sleep Wigglytuff.
Yeah, I think it would totally be this thing. And Dazzling Gleam, we've seen this actually in Southeast Asia League. It was being run by Alter Ego, and you know, JJ can probably one of the Wigglytuff mains that we get here in Pokemon Unite. And he has been telling over and over again, Wigglytuff, it's not a supporter, it is a defender. It is a defender because of its Unite move. So I love the composition here coming in from Evos Onyx, but the thing is, they really need to go in close combat. Close combat is their last resort because, you know, Evos Onyx, they do have the range, but it's just a Mewtwo. What could the others do? So it's a battle of sustain out here. So those factors would have to rely on the curse items that Escape 5 does have. They have the curse incense because of Fox G and Gladia on their team. But what about the others? What about the attack, physical attack? They don't have it. So yeah, you know, it makes sense because you just need the area of effect to go down.
I'm actually really excited for this third matchup. The fact that we're going to be getting a Wigglytuff at all is a bit of an eye-opener, but at the same time, the fact that these two teams, like, no one banned V2Y, no one banned Miraidon. These have been very popular Pokemon today. Miraidon in the ban slot, Mewtwo being in the pick slot, but it seems everyone's just realizing it's the supporting cast, you know, the Pokemon that are enabling these attackers to do what they want to do. Now, I think I have my own kind of opinions on these drafts at the moment. For Evos Onyx, they are almost pinning everything onto the Mewtwo Y to dish out big damage. They have the Serena there to come with the supplementary damage, as well as just sort of being in the opponent's face, and then you have the Aegislash as well to be that front liner. But on the other side, Escape 5, they have some amazing secure, meaning that it's going to be, I feel like if it's going to come to objectives, Escape 5 is going to win every time because they have a Blaziken.
Yeah, totally agree. They do have some range. They do have some close combat because of the status change that you can actually do with a Blaziken. So great pick off of composition towards them. And they also have rotational advantage because of Gladia, who's actually using I was about to say Mimikyu, who's actually using Hoopa right now. So there's some rotation, there's an early game. They do have a lot of edge because of their Miraidon and Ceruledge available as well under 9 minutes.
Well, let's see if that Torchic is going to be able to level up and turn into that Combusken, because we're going to be seeing some action up in this top lane in just a moment here as both teams bringing most of their rosters in. Kane, though, almost going down on that Doublade. Thankfully, we'll be able to get out thanks to that eject button, but no trades. Just a little bit of a skirmish here and there, but no one's going to be sent to the Pokemon Center as of yet. But down bottom, though, we see this Wigglytuff absolutely dancing on top of this Squirtle, because there's not really much a Squirtle is going to be able to do up against that Wigglytuff matchup. They do manage to equalize in levels though, level 5 versus level 5, but with the attackers coming back in, we could maybe see some action down there in just a second. But we also have to remember, in 10 seconds, we also have the Altaria and Swablues coming in, and I want to see who's able to secure that first.
Yeah, but right now in terms of position, Evos Onyx is looking good, but there's actually a Ceruledge all the way into the other side out there. But, you know, it's just Combusken here trying to poke things down all the way into the top map. Not going to be quite of an action, but there is going to be the KO happening all the way into the central area. Kane actually very low, but there goes the Combusken trying to peck them out immediately. And Gladia setting up the hyperspace hole for going back to Pokemon Center as quick as they could.
Yeah, so if I'm not mistaken, that was a double knockout for Escape 5. They got the 2 knockouts. Evos Onyx were able to get the 1. So, nice trade there for Escape 5. Yeah, sure, maybe they didn't get most of the Aeos energy from the wild Pokemon in the central area, but if you can get the knockouts, that's a really nice consolation prize. Now, they do try to go for the Blaziken, but really nice hyperspace hole being used by that Hooper to get them out. Cerule just coming back and really wants ALR, but against 3 Pokemon, that is not a matchup you're going to win at all. And Blaziken actually decided to just run back into that fight instead, did not want to come back in the hyperspace hole. So giving away some experience as well as some Pokemon away. I'm not sure if I'm a really big fan of that decision, but clearly they thought this through, and so far they're going to try and turn the tides here onto this Wigglytuff and the Angel Slash! He walked into the overheat! Oh boy! Close the oven!
Wow. What a prediction. Look at how the tables have turned immediately. Right now, Hyperspace Hole set up immediately to go back to the Pokemon Center once again. But that objective, that Regirock additional defense once again at the side of Escape Fight. They're actually getting the buffs that they need actually up until this point. But Evos Onyx will try to bounce back even stronger, and they do get 1 KO all the way into the top path. But that Regieleki is still up and online. We did not see any team trying to get it as quick as they could. And right now, Evos Onyx is here for the challenge. But that defender, that Blastoise, has to do the job, and they really did get it up ongoing. Hyperspace Hole to bounce back immediately all the way to the Pokemon Center. And this Regieleki is going to be giving a lot of pressure up against Evos Onyx.
And ALR is here as well. This man is on fire on this Blaziken. He's going to be doing so much damage with these overheats. Do you think he's super low? Hooper does get taken out of the process. Cerule is though super low as well. Does get picked off. And this poor Fable trying to walk out, but just too much mobility. ALR on this Blaziken is just on fire, unstoppable. There's no way to catch him out, because if you look at the Pokemon for Evos Onyx, they don't have any hard lockdown aside from what? Maybe the Serena Unite to catch out this Blaziken? Oh, it's just so difficult to manage ALR, and the fact that he's just so deadly. He's going to try and defend that gold zone. It will go down though, maybe stuck around a little bit too long. The Surf not going to be enough, as the hindrance is not going to connect. We do lose that Blastoise as well, and maybe Escape 5. Maybe this is where things just go sour.
Oh yeah, and right now, followed up, knocked out immediately. Rotation must happen here all the way into the bottom path. They make sure they want to get that Reggie objective all the way to the bottom path as quick as they can. But right now, ALR is in a little bit of trouble here. Has to back away immediately. 9 seconds on the clock for that major objective. Escape 5 so far is looking good in terms of macro, but Evos Onyx still has the lead in terms of the scoring potential. So right now, this is going to be a head-to-head towards the bottom lane. And right now, the rings and bound has been popped off. Rotations might happen anytime soon. They're waiting for that Blaziken, and there goes the teleport. Rings and bound. Hydro Typhoon all the way at the bottom lane. It is going to be hitting multiple members actually, but not going to be quite efficient for their team fight overall. 2 members has been knocked out for both parties, but this is just a Blastoise being the front line, being a sacrificial fragment for Escape Fight to get this team fight ongoing. Overheat will miss very unfortunately, but they do still get the KO, and hopefully this Regirock will be on time dancing with them.
Oh, that is so unfortunate for Evos Onyx, because it looked like that should have been their fight to win. But the thing is, the 2 Pokemon that were left, it was Blaziken and Cerule, 2 Pokemon that a Mewtwo Y by himself is not going to be able to easily outmaneuver, and there's only so much a Clefable can do unless you have access to Gravity, which is not the moveset that this Clefable has gone for in this game. It's actually gone for the Follow Me instead. And so, without having that defensive utility, this Mewtwo needs to be protected so badly, because if you get the wrong matchup like that, then we all know how the story is going to end. Blaziken though being caught out, they did commit the Serena Unite as well to get it. He's so tanky, but they will finally get rid of that Flaming Chicken. Level 13, big boost of experience for Evos Onyx, who now want to try and finish this game. They get the Regieleki. This is going to buy them a little bit of time and force a Rhydon to sit in that top lane and deal with it. Whereas the rest of Evos Onyx, they got to clear out these wild Pokemon, get any experience possible, whether it be through wild Pokemon or enemy Pokemon.
Oh yeah, they really want to get those experience as quick as they could. But right now, Kane is actually in a good position, but decides to back away immediately. Knowing that 25 seconds is all that's left into the first phase of the game. So they want to make sure that they're actually up and online before the Rayquaza appears. And they just have to play very defensive. At the same time, they do have to commit the fights that they could actually win or is actually looking good. But right now, there has to be a sneak goal that must happen from Escape 5 all the way into the top path, knowing that their Zero Ledge is actually holding 50 AO's energy. But right now, that Blast is gonna go in. Hydro Typhoon just on time, but the hit! Oh, Evos Onyx managed to knock out 2 members from Escape 5, and this is going to be the full execution coming in onto the Rayquaza. That Zero Ledge has the Phantom Force back away immediately, but there goes the Rings and Bound coming in from the Hoopa. But 5 seconds is all that they need for the other members, for the reinforcements to come in. But right now, Evos Onyx, one of them was knocked out. They don't have the range anymore, so they have to fight it in a close combat.
Wow.
Heat to take down Dragons, and right now it is looking good for Escape 5. It's just the Blastoise ready to do the job for their team, to zone everyone out, and Evos Onyx, the hope is just getting dimmer and dimmer, and that's another KO coming in from their team. So the hope is still up here. Kane has to back away a lot. They have to wait for their teammates. Everyone is still up until this point.
Oh my gosh, this battle is still going on. They're trying to figure out who can win this battle of attrition. They get rid of the Blastoise, the front line is gone. Maridon gets jumped on by the Serena. Now we still got 45 seconds to go. We have this roulette in the jungle that's going to be spotted. But look at this though, ALR, Resorte, they have other plans. They tried to go for the score. But now with the Blaziken here, it's going to be impossible for them to score. And so what's the plan now for Escape 5? They're the ones that are behind. They need to get that Rayquaza. But Evos Onyx are trying to go for the rip themselves. It's against a Blaziken. They've stopped ripping. They know if they keep doing it, Blaziken will get the steal. Blaziken's still there charging the overheat. Oh my gosh, he gets it, but they've got 15 seconds to go. Is there anybody that can score? They've got the Blastoise. He's walking up top. He's going down for 100. But down bottom, is that enough? Is that enough? Can they score? They've got
They're gonna make it on time! They're gonna make it on time!
Oh my gosh!
What a clutch!
Evos Onyx.
Oh my god!
Giving me heart attacks.
Another clutch victory from Evos Onyx, making sure that they reverse win this series up against Escape 5. But of course, we have to look forward on Escape 5. They are no joke. They have introduced themselves into Winter Open for APAC West. So there is going to be a lot of things going to happen into the lower bracket. And Evos Onyx managed to escape that trouble up against them. And I'm just waiting for the next set of matches that we are about to witness later on.
I want to ask Escape 5. Hi guys, where did you come from? How have we not heard of you a little bit sooner? But truly, Escape 5, they put on an amazing show today. They did amazingly in this matchup up against Evos Onyx. The execution, the way that they played the matches. Yeah, I mean, both teams made some mistakes here and there, but I think that's natural in a game of Pokemon Unite. But Escape 5, this roster is looking fantastic. I kind of would not mind seeing these guys make it through the lower bracket because they put on such a great game. But at the same time, it makes you kind of wonder, okay, Evos, was it because Escape 5 was great? Or was maybe maybe Evos Onyx, were they maybe not feeling it today? Because we also don't know how the teams are feeling in terms of their mindset, how they're feeling in terms of prep, how comfortable or uncomfortable they were feeling going up against some of these matchups. So I'm kind of wondering now, Evos Onyx, what's their form today? Because they still made the correct decision at the end of the day to win this game, but going into their next game, their opponent, we know for sure will be harder than this.
Oh yeah, I mean, things get tougher and tougher every single time that you advance or you play a game into a tournament. Specifically if you're in an upper bracket run, like your opponent gets tougher and tougher. And in lower bracket, it will have a longer one.
So that's actually one of the things that you don't want to happen. You want to get that upper bracket, obviously, because you want to take a break as much as possible. But lower bracket run is actually one of the things that would, set you into an edge wherein one defeat, it's already the end of your entire tournament run, at least for the Winter Open in APAC. So that's actually a big pressure for Escape 5. But one thing is for sure, they managed to prove themselves up against Evos Onyx, and this will boost their confidence a lot heading into their next matches.
For all we know, maybe they go for that Cinderella run, go all the way through in that lower bracket, and then just, we're in the grand finals kind of situation. But geez, Escape 5 is so fun to watch. Truly, props to them. If you want a new team to cheer for or to watch out for, I would be looking out for Escape 5 because they did, honestly, bravo. Okay, so next matchup. I don't know if we're going to be getting an explosive matchup for our next one, but for anyone that is wondering what our next matchup is going to be, it is Team MYS versus Bullyram. And I know a lot of us are probably wondering, wait, wasn't MYS acquired by Paper Rex? And technically, yes. But this is, as you would probably say, a new iteration of Team MYS. We'll introduce them a little bit later on because I know some of you guys want to know who they are. But Bullyram, okay? Who is Bullyram? And the answer is, we also don't know.
We also don't know, right?
But there is one player we know on Bullyram, and that is Teenza. And if I'm not mistaken, just like, oh gosh, where's my thing? Just like Pullaby, Teenza was also from Loading from ACL last year. So we know Teenza, but everyone else, we have no idea.
Well, we have to make sure that we get the introductions later on for the teams who will be competing. So, guys, don't go away. Pokemon Unite Winter Open qualifiers for APAC West. We'll be right back in short.
Pokémon Unite!
Welcome back to Pokemon Unite Winter Tournament Open Qualifiers for APAC West. Seal your casters for today. It's Evos alongside with Danily, and we're here to bring the action. Heading towards match number 4 is going to be Team MYS going up against Bullyram. And before we advance even further into our tournament, we would like to announce that we have already declared our winner in the lower bracket, round number 1 between Oracle and FeverTime. So it's actually FeverTime advancing into the next round into the lower bracket.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so we're starting to see some progress. I like seeing progress. But the thing is, now they have to kind of wonder who's their opponent. But moving on into the tournament, right? Because like you've won one game, okay?
Yeah.
You survived elimination. They have to now figure out, is it going to be one of the tier 1 teams that might potentially be meeting you in the lower bracket? Because that, my friend, is painful.
It's gonna happen anytime soon. The moment that the upper bracket semifinal starts, it's gonna happen.
Yeah, it's gonna happen, and you kind of need to think, how do we prepare ourselves for this next opponent? Because the games are happening so quickly. You don't, and especially the lower bracket matches, you don't get to watch VODs. So you have no idea what anyone has picked unless you had a friend spectating a particular player from a roster, which is a very rare occurrence. But I mean, I trust these teams to be able to do this themselves. I think, okay, just looking at the two teams in general, I do think, yeah, FeverTime probably made a little bit more sense to continue on. Oracle at times just felt off. I think that's probably the best way to put it. Like, there were times where they kind of lost that synergy with one another.
Yeah, and again, speaking of the brackets and everything that's happening off stream, current tournament bracket is going to be Full Sense versus Onic right after this matchup that we are about to witness. But so far, it's going to be Evos Onyx waiting at the upper bracket semifinals, and who's going to be the winner of our match that we're about to witness later on? That's Team MYS up against Bullyram, would go head-to-head with Evos Onyx. So right now, Escape 5 waiting for the team who actually lost between MYS and Bullyram. So really excited to see what's going to happen. And again, FeverTime still waiting on who's going to lose on Full Sense versus Onyx. But there we have it. Very quick, heading towards the draft. It is going to be Bullyram up against Team MYS. Team MYS on our orange and then Bullyram on our purple side.
Yes, so we've finally revealed the roster for MYS because I know some people are kind of wondering who was on this team. And so I think the most stand-outish signature player on this team is none other than the man himself, Nightly Foxy. He is still on the MYS roster. He did decide to retire, I think at this point temporarily retire after Worlds last year. But he did stay with the MYS name. So for them to be able to participate here, I think it's fun to see Nightly Foxy in action again. I think a lot of us wanted to see him play, but his team. So for anyone that doesn't remember, Rufus is a frequenter, I suppose, of the region here. We see him play on multiple teams. I think he's played on Renaissance in the past. He's played on a couple of other camera rule teams as well. So Rufus has been around here and there. Chani is the manager for Renaissance and MYS. I think Chani's managed both or just one of the teams. I'm not 100% sure, but Chani's been around for a long time. Shen and JH, these two I do not know. So I would love to give you some insight, but they are also very new names to me. But I mean, for Foxy to join up with them, like clearly they're great players. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, but going back into the draft, actually, I love everyone's background here, but this is actually very somewhat questionable because Bullygram actually prioritized the Miraidon pick, in which that was actually a great response for Team MYS, making sure they have a huge amount of Pokemon that could actually counter that Miraidon. So they do have that Hoopa, they do have that Umbreon. Actually, everyone on their kit could actually go for the Miraidon. So if they do want to, just KO that Miraidon, they have Revenant Rem, they have that Zacian as well, who's actually being banned for the previous game. So really, really interesting on their response. They have to make sure that they have to take down the problem at this point in Bullyram.
Okay, so we have Sizzle or Scyther. We don't get to decide which one of these two as of yet, but we'll find out. But Mimikyu. So we've seen Mimikyu banned out. I think in our first two games, we had teams banning at Mimikyu non-stop, but for Teenza to be able to get his hands on it, gonna be keen to see how Teenza's going to be able to pilot this Pokemon. Final pick for MYS, they've got Mew, so that's Foxy's signature choice, but they did need an attacker anyway, so it's gonna be Mew versus Miraidon essentially in this particular matchup. Although, if I was to compare both of these drafts and just to say who is going to have a bit of an upper hand, it's going to depend. I'm assuming it's Scyther at this point. I don't think it's... I mean, do you think it's Sizzle? No, right? It has to be Scyther.
Yeah, it has to be Scyther.
Yeah, it has to be Scyther. And so... Sorry, go on.
No, it's all good. I mean, it's just simply because that Scyther really does have a better mobility compared to Scissor. It has better damage output as well, specifically when you want that roaming around all the way into the central area. But if you want more of a sustain, Scissor is actually the go-to. But what we'll be seeing is what's going to be the central laner here. Could be the Mimikyu, could be the Scissor as well, because they're more in the flexible role. So if that Scissor goes to lane, probably Scissor it will be.
It has to be Mimikyu top, right? It has to be.
Could be not.
I'm not sure.
You're not sure. Yeah, that's actually that's a legitimate answer as well because we really don't know.
See, that's the flexibility of the all-rounders in the game, right? You could actually go in top path. You could actually go into the central area as well. You have a lot of options, and definitely, if this would be a central Mimikyu, it has to be Shadow Sneak instead of Trick Room.
I think it's top because if I recall, I think Teenza plays top. But I also could be wrong because it's a brand new roster. But I'm trying to just play off the memory because I think it's Teenza playing that Mimikyu. And if it's Teenza, and if my brain is not malfunctioning, it is definitely top lane Mimikyu, and it should be central. But it looks like we're going to change things up a little. So Teenza is actually going central, which is fine. I don't think anyone is going to argue.
Yeah, there's no harm, right?
Yeah, but this is going to be a pretty nasty matchup though. It's going to be Zacian versus Scyther. And Scyther does not appreciate being chopped up by a dog with a sword.
Oh yeah. I mean, they have a natural sword and really a sword, you know? So it's a battle of, blades actually here in top path, but I actually love the idea that they're going to be giving away the red buff actually into the Eldegoss later on, because it does provide a lot of buffs. You can actually abuse the top half at an earlier stage, right? So that's actually quite interesting. But the thing is, can they actually get this going? Because Swabbles and Altarius are really vital, and knowing that Team MYS has a big damage output already in the early stage, that's going to be a big question here for Bully Ram.
Yeah. Alright, so we're going to be getting our first round of spawns in this top lane, and it's going to be a big investment here for MYS, who are jumping right on top of Bully Ram. But look at this, though, the Mimikyu! Teams are cutting them all down! And we see why Mimikyu has been banned in our first 2 rounds of the day. MYS learning the hard way that Mimikyu might need to be put back on the bench.
Yeah, broke back in the bench immediately, but look at that. Sleep is actually at the back once again. Dealing a lot of damage so far, but Team MYS, they knew that there is actually not enough value. They're beginning damages, but there's actually no value yet. So Team MYS, slowly but surely, getting the wild Pokemons, catching up really quick, knowing that this Mimikyu is just a level ahead of them. So they want to get this Swabbles and Altarius, but look at the Shadow Sneak. So quick to execute things around. Shadow Claws pull everyone back. It's just, Bully Ram controlling the faces so far, so Team MYS have to be very careful in this composition, knowing that this Mimikyu, Teenza could actually abuse them later on even further.
Well, he could if he finds that weakness in the back lines, right? Shadow Sneak is just one of those moves that you're constantly looking out for, trying to figure out where's this Mimikyu, where's this Shadow Sneak going to come from? Because, for example, if a Pokemon like Mew, if Foxy gets jumped on, that might just be curtains for him. And he has to play such an important role for this team as that backline attacker, because he's the one that's probably going to be dishing out the most damage for this team. JH's role, as well as that Cerule Edge, their job is to create those openings for Mew. Now the team is going to be coming in for that defense. It's going to be 2 for 1 so far. They lost Mew and that Hooper, and they just can't get rid of this freaking Mimikyu. Teenza is laughing as he dances on that goal zone. If I'm MYS, I think I'd be pretty tilted by now, just because this Mimikyu exists. It does so much AoE damage. It is so sustainable. And it's reaching the point, I think, where it's hitting critical mass. Mimikyu is a Pokemon that absolutely snowballs, and if you continue to just give it all of this experience, it runs over teams.
That's definitely for sure, but right now that War Turtle is going to be getting a KO once again all the way to the bottom path, but Cyrilish keeps the job going up. And right now, high on the prize is going to be the Registeel here. So Sleep doesn't have someone actually to protect him, so he has to give away that Registeel, and the good part is MYS could actually start to bounce back immediately, knowing that they have an advantage in terms of firepower. But you have to watch out for that Mimikyu. Once the rotation is done in their forest, it would be an ambush. They don't want to happen.
Beautiful.
Beautiful, right?
Beautiful coordination. Really, really great setup from the team, allowing Mew to come in and finish off with the Electro Ball. Teenza is here with the Blastoise, but it's still 2 versus 4. You don't want to overstep your boundaries here, but I think MYS, they're not out of this game as of yet. They aren't at that point where they're too far behind that the game is practically over. They can still make those cheeky plays happen, steal away some of that experience by going for those very crafty pickoffs. They really have to capitalize on every little thing of their lineup. They're in such a delicate position. I think if they lose a couple more fights here, they might be at that point where it's just almost impossible to come back. There's another option here, actually, if I'm not trying to curse anybody, but if Teenza oversteps his bounds, and we've seen this in the past where players who play Mimikyu, they get a little bit too antsy, they get a bit too overconfident, they'll kind of overstep. Mimikyu, you know, as terrifying as that Pokemon can be, as the game gets later and later, is also going to be at risk himself of being popped. And that's going to be you giving away not only a bunch of experience, but Mimikyu itself is such a controlling Pokemon.
And speaking of control, right now it is going to be Bullyram still controlling the game so far. They do get the knockout out of that team fight, so they have to make sure that they do get the last hit. But Team MYS gets the Regieleki beforehand, and they're going to be advancing even further here. Rings and Bound has been popped off for the reinforcements to come in immediately for Team MYS. And that's the Regieleki, ladies and gentlemen, running all the way into the Tier 1 goal zone. But they have to push it even further, sir, to actually push it back on its pit. But there goes the pressure from Team MYS. But I love the defense from Bullyram, making sure that it doesn't land, because it is going to be a total control for Team MYS in top path once that Regieleki lands in.
Yep, down bottom though, it looked like there was going to be a successful Regice capture there by the Miraidon. So Bullyram actually winning that engagement down there when it ended up being a 2 versus 2. So Bullyram not too successful in that top lane, but to steal that experience away from MYS, I think it's crucial that they just continue to maintain this slight experience advantage to sort of put them one step ahead of MYS before we go into that final stretch, which is going to happen in another minute and a half. So now the question here for MYS is, what do you do from here on out? Are you basically just going to be holding the fort? Are you still going to try and go for a couple of these sneaky picks? Are you going to maybe try and continue to chip away at this bottom tier 1 goal zone? Because they need to continue to equalize if possible. Like, ideally, you match the experience of your opponent's team. Especially with the fact that Bullyram, you've got some pretty scary late game Pokemon in that Mimikyu and Miraidon. If you can somehow over-level them, especially with some of the Pokemon available in MYS, they can definitely pop some of these Pokemon. It's just, you need to also make sure that you're in a position where you can do the damage to do so. Because unfortunately, you're running a Zacian. And one of the big downsides of running a Pokemon such as Zacian is that you are going through so much energy powering up. Like, those are points that you're not scoring.
Yeah, it's not just the Zacian, actually. That's actually the same case for a Miraidon, but look at that. It's going to be Bullyram once again engaging into the fight. Gravitas Ren has been popped up, and it is going to knock out the Mimikyu. What a great reward from Team MYS.
Oh, beautiful teleport!
Wow! Look at the response. Look at the teamwork of Team MYS, making sure that they are going to be winning one of the most crucial team fights into the game, because 2 seconds on the clock. It's going to be the final stretch already, and they want to make sure that they have a great opening to get this Rayquaza, and they're just going to gamble everything out up until this point. Hydro Typhoon has landed all the way into the Rayquaza, and who's going to get the last man? It's going to be... It's going to be Team MYS getting it done! But the shields are actually up there. One more goal is what they need to secure this game, and that's going to be JH all the way to the top path, making it on time.
Making it on time. They're about 30-ish, or a little bit less than 30 points in the lead here. So MYS, they managed to make that comeback happen because of a Rayquaza play, but also just from the great decision of capitalizing off of that previous fight where both the Sizzle and the Mimikyu were still knocked out. So to go for that rip instead of waiting for Bullyram to bring back their players, best play. Sometimes you just have to capitalize on those moments when your opponents are at their weakest, and sometimes it means you kind of have to rush the objective before they're able to get it themselves. And even with the Miraidon there, they just said, guys, we've got to get this secure ourselves. So MYS, they now have to defend this tier 1 goal zone in that bottom lane. It gets broken, but doesn't matter. Your Hooper scored 100 points in the enemy goal zone. but there's still 40 seconds to go. Things could absolutely change here if Bullyram play their cards right, but they're just losing too much health. 3 Pokemon down. It's just the Miraidon left, and they have the entire MYS team barreling down, and that's going to be game number 1, it seems, for MYS. It looked a little scary, but after some crafty decision making, they will be taking game number 1.
Yeah, and such a huge craft and decision making once again from Team MYS. After being actually down in the first 8 minutes, they knew they could actually catch up in terms of XP if they do KO that Mimikyu from Bullyram, which happened actually all the way into the... I do believe that was top path. Moments before Rayquaza was popped up. That was actually 3 knockouts for their team, making sure that after 3 KOs, they do get the positional advantage in the Rayquaza, and it's actually just an all-out gamble. They just started Rayquaza out of nowhere, knowing that Bullyram is about to go back into the central area and try to contest it, but luckily, there wasn't even the Bright Future Meteor Storm from Sleep, which is actually a big steal potential later on.
Yeah, and also just something to kind of keep note of is the fact that looking at the battle data, or at least we did see it just now, how little damage there was across the board. Like, it just goes to show how it wasn't a case of one player. I mean, it kind of did at some time, you know, kind of looked like it was Teenza sort of dominating the game, but overall stat screen shows that this was a really, really tight game because, yeah, we're still getting high damage output from our attackers, but it's only like, what, peaking at 40-50k, which is surprisingly low, but also just sort of tells you that this game was so back and forth. It really wasn't based off of a hard carry. It was a collaborative effort by all the players involved, especially with how selective some of these players had to be when it came to those fights. But final secure there. Onto that Rayquaza. I mean, MYS, or at least Foxy anyway, this man has played this game so many times. I think they knew at that point of time, like, this was the best call to make. Rip that Rayquaza, ignore the Miraidon, there's no Mimikyu, there's no Scizor, we will get the secure.
Yeah, it's just wonderful that... it's just wonderful that that Miraidon actually didn't have the maximum value. Yes, it was doing damage all the way into the backline of the team, but wasn't actually enough for them to go for the KOs actually during the final stretch, because Scizor, Mimikyu could be missing in action a couple of times, and that Scizor actually does have a lot of sustain, but the firepower is completely different once you're a sider, because Scizor, it's all about sustain. The damage, it's there, but it's completely different once you're a sider.
Yeah, like the goal for Scizor, there are very few teams that ended up playing Scizor. The only team I know that actually actively played Scizor back in the day was it's one of the Australian teams. I forgot. It's my good friend Joe. I forgot what team it was on. I feel really bad now. It's I'll try to remember later on. But the whole point of Scizor, or at least from what I saw anyway when he was playing it, is like your role is to just sit on somebody, right? Yeah. You sit on top of them, you whittle them down, and you become such a pest that you draw attention to yourself. Because, yeah, you're not like a Mimikyu and you're going to pop people within like 2 to 3 seconds, but it's like death to a spoon. Okay, it's like somebody's just smacking you on the back of the head. It doesn't hurt at first, but then eventually it does start turning into an issue because you have to also deal with that Scizor at some point. Because you'll start sitting on some of your supports or your defenders, or if he gets on top of your attacker and he just latches on, for some attackers, that's certain doom. You're going to go back home. So I think I agree with you. I think I would have preferred Scyther in this particular matchup because I kind of questioned, you pick the Scizor, who are you sitting on top of exactly? Like, who are you exactly threatening with this Pokemon? Because, like, you're not going to sit on top of a Mew because Mew has multiple ways of escaping. You could maybe sit on the supports, but even then, like, Eldegoss has a get out of free jail card. So, like, what was the plan with the Scizor at the end of the day? Like, I personally didn't quite understand it. But again, it also might just be because we don't see a lot of Scizor, so maybe there's, like, another benefit to this Pokemon that we're currently not seeing, but the players have experienced it in their scrims.
Yeah, it's actually more on what's happening on the standard composition, but yeah, at the end of the day, the maximization in terms of the value or the kit of Scizor wasn't actually really seen during the past game, so really sure that there has to be an adjustment that's going to happen here at the side of Bullyram, and I'm really looking forward to it because they did have a lot of potential during game number 1, and for sure they would actually go head to head once again with Team MYS, because Team MYS, despite having a slow start, their team is very tactical to the point that they know that even though they're not controlling that game a little bit too much in the early stages, they have to make sure that they still have a grasp on what's happening in the game, and they know what is the proper answer back.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see Scizor next game. I mean, if they feel like it's going to fit in the composition, that is totally fine as well. I really feel like the Scizor could have been interchangeable though. Like, you could fit a lot of all-rounders into that comp, and I think it would have done the same thing, maybe better. Kind of depends on the needs of the team in that particular time. I would not change Teenza. I think you keep the Mimikyu. The Mimikyu was a great pick if that is allowed to be played. I'm kind of sensing that MYS is maybe going to ban it themselves, or maybe even steal it themselves. So that could be a potential ban. Miraidon, I kind of feel like MYS is giving that away on purpose.
Yeah.
Like, I don't feel, like in that particular game, I didn't really feel the threat of Miraidon compared to what we felt in our previous matchup, when Miraidon actually played a really big role in not only doing damage, but also zoning.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, like, whenever you're on Miraidon, you want to make sure that you actually do a lot of damage, but, if you give it away for free, you do have your counter strategy, and I do feel like the counter attack of MYS a while ago is having the Hoopa and the Umbreon. Because if you have the Hoopa, whenever you're suffering in terms of HP, you can just go back into the base, go back to the Pokemon Center with the Hyperspace Soul, and it's already problem solved. It will take a lot of time for that Charge Beam to go back on track and deploy a lot of damage. So that's actually one of the things that Team MYS saw. That's why they're giving it away for free.
Well, let's see if we see any new bans, because at the moment, Bullyram going to go for the same bans, I believe, from that previous matchup, whereas for MYS, Aegislash and Mewtwo X. We haven't seen any Mewtwo X today. It's been mostly Y, so
Yeah.
I'm not sure if this is a intentional ban, or maybe they just wanted to ban something and they were like, let's just go for X. I don't know. But Miraidon does end up being first pick for Bullyram, so MYS have given that away yet again, but in the process, they picked up the Ceruledge and the Umbreon themselves. So another great opening start as well for MYS. I'm kind of thinking, if I'm Bullyram, do I kind of regret taking the Miraidon first?
Yeah, because here's the thing, like, if you do get the Miraidon, this is actually a double-edged sword. It's actually a bait for a Team MYS, because Team MYS, they want Bullyram to pick the Miraidon. If they don't pick it, they're gonna pick it immediately on their turn. That's like the bait that they're trying to set up, because they have a counter strategy for the Miraidon, and if the other team doesn't choose it, they can actually use it for themselves.
Okay, is this just a run back for Bullyram? Because I mean, it's a run back for both teams. Am I wrong?
Aside from the Clefable, because it was actually the Eldegoss during game 1.
I'm not sure about this Scizor, because I mean, we've seen the Scizor picture. It could still be Cypher. Is it really going to be the Scizor again? I'm truly baffled about this pick, because there's just no Pokemon outside of Mew that could be bullied by this. And even then, you have to remember, this is Nightmare Foxy playing the Mew. The man that is probably the best Mew player in the entire world, that knows how to capitalize on every little mechanic on this Pokemon. He will find a way to escape a Scizor. So, yeah, this Scizor pick, truly baffling. But if it's a Scyther this time, go. Go for it. Go for the mobility, go for all the damage. But I think at this point, it's gonna have to be all hands on deck for Teenza. If Teenza can get the same start that he had in that previous matchup, then that's already gonna be a great start for Bullyram. The thing is, after that start, Bullyram needs to continue to capitalize on that lead set up by Teenza. Because I felt like in that last matchup, yeah, they kind of went with the flow, but I felt like at some point they did become a little bit passive, when they could have just kept pressing the issue into MYS.
Just have to press up to, keep up the pressure right now. And Team MYS, so far, again, they did have a slow start to game number 1. So right now, what they're trying to eye on is probably the same thing if Teamza would actually perform really well at the early stages of this game because Teamza, well invested in terms of damage into the early game, and it's all about the execution so far. So if Team MYS does know that they're not in a good position, definitely they would rely on a tactical battle later on. But if they do get this advantage into the early stages, definitely for sure that Zacian is gonna do a lot of work for Team MYS.
I really can see that Zacian being a big problem if you're allowed to sort of let this Pokemon grab those points, get that experience, and just really run away with the game. But again, Teamza, who could be looking at the dog catcher for this team. We are seeing some rotations though coming on through, both teams sending central laners into that top lane. So a fight is imminent, but actually Teamza changing his mind and wanting to go down to the bottom lane instead. So maybe just wanting to go for a bit of an element of surprise, make MYS think they're going up top, but instead pivoting down towards bottom instead. Scyther just going to go for a quick steal, but they absolutely dominate, obliterate the top lane with the help of the Mew. So yeah, that's a very, very big win there for MYS. Down bottom though, no knockouts. So we saw the rotation, but nothing really happened. It's just chatty down here.
Yeah, and here's the thing, like, Team MYS, they had a great start all the way to the top path, so this has to be a different Team MYS for game number 2 at least. They have to take control as fast as they can. But here's the thing, Bully Ram does know that they have macro gameplay, so they know how to counter it out, they know how to handshakes the fights that they actually don't win. So they have to make sure that there has to be in to return. Because if they don't return that, it's just going to be Team MYS controlling the game for the whole duration. After that, for Otars and Swapples all the way to the top path.
Yeah. So the fact that we're not looking at such a big head start here for Teamza might spell some doom here for Bully Ram unless they can somehow turn things around and maybe get that multi-Pokemon knockout later on. Because MYS, this is another day in the office for them at the moment. And things are looking pretty good here. Levels are equalized, although a little bit in favor of MYS, just because Cerulege is sitting on that level 8. Bully Ram not sitting on level 8 on any of their Pokemon at all. And Teamza actually hiding in this top lane bush. So this might be the time where we see this team become a little bit more proactive with their plays. They see JH, they want to jump on top of the Zacian, but he manages to leap on out of there, will eat a berry. The team is coming in for MYS, but they lose the Hooper right off the bat. The Mew is there with the Solar Beam. They're trying to go into the Clefable, but this is a very tanky supporter. And they're going to have to give this away, it seems. So MYS, sure, they brought their team in, but they weren't able to stop these scores from happening. And there's a very good chance they're going to lose this Reggie Alecki as well. It's going to be a Sizzle in this matchup, by the way, so no Scyther for us at all. Sizzle secures the Reggie Alecki. No steal for Night Mew Foxy.
And that's actually a great thing that you want to see into a Scissor. Scissor was actually just sitting on everyone else. It's just a secondary defender on their team, which make them have a room for that Miraidon to do the charge beam all the way into the backline. It was a secondary defender, because if you don't have a Blastoise, you need someone to go up on front, because Blastoise is not the toughest defender you can actually see in the game. And that Scissor did the job, and with the proper backup of that Clefable with the Moonlight, it's really hard to catch up. It's really hard for you to go in and take that Miraidon out of the picture to knock him down.
Yeah, so Miraidon slowly chipping away Rufus. Won't advance though because he is a bit worried about being jumped on by Chani, for example. Really nice surf though to scare away that Umbreon from the hyperspace hole, but that can be popped up in a second anyway, so not too much of a big deal for this Umbreon. Both teams though basically just waiting for this next objective, trying to decide what's going to be the next play. Although we do see a double knockout there, that Clefable and Sizzle going down in that top lane, but that does mean down bottom though we're seeing a bit of a dive happen as we have a hyperspace hole being used as well to bring the Mew into that bottom lane. Looks like the Blastoise a little bit too low for comfort, just wanting to escape from that fight. And unfortunately for Bully Ram, I mean, they lost the Mimikyu in that bottom fight, so again, Bully Ram, I mean, they're trying to assert control. It's just they don't have the same resources as they originally did in that first game matchup. So trying to go for these fights, they're much higher risk than they used to be.
Yeah, because we're gonna taking a look at the level department. That Surge is actually level 12 already compared to the level 10 Mimikyu. So we can actually see the early lead that Team MYS invested all the way into the top path during the 8:50 mark of the game. And they do have a faster rotation. So definitely they can actually take control of this game. They can actually go for the Registeel actually. Do not challenge the Regi. Like, it's just scores. We need the attack. We need the firepower. And if we rotate all the way back into the top path, they could actually dominate these upcoming fights. But that's going to be a 36 points over cap. But same thing goes all the way into the bottom path. So beautiful handshake, but at the end of the day, that was Team MYS at the upper hand because they do have the buffs right now.
Yeah, they've got the buffs, they got the bonus experience as well, and like, okay, they lost their tier 1 up top, but they exchanged it for a tier 1 down bottom. So if it's an equal trade, it's not really much of a loss, is it, for MYS? So as long as they maintain that level lead, you know, MYS, they're quite happy to just sort of sit there, be content, wait for the main objective, and really just wait to see what Bullyram wants to do. Because Bullyram's the one that's tried to be in the driver's seat multiple times to decide when these fights happen, where they happen. They tried to go with the Blastoise Surf, but he just gets immediately picked off. And Miraidon, kind of out there in the open. Mimikyu are going to have to use the Unite there onto the Cerule Edge. Jumps on top of that Miraidon as well. They do get that original knockout, and Miraidon gets caught too.
Wow.
So MYS, 2 crucial picks on 2 core Pokemon from Bullyram.
And that's actually a beautiful team fight from Team MYS, making sure that, you know, there has to be something that Bullyram must invest. And if they do get the victory towards the team fight, it would actually take a lot of time. Let's just say, for example, it would take a lot of time for them to get back on their experience department. It would take a lot of time for them to recover their Unite moves, which I do believe they have 2 out of 5 only. And you want to get it back up as soon as they can, because 55 seconds is all that's left. Rayquaza is going to be up, and Team MYS is just getting every single resources so far at the central area.
Yeah, and they're camping down bottom, so they want to try and get the Reggie down here too. Now the question is it going to be the attack and defense Reggies, or is it going to be the Regice? It's going to be the Regice, so it's just going to be the heals, not an attack or defense buff, but Bullyram, they really want this experience, so they've decided to zone away MYS. MYS in the meantime, they're going to be playing quite distant, and instead they're going to focus their attention into getting into position for that Rayquaza, which I think is the better play. They did not try to pull off an Onic rise there, trying to jump onto Bullyram after taking that Regice. So patient play coming in from MYS, but the question is giving away that Regice going to haunt them? Because remember, that is still experience.
Yeah, right now Rayquaza is already up. So actually Team MYS a while ago, they could have gone for a forced fight because they have the Rings Unbound. Like, if they don't get back up immediately, they have Rings Unbound, which will make it on time whenever Rayquaza is actually up. So they did go for the pick off, and right now it is going to be a tag battle here so far. But look at the Zacian all the way into the top side of the map. This is going to be very big if this flank is going to be successful to knock out the members of Bullyram.
Oh, look at this. They brought Channy down to half health. They're trying to jump on top of him with the Sizzle, and they do successfully knock out the Umbreon. So that's going to be one source of initiation down. Foxy down to half health as well. Now the thing is very lucky that Bullyram didn't decide to converge on top of him. But he is going to be jumping in there with JH on that Zacian. Are they trying to bait for something? It's hard to say. The Rayquaza down to half health. It's going to come down to that final secure. And it's going to end up being Bullyram to secure it for themselves. Poor MYS, they tried to go for the rip, but they weren't able to get that final hit onto Rayquaza. So with 3 players down, and with just your defensive support duo on MYS, it looks like Bullyram, they're gonna be taking game number 2.
What a game! I feel like Team MYS, they were trying to be over-tactical at this point. They want to be tactical as much as they can. So, you know, it's all about safety. They want that safety over the high-risk, high-reward, which made them have a downfall a while ago because that Zacian was just sitting all the way into the tall grass at the very top side of Rayquaza's pit, which is actually a very big disadvantage because the moment that Bullyram goes all out,
it will be, you know, a very big disadvantage for them because they don't have the damage department. And knowing that Zacian is one of the key factors for them in terms of fight, you don't want to lose him. Like, you don't want him missing around.
Yeah, I think we also have to remember there was another factor that sort of led to MYS collapsing, and it was losing Chani really early in that Rayquaza fight. So Chani was in the front lines, soaking up damage, providing vision for the team, but the issue was the team wasn't ready with Chani. So by the time Chani went down, the team was all over the place. They didn't have 4 players coming in to finish them off. It was just sort of a pick and choose kind of moment. Really awkward position for Team MYS overall. I think things would have been much more different if Chani was able to do a little bit more for the team rather than taking so much damage, but clearly they just didn't find the opening that they were looking for in that particular Ray fight.
Yeah, it was very unfortunate for them. It seems like they were looking for something to happen. They were looking for a loophole for Bullyram, but instead they got punished immediately by Bullyram, knowing that they're going to be committing all the way to the team fight because they were just trying to play safe, knowing that they have a minimal amount of lead. That is how safe it should be. And here's the thing. It's tier 2 gold zones only as far as I can tell. Oh, there's actually a tier 1. So, not quite sure why they were trying to play it very safe, but I do get it because you don't have to overextend. You know, you might get wiped out immediately. It might be a team wipe if you go all out. So better to play safe than sorry. But here's the thing, that laid a downfall for their team. So, you know, being over tactical can sometimes be good, but sometimes being over tactical might punish you, and you know that damage goes back immediately to you.
Yeah, I think it could have been nerves as well, you know, trying so hard to find the opening, it never presented itself, and then you're just in that awkward spot, like you're in limbo, and it's like, okay, what do we do now? You know, we're kind of stuck here. So it's not over for MYS. We still have a game number 3, so one last game for this series before we find out who's going to continue in the upper bracket and who's going to make it through the lower bracket. But it really could, like just from what we have seen, it could go either way. It really just depends on who gets the better head start, who's able to keep the start, and how the ending to this story goes, because we've seen all kinds of endings. We've seen typical ones, we've seen steals, we've seen more steals, we've seen a lot of steals today. It's actually kind of crazy. Yeah. So I wonder if we're going to be seeing some new Pokemon. We saw 2 games with both teams going for the exact same draft, basically, aside from one change-up. But are we going to maybe see some more major changes? So are we going to be seeing some Pokemon steals? Are we maybe going to be seeing some new bans? Miraidon ban is what I'm kind of like thinking about here, because like that Miraidon has just been let through. Mimikyu in game number 2, I think the way that MYS handled the Mimikyu, I think it sort of confirms their suspicion, but maybe also mine as well, that Mimikyu is only a problem if you feed it. If you don't feed the Mimikyu, it's actually not that bad. It's the rest of the team that enables the Mimikyu to do what it does during that mid-game.
Yeah, and that Mimikyu wasn't unlocked into its fullest potential during game number 2, which is, I do believe, they ran it out as well. So, right now, Bullyram, despite not unlocking the full potential of a Mimikyu during game number 2, they were still able to convert it because, you know, the XP, it's not really, you know, one-sided. It's not just on Mimikyu, but rather it is well distributed all the way into the team. So with perfect coordination, with perfect teamwork, plus well amount distributed experience, definitely it would be a much more greater fight because you have backline damage, you have the front lines as well, you have the sustain on your team. So definitely when all of your XPs are equalized to your opponent and into your team itself, the outcome would be better.
So, changes I would probably like to see. Okay, I'm not sure if you have an opinion on this. For MYS, I feel like the Zacian can be swapped out. I'm not sure about you. I don't really feel the impact of the Zacian. I feel like they could swap that out for a different Pokemon that might be able to contribute a little bit more to the fights. There are other Pokemon that are solid laners, like there are a lot of options for top laners. And Zacian, although it can be a pretty strong Pokemon in itself, I feel like this team doesn't need an independent top laner because you already have Foxy in that bottom lane. Foxy himself, very stable laner. Like, very rarely do I see him lose his lane if he's the one that sort of stays back and the defender goes up top to assist. So I think that Zacian could go. The Sizzle, I feel like, is going to stay if we're going to see Umbreon again. Mimikyu's banned.
Oh, respect ban.
Mimikyu is finally banned. Sorry.
I mean, as it should, right? As it should. It was playing a huge threat for Team NYS for games number 1 and 2. But right now, is this going to be the Psyduck? We love to see the Psyduck. Because it is actually a must in order for you to stop that right on back on track. But same prioritization here, no problem for Team MYS. They can still stop that Miraidon with the Umbreon and the Surge available on their lineup. But actually wondering here, like, why does Bullyram ban Inteleon instead of
that's
like a
a
Mewtwo, right?
No, that's a Nightly Foxy
right.
ban, 100%.
Oh, there we go. Okay, it makes sense. Like, I was wondering in terms of utility, but you know, it's a respect one. I understand.
It's 100% respect ban. I saw the Inteleon, I was like, oh man, okay. Yeah. So
I was overthinking in terms of, you know,
fine.
capabilities. I forgot it's Foxy.
Oh, Teenza, what are we going for? I would love to see Blaziken. But he might be going for the Urshifu instead. Okay, they're thinking about it. They got 5 seconds. It's going to be the Urshifu. Nightmute Foxy. Same draft! Okay. You know, sometimes comfort picks are good picks too. So I'm not going to complain.
Wow. And
Okay.
actually, here's the thing. Like, Bullyram, again, Mimikyu is banned. Understandable. They don't want that damage. They don't want that annoying damage. But it's the same concept with an Urshifu. Once you go for the Dark type, that if that Wicked Blow lands immediately, it will be a big damage. And might tell you, it still has that Ebon Fist as well, which is actually, you know, sort of the same concept with the Mimikyu. It's just that you have the sure hit. You can get close into your opponent. It's not like going for the -1, just like the Queen's Ascendant and the Play With Me by the Mimikyu. So same concept, different kind of effect, but you want that value, right?
I am fine with the Urshifu pick, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, Urshifu's fine. I mean, they had to pick something else because there was no Mimikyu anyway. I mean, there are several things you have to sort of consider here, right? The question is, are we looking at a water bear or are we looking at a dark bear? I think a lot of people are just going to assume, like, auto-assume dark bear because that is just sort of the default for a lot of cases. So, benefits of the dark bear in this matchup. If you have someone that can set up for a dark bear, you can set up for some amazing Wicked Blows. Wicked Blow, amazing for securing objectives. Like, in a lot, I think this Urshifu can out-secure all of MYS's Pokemon as long as he's able to get into that pit. So, you've got the secure. He can solo objectives. If you are very, very precise with your Unite, you can also jump into the backlines and delete supports. So there's a lot of versatility with the Urshifu pick. Now, presuming that we are looking at the Dark Bear, could be Water Bear, okay, Teenza could surprise us, but assuming it's going to be that Dark Bear, MYS need to be pretty mindful of their positions now, because they can't simply just sort of run around all over the place, because, for example, if Ruvus just gets one hit KO because of that Wicked Blow, then you've lost your sustain. And sustain is really important on MYS's draft because they really need it if they're going to compete against a Clefable. Because Clefable Moonlight is the best heal in the game if it's not Hyperspace Hole. So you need to have your support there to keep your team topped up as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna argue with anyone. It is the best healing, you know, move in the game. Not gonna argue with anyone, but yeah, you know, it is what it is. You know, once you have that Clefable, you know, just roaming around in circles with you, it'd be quite difficult for you to go for the knockouts unless you have those cursed items on your pocket, which is, you know, it is a must actually for Team MYS. And, you know, Bullyram didn't actually contest it. They accepted that it's gonna be a disaster if they try to engage that fight into the Swablu's and Altarius. They're just gonna be giving away free XPs, so, you know, don't go for the risk. You know, just play tactical as much as you can.
Yeah, it's going to be the Dark Bird this game as well. Looks like Miraidon, though, has been caught in that bottom lane. Interesting. I kind of wonder what happened. I guess it was like, what, mean look into Sorul Edge Mew? Seems to be the case there, so... Very great kickoff because you have to slow down the progress of that Miraidon. The Clefable did take a bit of a beating, but will be able to heal itself back up with a couple of Moonlights. Looks like Nightmew almost getting caught, but really a great connection there using Shen as a get-out-of-free jail card. As we do have the spawns coming in that central lane. We don't quite know who has gotten it so far, but we are seeing a skirmish as it looks like the support on Bullyram has been caught. So it's going to be a one Pokemon trade here for MYS. A little bit more experience on their side. And so far, just looking at the experience department, MYS, they are laughing to the bank today.
Yeah, and look at that. Bullyram still has a little Squirtle. Actually not looking good for their bottom lane, so they have to evolve as quick as they can in order for them to put up a fight up against the Mew and the Umbreon, because this is going to provide a lot of pressure at least on their team, because if you don't evolve as quick as you can, you will be losing your moveset and you will be outplayed or outmaneuvered immediately by your opponent. So you want to evolve as quick as you can, get the objectives up ongoing, and just go for the KOs later on. So it's a matter of slow pacing by Bullyram because they have to play it out safe, or they will be giving a lot of XPs to MYS up until this point. So Regieleki is up on top, Regirock at the bottom half.
So at the moment we are seeing a bit of a front line being done by that Clefable. They do manage to catch out. Whoa, the Scizor! We know this Pokemon can be tanky, but look at this though. MYS completely detonate Bullyram. They didn't even have a chance for the Miraidon to come in to assist, and now he's just being jumped on by so many Pokemon. But he's doing quite a bit himself though. But the final connection is not there. If it connected, that could have been a multi-Pokemon knockout, but the Delta split coming out from MYS, they knew it was coming.
They knew, but they just saw that the Miraidon actually did shows Electro Drift instead of the Charge Beam. And this is actually making me wonder why, because they're going to be losing in terms of the range firepower, in the range department. They do have a Mew for Team MYS, but for Bullyram, who's going to be dealing the range? Yes, they do have the Thunder or the Powerball Charge, but right after that, what is available on their pocket? There's nothing available already. All of them will just focus on close combat. Yes, I do get it. They do have Clefable, but it's actually not the sustainable lineup that you want to get, but that's actually a last hit at the Electro Ball from the Mew. Yes, as you can see, deals a lot of damage. Where's he going to be coming in next? Sun going to be there immediately. Follow me, trying to attract the offense of Team MYS, but they're not going to be overcommitting in this fight. But that's going to be a KO after the Revenant Red was popped up as well. E-Bone Fist and knock someone on the uppercut. But that is going to be a complete trade-off for both teams as they're eyeing on the prize, which is Tier 1 Gozo. The Team MYS not yet done as they KO 2 Pokemons from Bullyram.
Beautiful play there for MYS to completely dismantle Bullyram's attempt at trying to push at that Tier 1 goal zone. And again, this Electro Drift build, I'm trying to figure out as well, just like you, right? I'm trying to figure out why they decided to go for a bit of a change. Now, one of the big things I'm kind of seeing at the moment is that the Electro Drift, it is keeping MYS on their toes, because once they start seeing that Electro Drift charge up, the team does kind of split apart. So there is a little bit of chaos being created by the Electro Drift, but the thing is, it's not connecting onto multiple targets. It's not connecting onto major targets. So if the connections land, I can understand why you'd want to go for the change-up, but it has been very hit or miss up until this point. You need it to be consistent if you want to try and go for a build like Electro Drift.
Yeah, for sure, but right now, this is going to be Bullyram once again trying to engage into the fight because they know that they need that Regieleki landing up on going right. Future Meteor Storm is going to put a lot of pressure, and he is just tanking everything else. Sleep was able to go back immediately. The Solar Beam landed! Very unfortunate! That Miraidon is going to be sent into the Pokemon Center immediately, but Bullyram is not yet done. They're going to be going downstairs here for the Reggie bottom objective, but that Hyperspace Hole is going to be making the rotation. Regice for the HP regen. They need the recovery as of now, but that Surf is not going to connect. Hydro Typhoon not going to live up on F. but the red must swap up as well by the Ceruledge, but it is going to be Bullyram getting the last hit actually for the Regice, but sad to say, the maximum value of HP regenerative mechanism is not going to be enough for that team fight to be a victory towards them.
They are very lucky it's not Rayquaza yet, because if it was Rayquaza, that would have been a game over moment there for Bullyram. But again, we are seeing this Miraidon being put in such dangerous positions because he's decided to go for this Electro Drift build. I kind of wonder if he may be regretting this now. Like, is Sleep thinking, okay, Electro Drift, this is going to be a cool idea, I'm just going to try and go for these backline catch-outs, but then he's done it a couple times and he just suddenly realized, like, wait a minute, this is knocking me out. You know? So you're putting yourself in such danger trying to go for these knockouts. Wouldn't that discourage you from contributing to the team? Because the only way you contribute as a Miraidon is do damage. But if you're not Electro Drifting, you're not doing damage. So I feel like there's now more pressure than ever on the frontliners, on Bullyram, to create the opening for Sleep to come in and finish off on that Electro Drift, because he really needs to contribute, but he just isn't being given the openings or the opportunities to do so.
Uh-oh, this is not looking good for Bullyram. Look at that positional advantage from Team MYS. And this might actually be the high risk of a Electro Dip and Parabolic Charge, because that is what they have been looking forward to. Make everyone sure that Team MYS is crumpled all the way into a single spot, but right now that's gonna be the surf in. Hydro Typhoon is not gonna be very efficient yet again, but Bullyram managed to get the position all the way into the Rayquaza's pit, but they have a lot of the Unite moves here for the side of Team MYS. Revenant Red has been popped up here, and they're gonna be getting a KO out of nowhere, but that's gonna be a KO as well for Bullyram, but that Hoopa is dealing a lot of damage yet again with the Rings Unbound, and Sways is actually gonna be trying to go immediately, and that's only 3 members left for Bullyram, but 2 members is only up for Team MYS, and they want to make sure that they do get this objective. Foxy is still up and going here. The steal is really available. It's still possible up until this point, but that Electro Drift is gonna do it, and Bullyram has a great opening for the Rayquaza. They need to take this down as quick as they can. You gotta hurry.
Umbreon's here! No steal! They have the Urshifu! They've done it! You Bullyram! They outplayed MYS at the end of the day after those crazy prolonged fights. I think they finally found their foot in these fights to be able to set up for the team, not just for the Miraidon, but also just for Sizzler and Urshifu, to be able to do what they needed to do, to be able to create that setup and to finish off key Pokemon. I kind of feel like, and I'm not sure if I'm misremembering, but I think Ceruledge was one of the first Pokemon to go down for MYS, and we've seen how important of a role it is for Shen to be up for the team, because he does quite a bit of the damage. Like, yes, Lightning Foxy is there on the Mew, but the Ceruledge is really there to set up for that Mew.
Yeah, and here's the thing, like, Team MYS rather, they have a great position, but that position was really favorable for the Electro Drift, because again, when you use Electro Drift, you're not there for the damage, you are there to act as someone to annoy your opponent. And that made it possible. Electro Dip came in inside the position of Team MYS. And it's just their position dismantled immediately. They were spread it out. It could have been better if they were spread out to begin with, but it's quite the opposite. They spread out because of the Electro Drift. And that made actually an opening for Bullyram to get a lot of positional advantage for them to, get pickups one by one, knowing that they have Evo and Fizz as well on their pocket.
I also want to say, Teenza worked hard in that particular game. He worked hard on that Urshifu, not only trying to secure objectives, but also just being there, catching at crucial Pokemon. Like, we even saw him, I think he set up a knockout onto JH, the Zacian, during the later portions of that fight, just really showing the threat of Urshifu. Like, even though Urshifu is not hugely popular anymore, he's still picked, but he's not like S tier anymore. He's definitely like A tier. He's there. But the threat of a Dark Urshifu, you really can't count this Pokemon out, because it can just do so much damage. And also, double up as a secure Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean,
But look at this, right? Like in this fight we're seeing right now, teams are frontlining everything and just being an absolute nuisance.
yeah, it's all about doing the job done. Like, if you're not there for the damage, because, you know, Dark Urshifu, you can only do damage once you charge up your Wicked Blow. But if you're not doing that damage, it's just two things. Back away if you're low health, and be the front line if your HP is really up and shining. And here's the thing, they have Clefable that can actually sustain the Urshifu. So, you know, it can act as a secondary defender because, you know, Blastoise, its job is, you know, surf in, go for the Hydro Typhoon plus the eject button, and it's already done. You're just gonna, you know, basic attack with your cannons at the back. So there has to be someone who has to follow up in terms of front lining. That has to be Tencent with the Urshifu.
So with that match completed, not only have we finished our first round of upper bracket matches, but we also have finalized our upper bracket semi-final games that we are going to be jumping into next. So our matchups for the upper bracket semi-finals are Full Sense versus Onic Rise, and our second matchup is going to be Evos Onyx versus Bullyram. And because MYS unfortunately dropped this series, they're going to have to play Escape 5 in the lower bracket. And I actually think they might struggle. Because Escape 5, looking at them when they played Evos Onyx, they look terrifying. And then for MYS to play up against Bullyram, they did feel at times a little bit uncoordinated in this particular matchup, but I think it's just, you know, sometimes it's also nerves, your first round of games. Against Escape 5, I wish we could watch that game, you know, but unfortunately we won't. But we are going to be getting ready for our next round of matches, folks, so don't go anywhere. We've got more games for you at the Winter Open APAC West, but only after this break.
Pokemon Unite!
Hey there trainers, welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Winter Open Tournament 2025 for APAC West. We've just finished up our first round of upper bracket matches, meaning we are now going to be covering round 2, which is all of our winners from our previous matches. Now, this matchup, okay, Pikachu, I said it just now, and maybe you agree, maybe you don't agree. We could be watching the grand final matchup for the tournament, okay? This matchup in particular, it's that top one. It's Full Sense versus Onic Rise. Now the reason why I'm mentioning Full Sense and Onic Rise is we know Onic. I think it makes sense for a lot of people to assume Onic Rise are the favorites to win the tournament, but Full Sense have come into the tournament strong. They looked really great in their first 2 matches. I think originally the prediction for people would have been for Onic Rise to take first and Evos Onyx to take second. But Evos Onyx, I feel like they looked a little bit shaky in their first matchup. So maybe that's not the team that's supposed to occupy second. Maybe it could in fact be Full Sense. So if my prediction is correct, this Full Sense and Onic game is gonna be fire. So what do you think?
I mean, they're gonna have a champion time here, to be specific, and I'm just looking forward to it. But yeah, for the record, during the group stage of Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League, it was actually Onic who got the victory towards up against Full Sense. It was actually a landslide victory for Onic, by the way, 2-0.
Yeah.
So I'm quite curious what happened in the past, actually not past weeks, it was actually a month that they faced each other, because they had a bout last day number 5 of ACL that was like over a month, almost 2 months to be specific. So
Yeah.
a lot of things already happened, and I'm quite curious, what is the trump card right now of Full Sense? What is going to be the adjustment for them to get this win up against Onyx? So let's not wait even further. We're going to be hopping in, of course, into our selection of Pokemons. Mimikyu banned right off the bat by Onyx. Rather Onic. I'm mixing up Onic and Evos Onyx. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Onic gonna be banning an all-rounder. Same thing with Full Sense. I do feel like this arena is somewhat of a respect ban, actually, from Cell.
No, I agree. I think this is absolutely a respect ban. It's a much well-deserved one as well. All of these Pokemon here are respect bans. So
Yeah.
they've clearly watched their matches. I mean, they had time to watch the matches too, so it's not like it was going to be a secret. But I'm keen to see what's going to be on the table now, because for Onic Rise, they are prioritizing that Blissey pick, and I'm totally okay with this. I think Blissey is probably one of the best Pokemon to go for that first pick. It is a fantastic support, amazing Unite. You can really pivot between its movesets. I know a lot of people are prioritizing Safeguard over that soft-boiled healing at the moment, but obviously things can change. But this also does give away that Mewtwo Y to Full Sense, because we have seen Axew on the side of Onic actually using that Mewtwo Y. So this is going to force him onto a different Pokemon for his all-round attacker. And the supporting cast for Full Sense, Clefable, and what are we going to be seeing here? Is it going to be the central laner or top laner? It's going to be the top laner here. Mark God's going to be playing the Ceruledge this round. And Illuna maybe bringing out the tree for game number 1.
Oh, I miss seeing Trevenant actually in competitive Pokemon Unite because it's one of the most picked way back World Championships qualifiers or the World Championship
It was
finals,
the
right?
defender.
It was the defender of the World Championships into the 2024. So I love seeing it back in action, but actually Axew had a room to get this Miraidon, and we all know that Axew is really one of probably the top attacker, at least for APAC West. I really do believe in that. So
Yeah.
really favorable in terms of draft. I love the draft from Onic. But same thing goes for Full Sense. They have the standard composition. They have the Dodrio. They made it work during the round number 1 a while ago up against their opponents. So who knows? It might be the same case, but they're facing up against Onic, completely a different team from Oracle.
It's like a step above, clearly, because we're looking at the 3rd place team for Worlds 2024. So, Full Sense, I mean, I'm looking at the draft here, Full Sense, it makes sense. Yes,
Yeah?
it does make sense. Very coherent. I do like the direction that they're kind of going with. It's really just hitting your opponents hard. Like, you've got Ceruledge, you have Mewtwo Y, you've got Dodrio, so very opportunistic lineup where you're trying to create those openings and to go for the instant knockouts. Whereas for Onic Rise, I feel like it's a little bit more of a calculated lineup because, yeah, you do have some fantastic all-rounders in the Aegislash and the Zacian, but they also left themselves a little bit of room by giving themselves a Miraidon, a Pokemon that can sit in the back lines and can capitalize on the openings being provided by the Zacian and the Aegislash. So lots of things that I feel like are going to go right here for Onic Rise, especially the tree. I feel like the tree is the biggest one. You have the Trevenant come in, either it comes in and does a multi-man Woodhammer, and even the Phantom Forest, like the fact you have access to double stuns if you need it is huge.
It's gonna be very huge here, Natalie, but I'm so excited on what's gonna be the outcome of this game. As you said, this could be the grand finals in terms of approach, and I'm really excited to see what has happened after almost 2 months that these teams have faced each other. Game number 1, ladies and gentlemen, Onic Rise starting off very strong here, being able to take down the Buttlebees of Full Sense immediately, and they're actually trying to hop into the scoring goals for their stacks, but not gonna be the case for Top Hat. Oh yes, he actually did got one, but it's not Cell actually, so very unfortunate. But the thing is, they got the Buttlebees, so that's an early lead that Onic Rise is trying to build up.
Look, any lead is still a lead, so
Yeah.
let's try and build up on it if possible. So Dodrio on the side of Full Sense trying to decide where you want to go. This Umbreon though looks like it is going to be maybe taken down. Oh, the foul play! The gap closes not enough there for the Aegislash, so just missing out on a really nice pick off there for Onic Rise. Unfortunate for them, but for Full Sense, don't give anything away if possible. Now, unfortunately, not looking so great here for Markon. He is still a little Char Cadet. He's struggling to get that final level so he can get the evolution in, but because of the fact that Umbreon has now come in, setting up for the team with the foul plays, but they have to be very mindful because they're running into Axew. That Miraidon can absolutely turn this game on its head. They do get the Phantom, so nice little knockout there, but it's just the support. The defender. There we go. Roll.
Yeah, it's just a minimal amount of value, to be honest. But oh, at the other side, oh, what a sacred sword being able to KO.
That's a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, it was a beautiful trade, right? You know, if you get KOs, really, you get KOs as well.
Not really fair, to say myself. Alright, we got the spawns in the central area, and so far it looks, I'm guessing most of them went to Onic Rise because they had most of their players in that central area. Mewtwo a bit slow, so the level lead, it's going to be in favor of Onic Rise here, y'all.
Wow, look at that. Did you just saw the wood hammer prediction from Illuna? And that made actually Nonza to appear out of the tall grass. But look at the response there, all the way inside of Full Sense. The cell is actually very low right now. Oh, the Meteor! Look at that! He was like a sword of justice, making sure he gets 2 KOs out of nowhere. But that Mewtwo Y is going to be going in for the chase. And what a block! Beautiful! This is top tier teamwork from Onic Rise so far.
Love to see it when it happens. Oh boy, there's a reason why Onyx Rise came third last year. They're definitely showing us how to play this game at the highest level. So now we have our Regis appearing in the game. We're going to have a Reggie Rock down bottom, so that's going to be a defensive buff to whoever's able to get the final secure on that Reggie Rock. But look at this though, everyone's heading towards that bottom lane. We do have the Zacian coming in a little bit late. So who's going to get the final secure? It's going to be Full Sense, the Ceruledge, going to be setting up his team for success possibly, but the Zacian comes in and turns the ball into sushi. Full Sense, it's a full wipe for Onyx Rise.
Wow, very beautiful team fight out there, making sure that there's going to be trade right after Full Sense actually got that defensive buff. They were able to convert still their offense, knowing that they're in a large scale of lead actually in terms of the experience department. So they want to make sure that they get still a little bit amount of trade after losing their major objective. But right now, this is going to be a mirror of what happened in the bottom lane, and they are fighting in terms of score right now.
We've only got 3 Pokemon here though, Yule, so I'm a bit worried that Full Sense is going to run into a very deadly trap. Ceruledge even coming in for the backstab. Oh boy, Full Sense, can they sense this?
Oh, feels like that there's a lot of pressure being deployed by Illuna. Still has the Horlich, and there we have it. Nodizai was pinched all the way at the Regieleki spot. So right now they're going to be forcing this Regieleki to land immediately, and that is going to be the goal conversion from their team. Oh, 38-point overcap, well calculated by Onyx Rise. But there is actually a return from Full Sense, making sure that they score goals as well and they don't suffer in terms of gap.
Yeah, and it looks like they want to be efficient too, because that goal zone, I think it's sitting on only 2 points or something, so very, very low, very easy to go for an overcap though. But for Onyx Rise, knowing that they have this lead, they're actually looking to try and cut off Full Sense from that bottom objective as it's about to spawn. Got a couple of Pokemon in Full Sense Central area. Zacian has found that Umbreon and is slowly chipping away at it in lane, chasing that Umbreon away, and it's a Regice this time. So no attack or defense buff, it's just going to be the heals, but at the end of the day, experience is still experience.
Yeah, and Full Sense does really need those experience a lot because they really have to catch up in terms of the XP department. And yeah, actually they have been catching up little by little right now. So great decision that they were able to score multiple goals all the way to the top path despite, you know, being little in terms of numbers. They got the XP that they need. But look at that Horlich plus Woodhammer combination with a Phantom Forest. Gonna be lifting up 2 members from Full Sense. But where is the follow-up that we have been looking forward to? Phantom Force in order to dodge those moves. Revenant Red gonna be pop up as well, but still Axew is still up and going here. Bright Future Meteor Storm gonna be deploying a minimal amount of damage, and they want to set their position already in the Regieleki. That is a phenomenal execution once again from Onyx Rise.
Yeah, and actually, I just want to quickly mention, we didn't talk about this, but it's also Electro Drift Miraidon on Axew, so he's also trying to play a little bit more aggressive, just sort of jumping into the backlines there for Full Sense, which I think is, against this composition, this makes sense because you have multiple targets that you want to get close onto whilst dishing out some big damage as well. Mewtwo, Dodrio, Ceruledge, and this is Axew as well that we're talking about, so his accuracy on this is pretty high.
Yeah, it's really high, and here's the thing, like, if you cannot, and if you're gonna be dealing all the way into the backline damages only, you have Dodrio and a Ceruledge who has the mobility to go back and just evade every single move, so your accuracy will go low. So why not go for the high risk? You have to go in. At least you will get the damage that you want to get out of the team fight, and that is what we're seeing right now for Axew. Great decision making coming in from their team, and you know, it's just about how they read the game so far. They have been going head-to-head with Full Sense. They were able to get some objectives as well by not letting Full Sense, you know, come in, you know, empty. You know, Full Sense trading, very great. But on the other hand, Onyx Rise still controlling the rhythm of the game.
And it looks like for now, Onyx Rise wanting to take that bottom objective for themselves as well, and it's a Reggie steal. Oh, that's like the worst Reggie for Full Sense. They have to now deal with this attack buff that's going to be coming in from Onyx Rise, and this Umbreon, if you overstep your bounds, you're going to learn a very, very hard lesson in just a second.
Oh, and it's not looking good for Full Sense because 10 seconds on the
Me
clock.
too.
Oh, look at that! It was already pinched out all the way into the central area. Infinite Cyber has already popped up as well. But Aegis
Oh
never
my
get the KO.
God.
Blizzard Assistance all the way up there to boost the attacks. And it's just 3 members left. At the side of Full Sense, it will take a lot of time for them to recover immediately. But look at this triple trample all the way inside into the Rayquaza. But are they gonna take the KO? Actually, not gonna be quite sure. But still, Onic cries, gets the Rayquaza, and it is just marching even forward. They're gonna be taking a huge amount of lead right after this scoring in tier 2s.
Yeah, it looks like this is going to be game number 1 going in favor of Onic Rise. Really fantastic decision. As soon as they secured the Registeel, they just went and looked for a fight. They dove onto Full Sense. And just with the way the Full Sense was kind of moving, it definitely didn't look like they were expecting to be jumped on so soon to Rayquaza. They probably thought that Onic Rise, they'd play patiently, they'd just sort of sit there and defend the Rayquaza, but they decided to sort of take that step first before Rayquaza even spawned, jumped onto that Mewtwo, and Mewtwo was the first one to get knocked out. You lose a Pokemon like Mewtwo right before that Rayquaza pit, and I think it was basically game over for Full Sense because Dodrio, Ceruledge, yeah, these two Pokemon can dish out damage themselves, but they really needed that extra firepower from Sanzage.
Yeah, and that is very unfortunate actually for Full Sense. Onic Rise did the right job a while ago, making sure that they maximize the buff, and you know, Full Sense just expected to play tag. But that wasn't the game plan of Onic Rise.
No.
They know how to maximize things out. They know timings.
They know timings, they know when to go, right? Like the setup there was Cell. Cell did amazingly on that Zacian, jumping in, going for the straight Sacred Sword, cashing out. I think it caught 2 or 3 Pokemon out, setting up for the rest of Onic to come in. Oh, it was just a brilliant dive overall for Onic Rise that really set them up for victory for that first game. So, game 1, Onic Rise, Full Sense are now in panic mode because they need to win this next matchup up against Onic, and they have to basically, they've got 5 minutes to figure out what do we do, what do we change, and who do we need to prioritize in the laning stage? Do we need to get rid of Eeyore first? Do we need to target Cell's lane? Do we need to take this Miraidon away from Axeq? Because even if you do all those things, you take Miraidon, but Axeq's just gonna pick Mewtwo Y, or he's just gonna go for Sylveon, or he's gonna go for like any other attacker. Inteleon, this man plays everything, so it's kind of you kind of have to pick your poison when you play up against certain players, and that's the thing with Axeq. It's like, can you bait him to pick an attacker that you want him to play?
Yeah, right.
It's a bit hard when you only have like 4 bands, but 2 of them per team. So, I think there's a lot to think about. Just going off of what we have for Full Sense at the moment, I feel like this draft, there just wasn't enough frontline to really protect squishies.
Yeah.
Right? Because you only really had the Umbreon and maybe a little bit from the Clefable. Aside from that, you had Dodrio and Ceruledge, who kind of don't want to be absorbing any kind of damage. They want to be there to do damage. So I kind of wonder if we're going to be seeing a bit of a swap out there. Maybe the Ceruledge gets changed out to a bit of a thicker all-rounder. Maybe we see Imhong pivoting to a more impactful speedster, because not to say that Dodrio isn't impactful, but I think in this particular game you needed to have another semi-damage dealer that can assist the Mewtwo if the Mewtwo isn't able to do, you know, his job. Because Mewtwo's going to get jumped off every now and again, because that's the life of an attacker.
Yeah.
So I kind of wonder, like, what are we going to be seeing for changes for some of these players? Because Full Sense have to change something. That draft just did not work.
Yeah, and here's the thing, like for Full Sense, if they really want to stick with speedsters, you want to make sure that your speedster could actually deal a lot of damage, because you need the firepower. That's the concept of speedster. And there's actually a lot of options that you can get into the speedster department. Maybe you can have a Zoroark, you can have someone like an Absol, which relies technically a lot on its special ability. But going back into the damage department, I feel like Zoroark is one of the one more, let's say, better option compared to a Dodrio, but given the fact that they must have a Comfy as well, they could actually sustain it, because if you get caught immediately as a Zoroark,
you know, there's no value actually on your damage. You're just gonna get pinched down, you're gonna get KO'd immediately by your opponent. So definitely there must be a supporting department as well coming in from their team.
Yeah, so I expect to see draft changes. I expect to see more respect bans, although not to say we did see respect bans. We actually saw really heavy respect bans in game number 1 as well. So it's already there. So full sense, getting rid of the Aegis Slash. So that is a respect ban because we know both of these teams actually play Aegis Slash. Mimikyu is gone. I think this one's pretty straightforward. We saw, this is not Teensar in this particular matchup, but we know what a Mimikyu can do. Miraidon's gone. Okay, so that's an Axe Q ban. So, thing is, Full Sense will get first pick. They can, if they want to, take the Mewtwo Y for themselves. I love the Absol ban, by the way. Big respect. Is Sanzage taking Mewtwo Y, or do they want to give that to Axe Q? And are they going to prioritize Blissey instead? Because Blissey's through, Psyduck is through, Umbreon is through, all the defenders are through.
That's actually a big question. Psyduck is actually the great first pick. The same thing with the Blissey. But right now, I do feel like Onic would prioritize maybe one lane. Or it's either defender and supporter, or they want to get...
No, Psyduck makes sense. They first picked Psyduck, I think, in their first matchup today. Yeah. So, Illuna, Psyduck makes sense. And to get Serena here, I'm totally fine with this too. Because I think was Serena banned? I think in the last game, I think it was. I think Serena was banned,
yeah, it was
which is why Cell didn't pick it. So, love this opening for Onic Rise. Full sense. Okay, they do lock in their attacker here for Zanzage, so Mewtwo Y and Umbreon. No?
Oh, alright.
Blastoise, okay. That also works too. So they want the AoE disable as well as access to Surf. They have their attacker. What does Onic Rise want to do here after seeing this? Because they now realize they have to deal with not just the Blissey Unite onto the Mewtwo Y, but they also have to deal with the Hydro Typhoon. Eeyore going for the Urshifu, I like this. Because if he's going for Wicked Blow, you can actually Wicked Blow through a lot of disables.
Yeah, you can just ignore actually the defense that your opponent has.
Darkrai? Are we going to see a Dark... Mr. Yule, I know you've been asking for this before the podcast started.
I have been asking it. I was like, we haven't seen Darkrai.
No!
It's gonna be a Leafeon. Almost. Maybe next time. We'll get to see it. All right. Right now, I'm interested on Leafeon as well because of the early damage that it can give. Right?
Look, I'm fine with Leafeon too. I'm just a little bit sad because he did hover over the Darkrai for quite a while, and they probably did consider it. And I was ready to tell you to start preaching to us Darkrai, but no, we've had enough Leafeon preaching last year, so we'll just leave it at that. But the last picks for Rise, I mean, Axe-Q, Sylveon, we saw this earlier today. He also plays a really fantastic Sylveon, very consistent, and he has options, whether he wants to go for Mystical Fire or Hyper Voice. If he's there to do big damage to squishies, and you want to have ability, give Mystical Fire. And that's also another way to reduce the damage for the Mewtwo Y. Alternatively, you just go for Hyper Voice and you just sit behind your team. Because the team has a lot of frontline, so Axe-Q can just like sit in the back, start screaming.
Yeah.
Singing the national anthem.
I mean, that's the thing, right? That's what's gonna happen, technically.
Oh boy.
Oh my goodness. But yeah, I'm looking at the draft actually right now. Take a closer look at it. Leafeon is actually a great pick, but Umbreon could actually jail him down with a Minlook. That's the big question. Like, if you use Airlace or you use Leaf Blade once you go for the ambush, one Minlook is going to be enough, unless you use Solar Blade, which has a large amount of range that could actually get down into the damage department.
Yeah. I don't think Mean Look is going to be an issue. Because if you go for Mean Look, right, then you're losing out on the range and disable potential for Foul Play. And I kind of feel like up against this comp, you might want to go for Foul Play instead.
Oh yeah, I don't feel like that will be the case as well. So yeah, I mean, like there's still other hindrances as well that Onic really has if they really want to stop that Leafeon, but that KO goes down for full send, so they're on the lead so far in terms of point department, so they really want to make sure that everything is maximized on their favor. Not 850 yet on the mark, but Leafeon from full sense is actually ready.
My God.
Oh, button! Right on time.
They needed it. Oh my gosh. My God though. My God, go home. Go home. Don't go in there.
Oh,
Excuse me.
Sinzage is still here as well.
I don't see them being able to kill Axel here. I just don't. Oh,
Yeah.
actually no. Maybe I lied.
Oh.
I clearly lied. They had the burst. I did not see Hong come in out of nowhere. So Hong sort of like zips in. He's like, nope, I'm here. We can dish out the damage. It's enough. Pretty big one as well because that wastes AxQ's time and he has to run all the way back into lane because you don't have jump pads till 5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, that's gonna take a lot of time, you know, you want to make sure that you have to maximize those jump pads, but right now, as of the moment, you want to make sure that you know, try to overcap your tier 1 goal zones because that's actually one of the, one of the tactical plays that the other teams have been doing in, ACL regular season last week, to be specific. They want to overcap tier 1s in order for them to not be interrupted with the jump pads later on at the 5-minute mark.
Yeah.
So right now, look at this.
Oh, me too. Why
It's
me
actually me look, but look at that hyper voice all the way into the back line, making sure that there's enough damage to go for the KOs. Actually up against full sense, and Onyx Rise does want to score immediately out here. Not trying to defend it with all his might, but sad to say that is not going to be enough. 8 points left, all the way into the goals with 1 point left.
Beautiful.
That's gonna be a great overcap actually here.
Oh, if Hong gets knocked out, this would be huge. Oh, Leafeon, who just went for a cheeky play, gets punished as well. That's a big mistake coming out from Full Sense. Hong should not have been caught out there.
Yeah, and actually that full heal was invested, so really unfortunate that we're gonna be having the major objectives and you don't have the full heal at the side of a Leafeon. Definitely a big disadvantage unless you would actually invest your Emerald 2-step in order to go for the last hit in the objectives. But right now, crystal clear, it's gonna be Onyx taking the defense, but how about the offense? How about the scoring? Can they actually rotate immediately? I'm not quite sure, but yeah, they're not gonna make it on time.
No, they're not going to make it on time at all. So Reggie and Lecky are going to start walking down that top lane. Onic, they don't have too many players up here, so they can defend, but they're missing out on their big damage dealers. Urshifu and that Sylveon just going to be sticking around in that bottom lane, maybe hoping someone tries to go for a bit of a cheeky score and then Eel comes out of nowhere and just says surprise. Yeah. So, yeah, Full Sense, they're not going to fall for that. They're actually just going to take things a little bit slower. They do manage to get that Garchomp online, so we are looking at multiple Unite moves online. There's no Hydro Typhoon and there's no Bliss Assist, however, so they are missing out on a couple of their big support Unites. Actually, Bliss Assist is now online, so if they want to make a play happen, this might be the best time to do it.
Oh yeah, definitely it would be. But might just tell you, Onyx Rise still has a lot of Unite moves as well. A complete package. So if they can't maximize this one out, definitely not going to be the great thing for Full Sense. They have to force out the fight while they have the opportunity. Maybe it would be great if they do have the Hydro Typhoon online, because they need it as well for an additional setup. If they really want to guarantee a team wipe, or they want that guaranteed victory towards the fight.
Yeah, it's just like the fact that you're waiting. You know, that's the one thing I'm not a really big fan of with this particular team comp. Full Sense, the whole point of their team is kind of just to get in your face now. Even though they have a Garchomp, you're better off just sort of punishing Onyx Rise early while you still can. But, I mean, if they want to play a little bit more defensive and they feel like they need all their Unites, they better make sure they land all their Unites, because if it misses, then, you know, not going to be great news. We do have the Garchomp starting out, actually connecting onto 2. Eve walked into that! Oh, the Urshifu, big punish. And they even used the Bliss Assist as well, so they want to try and go into this. It's now the time to fight. Spoo coming in, using the Typhoon, knocking Pokemon down, and Full Sense, big win in that bottom lane. And they still have that Live It Outrage ready to go.
And not just that, they're going to be getting the Registeel here. Additional to talk about,
coming in from their team, so this is going to be difficult for Onic Rise. They're trying to get the Regieleki as quick as they can, but look at this. Oh, Even Fist has been thrown out up against Mark Goss, but there goes the Limited Outrage. Very available, but not going to be hitting or giving enough damage, actually, to side of Onic Rise. So they're just going to defend the Regieleki, actually, here. But overall, Onic Rise cannot seem to trade a lot here up against Full Sense up until this point, despite being close in the score department.
Okay, I think the fight down bottom would have gone a little bit more evenly if Onyx did not lose Eeyore in that preliminary catch out, right? Because like he got caught out with his teammate, he ejected into the stun, and he just got obliterated. I think if he waited a fraction of a second, a little bit later, and he didn't get caught, things could have been a little bit different. But, you know, sometimes you just miscalculate things, or you get a little bit too, you know, a bit too early or a bit too late. Stuff happens, okay? And that was one of those things that kind of happened. Here, though, to lose your Serena, that's pretty big. So there's no cell now. And Eeyore, he's in no man's land, scoring 25 points. He's gonna go down. It's Onic Rise. They're just giving pickoff after pickoff away to Full Sense.
Yeah, and this is actually the game plan of Full Sense. You know, they have to be aggressive as much as they can because, you know, it's actually the name of their composition, just like what you've said a while ago. So they have to be aggressive. They have to get KOs. They have to be up on the XP department because it's going to be a different game once Onic Rise gets the XPs, gets the late game. It will be difficult for them to bounce back. Specifically, that Leafeon, one E-Bone Fist plus the Wicked Blow, and it's over already. You cannot make it back unless you have that Bliss assistance from Nodiza, which will serve as your guard and your attack boost. But right now, it is going to be the Regice. Very quite unfortunate for both teams. They might cancel this one out, but, you know, who knows? They might want the XP, but 20 seconds is all that's left. They have to position themselves into the Rayquaza.
They're giving it away. So, yeah, they're giving it away to Onyx, which is going to give them a big boost of experience. Oh boy. And Full Sense, okay, the only advantage Full Sense have at the moment is that they are currently in position, but Leafeon is scoring 50 points. And actually, the team is there. They do start off with the Dragon Rush there from that Garchomp Limit Outrage as well, only connecting onto that Umbreon. We do see you guys coming in from that Sylveon. XQ, gonna be okay. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but it's a Mewtwo for an Umbreon. And now Eeyore goes down as well, so it's gonna be Cell and the supporting crew with XQ. So what's the plan here for Onic Rise? They're the ones behind. They have to be the ones to get that Rayquaza. But look at this, though. Cell, he gets a double knockout on that Serena. Oh, but they finish him off with that Garchomp and Blastoise combination. But we have one saving grace. We have an Umbreon coming in. It's Zoe. He wants to try and get the steal, but he doesn't get it. The Mewtwo securing the final hit for Full Sense. We're going to a Game 3, y'all.
Oh my goodness, it was almost a victory for Onic Rise. I love the execution coming in from XQ. The moment that he popped off his Unite Illusions, the Frame Frolic, in order to evade the Hydro Typhoon. But it's not enough yet. They didn't have the damage department into the late game. It's just actually dealing a lot of damage. And there's still follow-up. Very unfortunate for Onic Rise. It could have been better if there was someone able to support Serena and Sylveon. If there was an Umbreon, it could have been very different, and they could have gotten the Rayquaza a while ago.
Quite possibly, but looks like Mark God going to be sitting in the corner. He's down. Blastoise is still down for a little bit more. We see Mewtwo scoring points. I mean, Onyx, this is probably a good play to make as well, but with 15 seconds to go, I just don't see them having enough points to just save them. We've got 5 seconds to go. I mean, this should be it. It should be a 1-to-1. We should be getting ready for a Game 3. I wish I knew what to say now, but both teams have taken a game off of each other. They're both capable of beating each other. I don't know what you'd change.
Yeah, it's really
I'm like, if I was the coach for either of these teams, I would sit here and be like, I don't know what you could fix. Because the bans were fine, the plays were fine. If I'm gonna nitpick, maybe I prefer Axeq on a more lethal attacker.
Yeah.
I think that might be a good start for Onyx, for example. I'd love to see Axeq on one of his signature high damage Pokemon. What else would I want? I don't know. Cell is fine. Cell's Serena is
Totally
fine.
Eeyore's
Urshifu, generally it's fine. I feel like he made a couple of really big mistakes in this particular game that slowed him down. Which was the unlucky knockout before Rayquaza. And then just getting caught out a couple times. Maybe having to swap Eeyore's Pokemon. Not having an Urshifu that is going to be so close that you have to worry about getting caught in a Dragon Rush or a Surf. Because those are two massive disables that generally melee Pokemon are always going to be caught in.
Yeah, because here's the thing, like whenever you have an Urshifu, it is real. The job of an Urshifu is really to, you know, do the combo. Evos Fist, Wicked Blow, Throw Chop, that's it. The moment that your moves are on cooldown, you don't know what to do. You're just gonna roam around, wait for it to pop up as well, wait for the cooldown, and repeat the combo. And if you don't have those moves up online, it is really slow compared to the composition of Full Sense, which is actually no idle time. You know, Leaflet can go for the basic attack. Same thing with the Garchomp. Actually, you know, very basic attack dominant for a Garchomp, to be honest. And Mewtwo, you know, just taking the back of their composition, you know, throwing basic attacks as well. So Onyx was more reliant on their moves. Full Sense relied on their basic attack, which was actually a great investment towards their long-term fight. So that actually made a huge role towards their team fights. But, you know, as you said, like, make more use of more lethal attackers. That's actually a great decision as well, if that will be the case for Onyx Rice. But, you know, their draft is completely fine as far as I can tell.
The drafts are fine. The bands are fine. I
Really
mean,
hard to tell, right?
it probably makes sense to be like, we probably should be getting rid of Miraidon, you know, from Full Sense. Don't give that to Senzage. That's probably like another thing to consider. Mewtwo Y, same story. Like, don't give either of these legendaries to Senzage. But it's like, okay, technically, Onyx are first pick. So if they really wanted to steal one of these attackers, they can do it now. But the thing is, none of the attackers are banned. So Miraidon is probably going to appear. Mewtwo Y is probably going to appear. It's just a matter of who's going to take what first.
Oh yeah, how do I notice it? So you might be seeing a Mewtwo Y versus some Miraidon actually in this match. I haven't seen Espeon actually that much, at least for today, I do believe. I think we've seen once, yeah?
Once or twice, yeah. We definitely had Espeon. Yeah, we definitely had it. I think there was one game where it was great, and then one game where it wasn't so great. Miraidon for Full Sense, so that means Mewtwo Y will be going to Axeq unless they have some sneaky pick in their back pocket that they've been saving up until this point. I don't think so. I think it's just going to be the simple Mewtwo Y pick for Axeq. They might pick it now, because I kind of feel like, yeah, you don't want to reveal Eeyore's Pokemon too soon. And Hooper, Psyduck. I'm fine with this. But that means Clefable is available unless they're going to use Spoo as a wish healer, which looks like that might be the case.
Yeah, I don't feel like that would be the case as well, but I'm a little bit concerned. Actually, on Onyx here, I'm a little bit concerned. All right, okay, double defender. So that's gonna be the wish. All right, we can confirm it already. But I'm a little bit concerned here for Onyx Rise. Yes, they do have a lot of setups going back into the Pokemon Center, but how about for the long term? Like, you might be interrupted immediately by the Blasters who's just gonna surf in and force your way out into the hyperspace hole. So, what happens next when you can't go back into your base? Like, there's not enough sustain, there's not enough healing, and the only thing that you have to rely on is the hindrances of a Psyduck. So, really hard to tell.
I'm looking at this Buzzball. It's being highlighted. It's a Buzzball! Oh my gosh! Okay, first Buzzball today. I have a lot of thoughts in my head right now. I'm trying to figure out which one to want to talk about first. Okay, your thoughts very quickly. Are you happy with Onyx draft? Is there anything that is like sticking out to you and you're kind of just not a fan of?
I mean, for their supporters, I'm not quite sure. Yes, you could go again. You could go back to the base the way you wish to, but there's actually hindrances that Full Sense really has on their lineup. So, it could be the Blastoise, it could be the Buzzwole who's just gonna lift you up and, to not make it on time into the hyperspace hole. So, actually great possibilities. If this is gonna be a foul play, which is, I do not believe it would be needed. But, again, it will be hard for Onyx Rise to sustain themselves into fights. So, that's actually one of the problems that I have been seeing so far. But, if they do get that timing right off the bat, it will be a huge threat for Full Sense, actually.
Yeah, I think it depends on Zoe where he decides to throw the hyperspace holes.
Yeah.
Because you need to be super sneaky. You don't just hyperspace hole in front of Full Sense. I think that would be a bit of a silly play unless you feel safe enough. Maybe like Buzzwole's not there and Dodrio's not there, for example. Full Sense is. I think I'm okay with Onyx draft. I do agree with you on the points for Zoe's Hooper. But Full Sense, okay? They've gone full crazy for game number 3. Are you happy with what they've gotten? Like, I think Miraidon, Blastoise, this makes sense. Umbreon as well makes sense. But the Buzzwole and Dodrio.
Well, here's the thing. Like, if you want a Buzzwole, actually, it's just more of a Serena that relies on skills, or moves, rather. So, yeah, Buzzwole might work. But how about on the later stages of the game? It will work, obviously, onto the early stages of the game, but mid to late, I'm not that convinced. Same thing with Dodrio, because Dodrio, we've seen it a while ago, it wasn't really that efficient, so they could actually go for a more lethal speedster or central laner. So that is actually quite my concern here for Full Sense.
Okay, how about this? How about the point of the Buzzwole? Firstly, early game pressure, I think that's something that we will see. But what about late game? What if Buzzwole's role is to just literally play tango with Onyx Rise? Like, just pick people up and just throw them all over the place. Because it's Urshifu and Serena, like, they want to be in your face. Oh, wait a minute, we are Mewtwo Axew being picked up there by Full Sense. Really big pick. That's going to slow down his progress. You also get some scores in for Full Sense, so that bottom lane has been redeemed. And this is big too because it's the Miraidon lane for Full Sense. But what if the role here for Mark God is to just be that disruptor, just catch Pokemon out and set them up for Miraidon to finish them off?
Yeah, I mean, that has been the main role of a Buzzwole so far. If you're playing a lot of ranked games, actually competitive games, that's actually the main role of a Buzzwole. Just leave everyone else, throw them down, and that's gonna be it. Just wait for your teammates to follow up the damage. Damage department will land on immediately, and it's actually one of a high risk as well, because that's the only value that you get. That's the only thing that you will do, actually, in terms of fight. So, when your job is done, when you get taken down, it's a complete -1. There's no one tanking in, so definitely one of the things that I'm quite worried about for Full Sense, but so far, first 2 minutes, seems to be working on their favor.
Yeah, it's working in their favor because this is where Buzzwole thrives the most, right? He just snowballs from the lane to the get-go, especially against some of those weaker lane matchups, which, the lane matchup that they ended up getting up top, it's not the best, right? Like, Serena is not very threatening in that top lane. It's not ranged, so it's not going to sit there and pressure a Buzzwole, so you can't really get zoned out. But both top laners are also level 7, level 8, so they aren't too worried about their levels. It's just everyone else trying to create space for these top laners to start getting more of that experience. 5 seconds to go, though, Yul, before we do have our first Reggie. Which one is it going to be?
Oh, you would love to see this one. You would love a Registeel to land on your palm. That's why Full Sense is trying to apply a lot of pressure here towards Onyx Rise. But Cell is actually there, being able to take down the Miraidon. That is actually a phenomenal fight for Onyx Rise, and they do get it. Actually, Registeel on their pocket, Regieleki all the way into the top path, but the rotation will come in anytime soon from Onyx Rise, and they're gonna be defending it. So actually, win for Onyx Rise in total, but we haven't seen the conversion yet of those buffs.
Yeah, I don't think they're really utilizing the buffs to play aggressive. They're just gonna have to try and prevent Full Sense from breaking this tier 1 goal zone. They do catch out the Hooper, so Zoe's on his own. We do still have the side dark there, triple trample to catch out that Mewtwo. Why? We'll be able to get out of there in the nick of time. They do catch out Illuna in the backline, who did try to go for a bit of a dive there. But Onyx Rise, they only managed to get the Buzz Ball. They don't get anything else in return. But Full Sense, they're still sticking around, maybe thinking that, hey, we've got Onyx Rise's attention here. Maybe it's time for us to try and go for a bigger punish. Eeyore hiding in the bush, looking for that wicked blow. Can connect if he wants to use it. He does get caught with the Hydra Pump though, so no connection there for Eeyore. He was actually playing it very patiently. Maybe a good thing that he didn't use it in the original play, because he could have been caught out by something.
Oh, and they're gonna be jumping back into the hyperspace hole. They already have an information where the Dodrio is, so this might actually be an opportunity for Onyx Rise to get their first score if they do convert the knockouts. But as of now, they're just getting wild Pokemons, trying to catch up all the way into the XP department, and they saw an opportunity up against Spoo, and they're gonna be rewarded by a little amount of experience. So they want to make sure that they get the next objective. But look at Full Sense marching towards the bottom lane. This is not looking good for Onyx Rise.
Might not look too good for Onyx Rise, but if they can actually win this will be huge. They catch out the Dodrio with Axe-Q, so the numbers are equalized in that bottom lane. And Cell, he's been free to just stack, score, farm that top lane, get those levels. He's level 11, highest level Pokemon in the game, and is actually thinking of maybe causing some issues in that bottom lane. So far, we have Full Sense sitting on top of that Regirock with a defensive buff there, and they're currently being zoned out by this Hooper. They're a little bit scared to take the objective, but Eeyore's not here, Cell isn't here, and they're finally going to give it away, it seems. So Regirock will be chipped away by Sunzage, but this does mean Eeyore gets a free Regieleki in that top lane. Umbreon will go down, trying to get out with that foul play, but just got caught out with that Mewtwo Wise Unite. Here comes Marco though, he's been caught throwing around that Hooper, will finally get it and uses the Unite as well, hoping to catch out that Mewtwo Y, but just slips out of his grip, walks out of the bush, still trying to chase down Axe-Q, you can't get it, and Eeyore's low as well, but Marco, he's just not godly enough.
And I was actually about to say that Onyx Rise is taking a lot of time for them to rotate back in order to get that Regirock. But giving it away to Full Sense was actually smart, because they know that if they do stick into their goal zone, they could actually win the team fight. And they're granted actually with experience, and they were able to catch up against Full Sense. Not quite catch up because that hoop was level 9, but if you're going to be taking a look at the department itself, 2 level 12s, that's totally a head-to-head combat up against Full Sense. Onyx Rise catching up at the most important part of the game.
Catching up in the most important part, because we are almost at the final stretch. You're 1 minute to go. It's go time if you're trying to get those levels in. You've got to make sure that all the Pokemon that you need to have their upgraded moves, that they have the necessary levels. This is where you have to decide who's going to be getting all of the jungle buffs as well, who's going to be getting the red and blue, so you can get ready for that big crucial fight. And all of this experience, you know, the fight for experience, some people might just think like, oh, what are you guys doing competing for wild Pokemon? Experience. Experience is the name of the game here, especially for that final stretch. And we do have a Regis coming up. I think the only one you can realistically do here is that Regieleki, but even then, it's cutting it really close. And no one's in position. They're all getting ready for a Rayquaza instead.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to, you know, gamble that Regieleki. Yes, it's gonna put a lot of pressure, but what if Full Sense has a lot of positional advantage already? That's not gonna be, you know, the way you wanted it to be. And even though that's actually a Registeel, I love the discipline of these teams not gambling, get the additional attack, because they know that they have to play this one very safe. So Eeyore right now sent out an information towards Full Sense that he's about to bait everyone else. Look at that. He's trying to make Full Sense go up and forward, set up the bait, and immediately bounce back even stronger later on. Oh, that side strike is gonna hurt up against Spoo.
Yeah, but the thing is though, even though Onyx, they're trying to bait out some kind of initiation, they are the ones that need to get Rayquaza at the end of the day. So they have to find out How do they coax one of these players to go a little bit too deep? We have Illuna going pretty deep there with the surf. Does get caught by Marco, but look at the dive there from Cell. He got caught with the disable, however, so that's going to stop his initiation onto that Buzzball. Umbreon coming in with the Moonlight Prance as well. Typhoon being deployed as well. But Eeyore, dangerously low Axe Q as well. It might have to come down to Cell to buy some time for this team because he's the only one that's sitting on full health here. But Full Sense still looking really strong, especially with Spoo still in the picture.
Yeah, still in the picture, and still 5 members from Onyx Risers trying to advance even further all the way into the Rayquaza. Oh, and look at that hyperspeed. Oh. They can actually go back into their base right off the bat, and they can actually catch that Miraidon off guard. But look at this. Halfway HP is the name of the game towards the Rayquaza, and Marcos, I love how he is controlling Cell out of the picture, but who's gonna get the last hit? It is gonna be Onyx Rise once again! Perfectly for Evil Fizz to get inside that Rayquaza pit. And look at this, it's not just done for Fuses. They want to make sure that they do get the trades in terms of the goaling mechanism. But that is 500 points already for Onyx Rise. They have to go back, and very unfortunate. Just have to go back, play some defense right now. But Onyx Rise not yet done. They know it's only 10 seconds, and Full Sense has no chance to make a comeback because of the time.
No chance to come back because of the time, the Rayquaza buff. It all came down to that game-defining fight around that Ray. And even though things look a little dicey there for Onyx Rise at the start, they found that opening. They managed to find out that bait to catch out players from Full Sense, to rip them apart. And most importantly, the fact that Eeyore, he was healthy to get that steal. I think he was like almost at full health when he got the secure. There's nobody on the side of Full Sense that's going to out-secure a Dark Urshifu. Wicked Blow. Just too powerful of a move.
Too powerful. Way too good to make those objectives be secured on your side. That was the name of the game for Onyx. They're actually able to read what is in the minds of Full Sense. A while ago, they were trying to play it out very safe. But they knew their opponent was also playing out very safe. So, they have to go one by one. They have to go in as quick as they can. And there was actually Illuna who has to go in. That side up provided a lot of headache towards Full Sense. They want to make sure that once full power Sai comes in, everyone has to follow up. And that's what happened. Full Sense was attracted into that side up, and eventually Onyx did the same thing as well. They were attracted by the setup, and it's just a matter of follow-up. Despite Mark God being able to do a lot of zoning here, there was actually Eeyore in the back. Actually, it was an Evos Fizz. It was actually there to, dash in towards Rayquaza, and get the last hit with the Wicked Blow.
Got hit with the Wicked Blow, and I think as well, if anyone did or didn't catch it in that Ray Pit, it was Mark God, and there was someone else as well, Permastunned. They got hit by Permastuns from Onyx Rise, and the fact that these guys were immobilized, that meant they had no chance of getting that final secure in. So just really smart plays from Onyx Rise overall. Sometimes it's not about getting the knockouts, it's just disrupting people so that you yourself are able to secure the knockout or whatever objective you want for yourself. It's really, sometimes you have to play with your brain, and I know a lot of us regular people, we kind of use half when we play.
Yeah,
but Onyx,
totally
they prove that they use theirs at 100%, especially with the fact that they've got Illuna on that slide duck. But that's our first game for our second round of upper bracket matches. We have one more game for our upper bracket match before we move on to our next match, but don't go anywhere. We still have plenty of Pokemon Unite coming your way, but that's only going to happen after this break.
Welcome back to Pokemon Unite Winter Tournament Open 2025 for APAC West. Still picking heels alongside Danily, ready to bring the action for our second set of series into our upper bracket semifinals. Again, it's going to be Evos Onyx up against Bullyram, and we have been seeing them for quite some time already, at least for today. Both of them, performed really well, so I'm quite curious what is going to be the name of the game, because for Evos Onyx, it's not going to be an easy day for them.
No, it's not, unless maybe they were just a little bit slow to warm up in the first game. It's a bit hard to say what ended up being the issue for Evos Onyx. Like, they definitely looked a little bit shaky in their earlier matches. But to be fair, they also played Escape 5, which was a terrifying team. Although we do have some bad news for anyone that was a fan of Escape 5. So, updates for our lower bracket matches, because we are not broadcasting the first 3 rounds of lower bracket rounds. The first teams should make it out.
Yeah.
I think Bullyram actually looked really decent. They played really well up against MYS. Evos Onyx, I am concerned just because they really looked like something happened. Something either happened internally, maybe there was some miscommunication. Maybe the team, it's just they're not feeling warm. Sometimes your first game of the day, you just don't do well, and you kind of need to get those first games out there to really warm yourself up and get you back onto that field. But what do you think, Yules? Like, Evos Onyx, did they just look like they struggled because Escape 5 was really that good? Or is there something else that you kind of feel like has kind of happened with Evos?
I feel like it's more of a culture shock, honestly, because they have been, going head-to-head with a lot of teams during the Southeast Asia League in ACL, and definitely they weren't really that focused enough into the other teams that were actually, does have actually potential to, go head-to-head towards them. So I think it was a bit of a culture shock or a head shocker for them, knowing that, there's this kind of team who could go up against, go head-to-head up against us. So you have to be very careful. So right now, I feel like there has to be a change, for Evos Onyx. They have to make sure that they're on their right track, their composure is back once again, because, probably they're one of the best teams out here, so they want to make sure that, that is really the case for right now. But again, we're not that sure if that is going to be. Maybe Evos Onyx having a little bit of a problem. Maybe it was just, Escape 5 really that good. But again, Team MYS actually took them down into the lower bracket, so I'm really curious if Bullyram could actually pull off a much stronger performance in order to go head-to-head up against Evos Onyx right now.
Yeah, I think just going off the performances, I think Bullyram is probably a bit of a safer bet here, just because they beat MYS, and MYS beat Escape 5. I think that's already another indicator as to what the hierarchy is for the tournament thus far, but anything can change, anything can happen, okay? So don't take us for our words. It's going to be up to the players to prove to us and to you guys and to themselves where they stand in the Pokemon Unite hierarchy in APAC West, because there is definitely some kind of tier, I suppose, and the teams will place themselves in a particular tier on where they stand. Are they better than this team? Are they better than that team? Do we really struggle against this team? That kind of stuff. And being able to understand where you stand, who you're weak against, and why you're weak against them, and working on those weaknesses to better yourself as a team, it's a really important skill to have, especially when you're trying to prove yourself on the competitive circuit, and the fact that Worlds is going to be on the line very soon.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of things are on the line, to be specific. But right now, we're just waiting for our teams, to get back on their track. But of course, while waiting, we also have our community of voices here, actually, is actually filling up the form. So everyone has been, sending their greetings. Actually, a lot of fans out there showing their support for, Thailand team. So
we have a message actually coming from BRU for Brilliant Light Esports a while ago, which I just saw, and they were saying that two Thailand teams, there's gonna be two Thailand teams who's gonna be going head to head in ACL finals in Japan. So would love to see that one happen because we might see it, right? And definitely right now it's gonna be Onic waiting into the upper bracket finals. So we're not that sure what's gonna happen next, but if we do get these Thailand teams up and going once again, so Full Sense might be doing a lower bracket run up there. I'm quite excited what we have to expect. But of course, make sure to scan the QR code as well for your chance to win our giveaway. We have puzzles, keychains, jersey. There's actually a caster who won the jersey, so not gonna say who that is, but he's absolutely lucky to get it.
He is absolutely lucky to get it, yes. So, again, just a quick update on our brackets. We finished our first round of upper and lower brackets. We're currently working through our second round of upper and lower brackets. So, we've already finished our first upper bracket match. We are about to cast our second upper bracket match. And then the lower bracket matches for round 2, they are currently happening. So, one of the matches is waiting to figure out who their opponent is going to be, but Full Sense is going to be playing up against MYS. I'm pretty sure this is probably happening like right now, or they're having a quick break before they do their matches. We are not broadcasting those games, but that will be happening, and we're going to find out very soon who that next team is going to be in that lower bracket. If it's going to be Full Sense or if it's going to be MYS. And to be fair, it's a pretty hot matchup down there as well. But speaking of matchups, let's focus on the one at hand here. Yule, it's Evos. Oh boy, going up against Bully Ram. And I hope they're ready for Bully Ram because I think it's fair to say that Bully Ram definitely did bully MYS a good bit.
Yeah, I mean, despite being a 2-1, they were actually able to dominate a majority of the phasing of their games before with Team MYS. So right now I'm quite curious, can they pull off the same performance up against a team like Evos Onyx? Yes, Evos Onyx managed to, escape their round number 1 going up against Escape 5. But the thing is, are they back at their 100%? That's the big question. If they are, it's going to be a difficult time for Bully Ram. But if not yet, Bully Ram might take advantage of that one, and advance even further into this tournament.
They could. So, starting off with our opening pick here, Yule, we're going to be seeing the Umbreon first pick here for Evos. And on the other side, Bully Ram's going to be going for the Psyduck and the Miraidon. So, defenders, supports, obviously going to be getting a lot of the priority. But this battle for for Mewtwo Y and Miraidon has been non-stop today. If these Pokemon are not banned, whoever wants to get one is going to get one. We've never seen a game where Mewtwo Y and a Miraidon has been banned.
Yeah. Actually, it's just, a while ago, it was Miraidon ban or Mewtwo Y ban. But right now, they're setting everyone free to use. And it's actually quite interesting that we get to see how these players actually maximize these attackers. Because, probably if these two attackers are open, it's automatically like around 90%. That would be the attacker of the team. It's just who's gonna get it, who's gonna get the first one, and it's all about execution wise. But right now, I love to see Evos Onyx once again. They're gonna be running a Metagross here. I love this one. They could actually jail them down with a Unite with Computer Crush.
Tyranitar. Okay, just a heads up, okay? So, Tyranitar was constantly banned against Bully Ram in their previous matchup. So, we're going to find out very soon why Teenza was not allowed to play Tyranitar.
We must see the answer, I guess, into the gameplay. But yeah, 35 seconds on clock for our preparation into the draft itself. I feel like, Bully Ram has a really convincing lineup. They have setups, they have hindrances, they have firepower damage to be specific. All 3 of them, Miraidon, Surge, and this Tyranitar, which is I'm actually curious, what composition would it run? Would it be the Dark Pulse? Would it be the Stone Edge? Well, we'll just see later on. And Teenza is actually a no joke when it comes to Tyranitar.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got MYS banning Tyranitar against you, that's a sign to be like, okay, maybe there's a reason why this Pokemon is banned. Keep in mind as well, I think the other Pokemon that was banned was the Tyranitar and Dragonite, which is probably another indicator as to like another Pokemon that Teensor plays. But to be fair as well, we also saw Teensor play a really mean at Mimikyu, so it's not like he's limited to just 1 or 2 Pokemon. He is quite flexible with his choices. I think Urshifu was his last one, so he's actually played a number of Pokemon, but I'm really interested to see Teensor's Tyranitar today. And I just want to see how bad is it? Like, not bad as in like it's a bad Pokemon, but like how bad is it to play against Teensor's Tyranitar?
How bad of a head scratch that Evos Onyx would have right after this Tyranitar is already set and done.
Yeah.
It's actually the biggest question that we are about to see because, you know, Bullywram, they have been very quiet, but for some reason, Team NYS does know them for a lot of times. That's why Dragonite and Tyranitar was really bad. I don't think they were actually scrim partners, to be specific. That's why they know their research. But right now, if Evos Onyx is going head-to-head with them completely blind, definitely have to watch out up against Teensor.
Yeah, I kind of want to add on to this as well because we very rarely see Tyranitar. That Tita in this particular matchup, like for this game in particular, Tyranitar is really going to thrive. And the reason why I say this is because Tyranitar, he's great against compositions that rely on shielding, right? The whole point of Metagross is that you get bonus health through shields. Same thing can be said for the Aegis Slash, as well as the Wigglytuff. The Wigglytuff Unite, it's all about shielding. But for Tita, his passive burns through your shielding into your health instead. And so, traditionally, the way to really play against a Tyranitar is to have a lineup that either had a lot of raw health or to have a very strong healer in something such as a as a Clefable, which, if you have a look at what Evos Onic currently have, they're probably running this Wish Umbreon. Like, that's their only healer. And Wish Umbreon doesn't really heal a lot of health.
Oh, yeah.
It's actually more for the damage reduction.
That's actually the biggest case we might be seeing for Evos Onyx, but yet again, it's going to be Bullywram, going to be getting the KOs here all the way into the central area. Dragons cannot keep it up with the War Turtle, but there is actually a backup coming up from Evos Onyx, so we're not seeing quite a fight wherein they would really go all out. It's just getting the XPs that they need. So Sleep right now with the Electro Drift, sad to say, won't be connecting that much. Will be dealing a lot of damage, but, you know, conversion is not gonna be there. So right now, Bullywram, kind of controlling the game so far, but Evos Onyx managed to trade back and forth immediately the way they wanted it to.
Yeah, they're trading, but at the same time, they're kind of giving away levels to this Pupitar in that top lane. Cerulea just taken over the lane, but Pupitar's now in the central area. Is going to be able to get experience in the central area jungle, get the buffs as well. Tita should be coming up real soon, and I really want to see how Bullywram's going to play when this Tyranitar is up and online. Is it going to be just run it down the lanes, fight into them, or is it going to be something a little bit more Tita being a more independent Pokemon, forcing Evos to send somebody to constantly deal with him? Now, in the meantime, though, we do see a bit of a skirmish here as, Maridon gets out of there with the Electro Drift. Super low, though, but this does mean that his teammates are going to be left completely isolated. Psyduck is going to go down, Cerulea almost going down as well, and Evos Onyx, they win this bottom fight convincingly with 4 Pokemon, break the Tier 1 goal zone, and they're going to comfortably take this Regirock away from Bullywram.
This is actually pretty nice that we get to see Evos Onyx once again back on their original form. This is the Evos Onyx that we know. They're not actually really that behind up against Bullywram, and they do get their objectives as well. So that's an additional defense coming in from them. So if Bullywram tries to force out the fight, which I do believe they won't, definitely it would be a big advantage for Evos Onyx. So right now, Bullywram has to do is, you know, just burn away the buffs and actually, you know, get the proper timing and evolve immediately. And that is going to be the Tyranitar online for them. The scrimmage, the fights might break through soon.
Oh, gotta be a little bit careful there. Ancient Power is gonna be the play here for that Tyranitar. So I'm assuming, I think we saw Dark Pulse earlier. So Dark Pulse, Ancient Power is going to be the build for Tyranitar. So run in there, and also use the Dark Pulse to have the stun. as well as the range attack. Because one of the things with Tyranitar is that sometimes because he's melee, it's a bit difficult for him to latch onto certain Pokemon when Ancient Power is on cooldown. But he's level 9. He ideally wants to be level 10 before he even considers coming in for the Tyrannical Rampage.
Yeah.
And he's got that level 10, and it looks like the teams are going to group up. So I think Bullyram, they really want to fight with T-Tar if possible, starting out with the Ancient Power, jumping right on top of the Aegis Slash, and wow, even the Metagross coming in on top of him as well, and they burn him down. It's a 2 for 1, 2 for 2 now, 3 versus 3 situation, but it looks like Bullyram coming out on top with quite a bit of health on their players and Pokemon. But now it's going to be Bullyram backing up a little bit. They've lost their supports. They still have the Miraidon and that Blastoise. Tyranitar's coming back. But that Regieleki, it's super low. Can they maybe go for the Steel? A little bit too slow. The Surf is just not there. They do use the Typhoon to get the Aegis Slash. But can they get anything more? No, it's just going to be a quick rip onto the Regieleki. And Bullyram, they want to keep pushing. They want to fight on that goal zone. Very risky here, y'all.
Oh, this is actually very risky indeed. But Dragon was able to prevent that goal to landing in. But look at this. It's going to be ordinary play. Going to be trying to score immediately. But Aegis was so ready to make the defense out of nowhere. But Bullyram is still up. Look at that. Aegis Slash being able to defend it over and over again. 3 KOs. Result all the way to the backline to deal a lot of damage. And that's going to be 5 KOs.
Oh my god. Bullyram! Okay, I can't be the only one to think that Bullyram got extremely greedy there. They thought they won the fight. They didn't realize Evos were still reinforcing in that top lane. And they got, what, 1 or 2 free KOs because Bullyram were very stubborn trying to score their points to break that goal zone. It looks like though the buff is going to go in favor of Evos Onyx, so more experience and a defensive buff on top of that as well. This is the best time to fight if you're Onyx because you're just so dang tanky.
And that's actually not looking quite good for Bullyram. They invested the Revenant Rend all the way into their Regirock, as far as I can tell. And they didn't got the last hit, so they have to wait out for another minute, actually almost a minute, in order for that to be up and online. And they really do need it later on at the final stretch, so they want to make sure that they catch up in terms of XP. So they actually mustn't go for the team fight, you know, play very patiently. But right now, Tencent is overextending a lot here, and he's gonna get chased down immediately by Evos Onyx right now. But there goes the KO landing on their palm, but Meng has to back away. But that Umbreon with the mean look is gonna do its job, get the KO, 2 KOs indeed, but that is actually something in return. Aegis Slash was taken down, so Bullyram somehow rewarded for an experience, but they're not going to be eyeing on objectives once again. So they might go for a sneaky goal here for Bullyram, but 15 seconds is all that's left, and they don't have a good position towards Rayquaza.
No, they're really pushed back thanks to Evos Onyx. So Bullyram, if they can find a way in, that would be huge. They do manage to pull in the Metagross, but to be fair, one of the tankiest Pokemon in the game, Teensar though, is trying to frontline for the team down to half health, is able to get some heals off. We do get the Surf though, connecting onto Dragon, Typhoon, the Midnight Prince as well. Maybe this is it, the group up, but Bullyram, they're grouped up as well. 2 Pokemon down the side of Evos Onyx. Bullyram still looking strong. They did lose their Psyduck, but Teensar so low on that Tyranitar, but somehow did not get knocked out. And now they're going to try and go for the rip. The Mewtwo is here. If they could somehow get the steal with it by resort, a beautiful Surf. They're trying to buy time. There is an Aegis Slash coming in. They are so scared of the Tyranitar. The chip, it's enough to get that Rayquaza. And now with just the support duo on Evos Onyx left, I think this is it. Game number 1 going to be secured by Bullyram.
And that is why you want to ban that Tyranitar. With a Sandscream, with an Ancient Power, definitely it will be big in big team fights, and we've seen the value of it already. So Evos Onyx still has 1 minute on the clock to make a comeback, but I am not seeing quite an opening for them to do it as of now. Despite getting the KOs, there are actually jump pads available for Bullyram for them to defend things down in their tier 2 goal zones.
40 seconds to go. I mean, there is still absolutely a shining light here for Evos Onyx. If they can somehow get quick enough knockouts, because Bullyrun, they've basically split their attention. They've got 2 Pokemon down bottom, 2 Pokemon up top. Now keep in mind though, Tyranitar, fantastic for defending goal zones. He's still got the Rayquaza shield as well, struggling to get rid of these Pokemon. And when they jump in as well, Evos Onyx got to be so careful of that knockup. Without Mewtwo, why though? I think the damage is now officially dwindling, you all. Game number 1. Bullyrun going to be there for the secure and looking to grab that second win to make it to that next round.
Evos Onyx once again having a tough time in their in the winter tournament. A while ago they were struggling up against their opponent, and right now it's actually the same case. Yes, they had a great head start, but Bullyrun, their late game, their Tyranitar, Teamza, doing the job, making sure that he's going to be giving a hard time to everyone, to every single members of Evos, because Tyranitar is just the tanky.
Jeez, look at the damage done by Teamza as well. Like, a lot of that damage is going to be from the Sand Stream. Because
37%.
The number of times that Onyx is grouped up around this Tyranitar, just taking so much chip damage, and the Sand Stream cutting into their health pools, because shields don't matter against a Tyranitar. It is your raw health that it's going to be able to get rid of. And that's one of the major benefits, at least for a lot of the Pokemon on the other side. Like, shielding was the name of the game for this team, right? Even the fact that they had the Wigglytuff, the whole point of Wigglytuff is to give you shields with its Unite move. But for that last pick Tyranitar, I think it caught Onyx off guard. They didn't expect the Cheetah last pick. I'm not sure if it's a case of maybe they forgot about it or whatnot, because most people are not going to be thinking of Tyranitar, they're thinking of other things. But I think after seeing the Tyranitar pick from Teamza, they're probably going to have to decide to go back to a more classic support healer approach, because I don't think it's going to be enough just to run the Umbreon Wish. I think you actually have to go back for your classic Clefable, for example. I think Clefable would have been really good to heal through the Sand Stream.
Yeah, here's the thing, like, you must have Clefable or a Blissey with a soft boiled in order to sustain your fight. So,
but Blissey was banned, so you kind of pigeonholed into Clefable. Yeah, that's one of the things, right? Like, the pick bans, like having Blissey banned, it's like, okay, we have to go for Clefable, but it's a Pokemon that we want on our team. Which I think if we swapped out the Wigglytuff, or let's say it was a Defender Umbreon, and you had a Clefable instead, I think that would have still worked.
Yeah, I highly agree on that one. But here's the thing, like, if Tyranitar is going to be taken out of the picture, and, you know, actually, let's assume that it won't be taken out of the picture. Like, they actually must ban Clefable and Blissey if they really want to invest a lot of firepower into the Tyranitar, or they do get the other sport the way around on their team. So I feel like that's actually the most great composition or strategy that Bullyrun could actually do heading towards game number 2, because they want to win it already. It's just one win away for the upper bracket finals, and they want to make sure that they secure their spot. So right now, what they have to do is, you know, have plan A, which is, you know, continuing the Tyranitar run, and plan B is have something on their pocket once that Tyranitar is not available. They might still have the Dragonite, which is not being shown yet, at least for tonight. So who knows what might happen.
Yeah, so here's my kind of thinking about this. I don't think Bullyrun is just going to auto-lock Tyranitar. I feel like the reason why they picked it in this particular game, it was just the perfect fit, because they were going up against a shield comp. In the case that they didn't have to deal with so much shielding, like there was no Wigglytuff, there was no Metagross, I actually think Teamza would have picked a different Pokemon. I mean, it could have actually picked laning Dragonite as well if they wanted to go for lanes instead. Because Teamza was top lane, right? And I think we've seen Teamza mid for the first round. This is the first time we have seen Teamza top lane, but that was because it was Tyranitar. I think Teamza's pretty flexible. It's just really going to be up to Evos to dictate what ends up being that pick for Teamza.
Oh, Urshifu ban. So they're going to be ignoring the shields.
This is like Teamza bans, actually.
Yeah, but because here's the thing, like, you know, it's in terms of shield comp, it's actually a Tyranitar who's actually the perfect fit. But if you're dealing with defense, it's actually Urshifu
the best option because it does ignore that one. It does ignore the concept of defense. So
Yeah.
right now, Tyranitar is open, so I really do believe that they're not going to be going in with the shields, but instead, they're going to be going with the raw defense. That's why we have Umbreon, H-Slash, and Blastoise at a super early draft towards Evos Onyx.
I'm just thinking. I'm thinking here. For sure. I mean, okay, so we have Sizzle coming back. Here's my issue with what I'm currently seeing on the side of Evos, okay? What Evos currently struggle against Sizzle. Because he can latch onto all three of these Pokemon that we're currently looking at. Umbreon, Blastoise, and Aegislash. These three Pokemon actually have no way of being able to shoo away a Sizzle by themselves. Now, let's assume a Sizzle because we saw Sizzle for the first 2 games that Bullyram actually picked the Sizzle. Could be Scyther maybe this time, I don't know, they'll just throw us off. But Evos are actually doing something different for a change. Our first, Glaceon. And I like this. Glaceon, very, very solid attacker, is amazing when it comes to sort of playing around that Sizzle because regardless of which build you use, you have a lot of range to play with. Icy Wind, Icicles, whatever you choose. I think everything can kind of work here. The question is, can they ensure that they protect Resorte so he doesn't get caught out by the Absol? Because I feel like the biggest threat right now to him is the existence of Absol. Can I also mention, there's no healing on Bullyram? They've actually gone for the no healing call.
Yeah, they're not going to be going for it.
It's all offense.
Yeah.
It's truly all offense. Like, it's go time, okay? There's no healing doesn't exist.
It's go time.
It is go time. Do it. Do it. I'm not going to complain. I want to see this. If it works, it works, okay? I'm
works.
really not going to question whatever this team picks because they have been extremely fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, specifically Bullyram's draft, it's just an all-out team fight for them. It's just, get the KOs, get the eliminations, get the scores up and going, and job is well done, right? That's the concept of Bullyram. But on the other hand, Evos Onyx, they're much more of a strategic approach. They want the setups to happen. They want this Umbreon to protect this Glaceon, specifically from the Absol. Because this Absol can just get in at a faster phase, and that Umbreon has to be ready with the foul play or the main loop to buy a lot of time, buy a lot of space for that Glaceon. Because Glaceon, yes, it's a great attacker. With the Icicle Spear, it could actually land sure hits. But the question is, how long can he be up on a team fight? That's the big question.
Yeah.
And challenge Evos Onyx.
Or is it Icy Wind? Because the question is, like, what's the build going to be for that Glaceon? We'll find out later on.
Yeah, we'll find it out, right?
Yeah, but I think it will dictate how Onyx end up playing this game. Because I kind of feel like in this particular matchup, he might need to play Icy Wind to be able to stay on his toes against the Sizzle and the Absol. Like, he might need to have the burst, as well as the additional little jump, because you also get that little, that little dash with the Icy Wind. So we'll find out in just a second, because Glaceon's coming up top, but so is Miraidon. So it's a 4v4 here, y'all. And things are about to get a little bit spicy.
Oh, this is actually spicy. Teensum making the first move out here as he gets 1 KO immediately right off the bat. And Resorte is a little bit of a trouble here. First goal knocks down at the hands of Evos Onyx. But it is Bullyram not yet done. They're overextending once again into the top path. And there was a call already from their team. Get back immediately. Our job is done. We got Swablu, Zenotaria, and a granted KO for them.
And it's also a confirmed Icicle Spear build for this Glaceon. So they want the sure damage hits. But this early on, unless it's a central lane Glaceon, it's so hard to build those shards. Like, you're only going to be able to hit 4 at most. Very rarely are you going to be able to get 6. But look at this though, Resorte getting jumped on by a Miraidon Piloswine combo and just gets knocked out. Because this is a laning Glaceon. This is not a central lane Glaceon, because they did decide to give that away to the Doublade. So progress for this Glaceon is going to be a little slow, and I think the most concerning thing is that Teamza is level 8 on this Absol, and they're looking to crush this top lane.
Oh yeah, they have to crush it as soon as they can. 20 AO's energy is all that's left. They're going to be going for the overcap, of course. That is what they want to happen. But, you know, quite unfortunate that... Oh, they can actually take it down! So, Evos Onyx gave it away for free because they have to prioritize that squirrel to evolve immediately to go head-to-head later on into the major objectives.
Oh boy, they're heading down bottom as well, and Evos Onyx, just the levels are just not there for this team. They are not comfortable at all. But they're grouping up, they're getting ready for that defense, but up against 5 players from Bullyrab, I feel like they're just going to get bullied out of this objective. They're leading with the Umbreon duel, but I don't know if this is going to be enough.
Oh, Earthquake and able to go in. Look at that Ice Fang. Very beautiful to take off the Umbreon out of the picture. And right now, Registeel is looking good here for Bullyrab. Electro Gym is going to be up as well. Same thing to Coup de Crate. But Midnight Splash is also an investment coming in at the side of Bullyrab. And now they got 3 KO out of nowhere. They got objectives as well. And this is actually looking good for Teamza to get a lot of damage.
Gets the damage. Now, I guess the good news is that, like, aside from that, it was just a trade across both sides. So even though Evos Onyx, you know, they got the levels, they're keeping up with Bullyrab, and they've managed to close that gap between them and Teamza. So they are definitely still in this game. Although Teamza getting caught up by that Hydro Pump, they're about to get the Absol. That's a big money knockout there for Evos Onyx, but it comes at the cost of giving away that Reggie Alecki. But Gifinki's wanting to set up for the team. They do have the Serena coming in with the triple axle follow-up. They get the Scissors. So 2 big knockouts for Evos Onyx for a Reggie Alecki. So Onyx, they're playing a lot more aggressive this game. They look way more coordinated compared to that first game. And I think if they can keep things up, yeah, they're behind on points for now, but they can make that comeback happen. They have a pretty good lineup going into that late game. They've just got to make sure they need to keep this coordination going, as teams are almost going to go for the knockout there onto the Umbreon. They did back out just in time. Typhoon are going to be used. Oh, the Apple goes down with the follow-up Surf. So that's an amazing trade for the Blastoise.
Yeah, and that eject button was actually beautiful as well from the Blastoise in order to guarantee the KO up against Teamza, because that would reward them a ton of XP. But right now it's gonna be Bullyrab doing the reset once again after the run that they did. So they have to play very carefully right now, because you know they're behind on XP in all honesty, because look at the defender, look at the supporter, level 9 compared to level 10 from Evos Onyx. Not that large of a margin, but if they continue to force things out, it's not gonna work in their favor into the later stages of the game.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is that Absol this game does not have that level lead that they're looking for. But hang on a minute though, the Serena almost going to go down, goes back onto the goal zone, just slips away. But 2 Pokemon, both defenders, being eliminated from Evos Onyx, Umbreon, and that Blastoise. They're using the jump pads though, the disables from it, to keep these Pokemon here. And even the Rhydon getting caught out. Bullyrab have overstepped their welcome. Yes, they've got a double knockout, but they might have just given away the Reggie Alecki because of this, because they've now lost 2 major damage dealers for this team.
Yeah, and Ordinary Play has to play very carefully here. Level 10 only compared to the level 11 and 12 department of Evos Onyx. That's actually not the level that you want to see, and it was stolen actually with the Midnight Splash being used. But right now, Parabolic Charge plus the Electro Drift is going to be dealing a lot of damage, but not going to be quite enough to take down the KOs. But one thing that's important is they got the Reggie to buy a lot of time, but the thing is, not going to be quite enough to defend the tier 1 goal. So actually, Evos Onyx right now, they're trying to get the lead right after this, and yes, they do.
I am a little bit concerned about these plays coming out from Bullyrab, because it feels like they're throwing bodies to try and make some of these plays happen. They maybe could have given away the Reggie Alecki, played it a little more patiently, but they really are just going all in with this gung-ho play style.
Yeah, right?
Get in your face. I guess this is the issue you kind of run into when you're running a no support healer comp. you have to just start the fight because you can't afford to take any kind of chip damage. We still have 25 seconds to go before we get our bottom objective. Of course, I think it's at this point, if you're Bully Ram, you are praying it is a Reg Ice. You do not want to give away a Steel or Reggie Rock. But for Evos, they're happy with anything, you know? They're happy to steal this experience away. They're happy to steal these buffs away. They have been the breadwinners for a lot of these fights. And I'm so concerned because I think Dragons has basically spotted everyone in that bush. They do manage to catch them out there with that Surf. 2 Pokemon caught out. They do have the Aegis Slash in the middle though. About to go down. They will finish them off thanks to that Psyduck. So they're down 1 player. We have the Mamoswine who's caught out the Blastoise in the back lines. Glaceon's out. So that's going to be the attacker down for Evos Onyx. So Bully Ram, fantastic comeback. Really great targeting, eliminating 2 major targets on the side of Evos Onyx. And this is a Reggie Steel buff for Bully Ram going into Rayquaza. They gotta get out of there. They can't fight without their team.
They gotta fight immediately, make use of the buffs, and look at that! Absol dealing a lot of damage so far, but Kane is already online back on track. Full power, Saya is dealing a lot of damage as well, but Kane is still up and going. Ice Fang is gonna miss, very unfortunate. It looks like Evos Onyx still has a shot, but Midnight Splash is gonna get a KO out of nowhere.
They're doing it!
Evos, can they make it up still? And they actually provided a team wipe, and they're gonna be eyeing on the prize, which is the Rayquaza. 15 seconds on the clock for Evos Onyx to be a complete fledged team. But right now they do have Unite move. They do have Hydro Type. But look at that damage from Tinza! Any other members? Evos Onyx will be taken down by Bully Ram in 2-0. There's no way that Evos Onyx can stop the scoring of Bully Ram, and this is actually a total victory for them.
I can't wait for the replay. I don't know if the replay is even going to show up, but Rayquaza in that moment was wearing a Bully Ram jersey because Rayquaza was the reason why they were even able to follow up onto this defensive duo that surfed in. Right, we had Blastoise and Umbreon surfing in, catching a couple of Bully Ram Pokemon, but the knockup from Rayquaza gave Bully Ram enough time to turn around and get the crucial crit onto both of those Pokemon. Oh my goodness, I really need to see that replay. It was incredible, but very unfortunate at the same time for Evos.
It's a highlight reel for sure. It is going to be a highlight reel for Winter Tournament APAC West. I would love to see it as well. 15 seconds left. Evos Onyx trying to make sure that they can actually bounce back a little bit, but not going to be the story as Bully Ram takes down one of the top teams in Southeast Asia. And they're going to be advancing into the upper bracket finals.
Jeez, bullying their way in the upper bracket, and they're gonna play up against Onic Rise. I am so keen to see this particular matchup because keep in mind, Bully Ram won with no healers. They just decided to wave the flag and say healers are overrated. We don't need healers. Okay, healing is overrated. We just want damage. And they made it work. And really, it was very fascinating too because originally they did start out with a bit of a level lead, then a couple of hiccups and bumps here and there, then the level leads closed and it looked like it was getting a bit too close. But then we had the dream fights happen where Onyx just stuck around for a second too long.
It was a fantastic game actually. It has to be the greatest game that I've seen next to Evos versus
Escape 5?
Yeah, Escape 5. Evos Onyx, they have been providing a lot of great games so far. Very unfortunate they will be falling down into the lower bracket, so we do hope that we get to see them once again into the upper bracket finals. But one thing is for sure, we already have our contenders into the upper bracket eyeing on the advantage into the grand finals. But of course, let's not ignore them. These teams are no joke. Bully Ram made a statement. Even though we're not part of the C-League, we could definitely take down the best teams in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, don't underestimate them because they have a bit of a mean name because these guys are really mean. So
they're bullying everyone out.
They truly are. And just to see the fact that they're playing so well today, they beat NYS. Now, this is not the Paper Rex NYS for anyone that is a little bit confused. This is, I think, just like a last-minute team that was put together by Nightly Foxy. But then after beating NYS, they beat Evos Onyx, and it's 2-0 as well. If they beat Onic Rise, it would be a massive statement. But speaking of statements, we do want to remind all of you guys that we are still conducting our viewer giveaway. We have a whole bunch of goodies that we are currently giving away on stream. We have our physical prizes, which is the Pikachu original keychains, the official tournament jersey, and the Pokemon Unite 3rd anniversary original puzzle. We have 5 keychains, 2 jerseys, and 2 puzzles. If you want to win one of these prizes, make sure to enter our giveaway. This is going to be in the form of a sheet. Make sure you fill in the necessary information, submit, and we are going to be announcing our winners for these prizes today. But if you want the grand prize, that is a different giveaway, where basically you need to find out what the secret word is. And once you figure out the secret word, you'll be in the running to win 2 tickets to the ACL Finals in Japan. Fully funded trip. Tickets, flights, and accommodation.
I'm gonna cash my entry for sure. I want to see Japan. I want to see ACL Finals. It's gonna be held, of course, in Shinjuku Sumitomo Building, Triangle Square. That is in Tokyo on March 29th and 30th in 2025. So make sure to, pack your things up, and let's have a champion time, I guess, in PUACL Grand Finals. And I would love to be there for sure. I have to cast my entry in the giveaway. But of course, we would like to remind as well, so those who are watching, I know everyone from APAC East is watching this one. Registration is still open up until February 4 with a total prize pool of $5,000. And of course, champion teams earn to spot a PUACL Finals in Japan. Free accommodations, flight tickets, it's all covered.
Yes, everything is going to be covered for the winning team. So best of luck to everyone competing in APAC East. Just a quick reminder as well, entries for the APAC East Winter Tournament is still open. So you've got another 2 days to enter your team in. So if you're thinking about maybe wanting to try to get that first place and actually playing at ACL with all of our other premier teams here, do it. Enter. It is free. It is legitimately a free tournament. There is nothing that you need to do outside of register your teammates, get a group of people together, and play next weekend.
Yeah, I mean, who knows what might happen into your awesome Pokemon Unite journey. You might be one of the very best, might be not, but we'll see what will happen next week. But for now, we're here in APAC West, and we're here to determine who's the very best, or who is the team deserving to get that last spot towards ACL Finals in Japan.
Yes. So we are down to, I guess, our remaining teams in the tournament. So just looking at the brackets myself, we currently have 6 teams still in the running. We've had to say goodbye to a fair number of teams already, but Onic Rise, Bullywram, this is going to be our next matchup, I believe. It's going to be such an exciting one as well because it's our upper bracket finals. Winner of this matchup is going straight to the grand final and will be waiting for their opponent. So we get ready for our upper bracket semi-finals. We're going to go for a quick break. So if you need to do anything, do it now. Grab your friends, grab your snacks. Make sure you're back in 5 minutes because the grand finals, it's almost there, but our semi-finals, they're coming right up.
Pokémon Unite!
Hello there trainers and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Winter Open Tournament 2025 for APAC West. We are here for our upper bracket final. Yes, you heard me right, upper bracket final. Either of our two teams here is going to be going to the grand final, but to do that, they kind of have to beat the other team to do so. And it's going to be a really interesting matchup as well, because we're going to be hearing one familiar name and one not so familiar name. We have Onic Rise going up against Bully Ram. Now, not Bully Ram United, okay? Bully Ram. They decided to go for a bit of a meme name, which I'm all for. But Peaky Yules, give us the rundown. Like, Bully Ram. Anyone that's just joined the broadcast, what have they done today? Like, why are they here?
I mean, they just took down Evos Onyx, probably one of the top teams out here competing in Winter Tournament. And not just that, it's not just taking down Evos Onyx. It was 2-0. Unbelievable, and what a shock to everyone who's actually watching the stream, watching our live stream. To the fans of Evos Onyx, it was a shocker that Bully Ram managed to bully Evos Onyx, sending them back into the lower bracket, and right now they are fighting for a spot in the grand finals.
They're fighting for a spot in the grand finals. The team is looking fantastic as well. They've had some pretty solid strategies, some signature Pokemon that has really made them stand out above the competition so far. But now is their greatest challenge. Can they beat Onic Rise? Because at this point in time, I think it's easy to say Onic Rise are the gatekeepers to this grand final. We know what this team is capable of. They have a history, very, very solid team, but can they be shaken by Bully Ram?
Yeah, Bully Ram is actually one of the considered underdogs or the dark horse of the tournament, so really hard to tell if they could actually send Onic all the way into the lower bracket. So right now, 1 out of 3 is the only ones remaining into the upper bracket. Full Sense and Evos Onyx, part of the ACL regular season, is actually fighting their spot here into the lower bracket. So it's a difficult road for them, but for Onic, they want to make sure that they get that grand finals advantage, of course, up against Bully Ram. But Bully Ram, they are no joke. They've taken down Evos Onyx, they've taken down Team MYS, one of the most formidable teams in the tournament. So I'm not going to be shocked if they're going to be doing an upset up against Onic. Onic, on the other hand, again, third placer of Pro Championships.
Third place, sometimes your past achievements don't matter in the moment. And I think it's probably, like, if I was Onic, you know, as much as you would like to brag and boast that you got a trophy at Worlds last year, I know Onic and I know Eeyore. This man is very grounded. I don't think he's gonna look at their past history and say like, okay, we're definitely the better team. He will give Bully Ram the respect that they deserve. So I'm keen to see what their solution is going to be for Bully Ram and how Bully Ram has played thus far. I expect Bully Ram to play pretty standard for game number 1 to get a feel of what Onic is going to do, but for Onic, I kind of think they might want to start out the gate a little bit strong and maybe pull something that might be a little unconventional to scare or to really shake Bully Ram for game 1.
This is actually very confident for Bullywram, making sure that they do get to pick Miraidon at the first place, at the first pick, which is very surprising. Not that surprising because they did it a while ago as well. But I have to tell you, like, once you get Miraidon on first pick, you might get countered immediately by the other way around, and Eager is gonna be, locking in this Aegislash plus Zoe with a Hoopa, so they have the mobility already, they have rotation advantage. But the thing is, what could be their setup? Are they gonna be allowing that Tyranitar composition to happen? Because so far, I'm not seeing it.
I don't think Tyranitar is going to be the play here unless we see some kind of shield composition from Onic, which is not, that's not what's happened here, right? Because you've got Zoe on the Hooper, so you will be going for that raw HP healing with the Hyperspace Hole. But the follow-up, though, is Luna really thinking about Crossbow? Okay, no. But Trevenant's a really great pick, because Trevenant is all about self-healing. You don't really need to worry about a Tyranitar because you have ways to sustain yourself, and shielding is not really the name of the game for this Pokemon. So the fact that Teensai is actually pivoting to a all-rounder here, they're looking to add some more damage to their arsenal. And it looks like it could be the Urshifu here, wanting to get that secure damage in, because have a look at what Onyx Rise currently have. Their secure potential is not that strong. Aegislash, not really one of the best secure Pokemon in the game. Same thing with Serena, and the last pick was for Axew, which they had to go for the Mewtwo. Why? Because I don't see anything else that they could have picked that would have been a better choice here, because they're also dealing with a Miraidon. And another thing I guess we kind of have to talk about here is what's the build going to be for Sleep? Because he's played, I think, both builds today. He's played, like, I think mostly he's been pivoting to Electro Drift now, but I wonder if he's going to pivot back to Charge Beam.
I feel like it's gonna be a Charge Beam for now, simply because that you don't have to go in. There's a cross zone. There's a cross zone. You don't want to get caught immediately by the cross zone with its
tree. Yeah, you don't want to be caught by the tree.
Tree rather.
Yeah, it's tree. Yeah, it's okay. I think I agree with you. There are like 3 Pokemon that would want to get on top of a Miraidon, so Charge Beam probably feels like the safer bet here.
Oh yeah, for sure. Trevenant is actually it can actually just catch really that Miraidon off guard if it does go with an Electro Drift. So safest way possible is going to be the Charge Beam, but if you want a high risk, high reward, definitely, Electro Drift might work up until this point, specifically if you want to KO that Mewtwo who's actually providing a lot of range. You might actually set your prioritization as well all the way to the Hoopa in order to cancel those rotations, those recoveries from being sent back into the base. So I feel like that's going to be the case here.
I mean, maybe it could be the Scyther. the Sizzle that jumps on top of Axew. Well, we've seen the Sizzle actually be a bit of a pain and a bit of a nuisance, just sort of sitting on top of Pokemon. Unless he, like, all of a sudden is just like, okay, I feel like Scyther. That does happen. But I think Sizzle could work here because you have like 3 Pokemon that you can sit on top of. You've got Tree, you've got Aegislash, and you also have Serena. These 3 don't really have the best way of quickly eliminating a Sizzle unless they have the support of the Mewtwo, for example, to sort of pick them off and actually dish out that damage. So it could be the Sizzle to really create that opening. Sleep in the meantime, though, not going to be too happy, just taking a significant amount of damage there thanks to this pairing of Mewtwo and a little Phantom. So for Axew, he's just hoping to dominate the lanes, grab those levels, steal all the experience away, and maybe just grief the Miraidon in lane.
Yeah, I mean, you really do have to take advantage of your lanes as early as possible. First KO goes down on the side of Onyx Rise. They're actually doing a lot better here, making sure that Bullywram cannot bully the way out of them. So really hard respect here for Onyx Rise. They want to make sure that they're confident, but at the same time, very disciplined. And we absolutely saw Electro Drift here. That's going to be a KO right off the bat. From the
1-for-1 though.
Yeah.
1-for-1. Trade both attackers, get rid of each other's defenders, I suppose. So it's equal across the board. Both of them level 4, so unevolved defenders. So for Axew and Sleep, it's really just leveling up here for these 2 players. But middle lane though, it looks like Bullywram are currently being bullied out by Onic as they do get rid of that Clefable. So no healing for you, but luckily they don't lose the Urshifu in that process. But all of a sudden, we're seeing Onyx Rise go for a big push in that top lane up against that Sizzle. Now, keep in mind, you know, Sizzle, he might be tanky, but when you have Axe-Q there on that Mewtwo, he's the key to shutting down that Sizzle. His damage output is how you zone away that pesky bug.
Oh, did you saw that? Axe-Q wasn't actually scoring because they need it for the damage. Great execution. Despite they could actually go for the overcap, damage was their prioritization. But right now, Illuna is doing its job to score, and he finally lands it. But in exchange, it could be going back into the base because of that Miraidon. But no, there's actually still hope for him to go back. But at the top side, that's going to be an overcap of 9 points in total. So still not of the huge numbers, but overcap is an overcap.
They are giving away the Regirock in exchange, which I'm not quite sure if I'm too happy about this, because you're basically giving away those levels back to Buliram in exchange for the Regieleki. Unless Onyx Rise want to go for a big push up top, which could very well happen, especially with how they're moving on that map. They're all grouped up together. They're just missing that Trevenant, but do they really need it if it's just going to be a few Pokemon? It's actually not even going to be a few, it's just a couple. It's just the Sizzle and that Clefable, that Regieleki. It's right on their doorstep and it walks on in. So if Onyx want to score, they can. And they get a double knockout while they do it. But look at this Electro Drift into the backline, trying to go onto Axe-Q, but mistakes have been made. Sleep, his commitment was just too much.
I love the game plan here. So Onyx Rise, what they want to do is just play it very safe and destroy that tier 1 gold zone later on in the latter part of this game. So they want to maximize those stacks. They want to put up some pressures and XPs by scoring at tier 1. And later on, they would just overcap it on its maximum potential. That is the game plan as far as I can tell, because they did this during their match up against a while ago. I believe it's full sense, so maybe we'll get the same results. But Buliram, on the other hand, needs to catch up a lot in terms of the level department.
They do need to catch up, but at the same time, the way that they're playing so aggressive into Onyx Rise, even though they are at a bit of a deficit. So maybe they're just hoping that Onyx Rise make a mistake. But I hope they remember as well who they're playing up against. It's not just any ragtag team. This is a tier 1 global team that Buliram is playing into. Axe-Q going to be zoning them away with some basic attacks. They were almost caught out there thanks to Illuna, but they do manage to grab the Urshifu in the meantime. So no Urshifu support there on the side of Buliram. They were thinking of jumping onto Zoe, but with the Trevenant up front, it's a little bit too scary for Buliram to fully commit into this. Moonlight's going to be used. Even the Unite committed there by Axe-Q. But look at this, though, forcing a Clefable Unite just to survive. So that's not going to be available for this Regirock fight.
Not going to be available indeed. Reason Bound has been pop up as well, and they're going to be going all out for the Regirock. And it looks like who's going to be getting the last hit. It's going to be Onyx Rise. Beautiful execution. 3 KOs actually coming in for Onyx Rise.
Onyx Rise looking to completely dominate this set here. We're at the 4-minute mark so far, but they're leading with 319 points compared to the 61 on the side of Buliram. And the level difference, it's not too big, but the fact that Onyx Rise have completely crippled that top lane, they've already started working on that bottom lane, they're removing the speed flux away from Buliram, preventing them from having access to a lot of free lanes, because you want the speed flux if you're trying to go for objectives. It helps you go to that top and bottom lane quicker, whereas for Buliram, they are scared to leave their base, because they don't know where Onyx Rise is going to be coming from. The fact that they're invading as well, this is preventing Buliram from even getting levels in their own central area. And look at this! This Aegis Slash gets thrown in the air. They don't even get the knockout there onto the Urshifu. That's a big mistake. And so as we continue in this matchup, Onyx Rise currently leading in levels and points. But look at this bottom lane. Illuna and Zoe coaxing out Buliram, hoping that they're going to be able to jump on top of them and maybe go for a couple of cheeky picks. Thankfully for Zoe, they still have the hyperspace hole available, so that is going to let them be able to escape for free. But the top objective It's coming on through. 10 seconds to go for this Reggie Alecki. We've got Unites available. We are missing one on that Urshifu, so that's going to be a pretty crucial one. But if they can get rid of that Sizzle, and numbers advantage is a great way to start this team fight. Mewtwo, Axew, eliminating that Sizzle. We do have a surf coming through from that Blastoise, but Miraidon has been jumped on, and he's going to be taken out and cut down by that Aegis Slash. Bully Ram getting dismantled time and time again by Onic Rise. Everything that they have tried has just not worked in this matchup so far. That's going to be the Reggie Alecki, and with 15 seconds to go before that Rayquaza, you have to deal with this Reggie Alecki. If that goes into home base, I think that's game over here.
Yeah, totally game over, and right now Onyx Rise has built up a large lead, so technically they want to go all out actually in this team fight, make sure that they actually secure this objective, but it looks like it's not looking good for them. Aegis Slash knocked out of the picture actually, but right now they're going to be committing here towards the fight, and look at that, Luna is running low in terms of HP. 3 members left from Onyx Rise. Rings and Bound was pop up, but there is actually not enough time for that Aegis Slash to be back all the way into the picture. But right now, it's full pressure for Bully Ram. They actually have a big potential to get this Rayquaza once again. But 4 members up once again for Onyx Rise. They're trying to fight it all out. They don't want Bully Ram to get this objective once and for all. But no KOs has landed immediately at the hands of Bully Ram. Onyx Rise has to push their limits, has to push Bully Ram back into their positions.
Bully Ram, they're trying so hard to push into Onic Rise. We still have a minute to go, so there is a chance for them to maybe make that comeback happen. They're outlasting them. Both supports are gone on the side of Onic Rise, so it's going to be up to the rest of the team to either go for the steal or to just waste their time. Aegis Slash being pushed by the Surf. That's going to be it. The secure. Bully Ram, they managed to get it with the Urshifu, so now it's time to score. They've got to dunk all their points in, but Onic Rise, they have the exact same game plan. They're trying to throw in everything that they have left into the goal zones as well to try to equalize this. The Bully Ram, they have the lead, 438 to 431. A micro dunk could change the game, but we have another 100-pointer coming in here from Swizz. You need the damage. He surfs on in. He gets on top of the goal zone. I think that might just confirm it here. Bully Ram possibly taking game 1 of this upper bracket semi-final against Onic Rise of all teams.
It was Rayquaza. It was enough for Bully Ram to turn things around. A while ago, we were actually talking about it. They were losing in terms of XP department, level department, objective-wise. Have been dropping a lot of it. But Rayquaza is all that they need. Patience is what they needed to bounce back even stronger up against Onyx Rise. And I love the concept on how did they push back Onyx Rise into their own position, into their own forest to be specific. And it was a total upset up against Onyx Rise. Bully Ram takes game number 1. We're not sure what's going to happen next. But the thing is,
look at those points.
Look at that. From bottom to top.
Crazy. Big swings. I can't believe Bully Ram are actually possibly doing it. A team that came in from the open qualifiers, beating our top tier teams and are 1 game away from locking in their spot in that grand final, and possibly even being the team to get that spot to play at ACL this year. It would be crazy. But at this point, it's looking very possible with how good they're looking.
Oh yeah, I mean, they just took down Evos Onyx right now. They managed to take down Onyx, at least for a game. We're not quite sure what's going to happen for the rest of the series, but one thing is for sure. They have a shot to be the champions of this tournament. They have a shot to compete in ACL finals in Japan. You know, just not be too overconfident. Remain your composure, remain your strategies. Be calm, and do what has to be done.
And I think calm is probably the best thing to do right now.
Yeah, calm down, right? Don't panic.
Yeah, don't panic. 1 bit away. I honestly think Onic Rise, they're probably in a really good spot to just sort of be calm, because for people that don't know, Onic, they do have a coach on the team. So the coach is there, I'm pretty sure he's giving them a bit of a pep talk, his point of view. I've actually spoken to him at Worlds last year. Really, really great guy. But he has a very level approach when it comes to coaching. Like, he focuses a lot on the team mental, and he was actually one of the main reasons as to why Onic is as good as they are now. You know, historically in the past, Onic apparently had a lot of communication issues. Not like they were fighting with each other, but they didn't know how to communicate to each other efficiently during matches. And so he came in, he kind of fixed those issues, and look at Onic, look at Onic now. They are so cohesive. There are very few times where you see this team actually have any kind of miscommunication. They've evolved and improved leaps and bounds with the help of this coach. And I'm pretty sure he's there sort of sitting by them, just letting them know, okay, this is where the team went wrong. He's probably sitting there with them as well, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, they do have a house or a place where they go to so that they actually play together. Or he's in call with them, I don't know. But he's going to be there to sort of give them that heads up, like, hey, this is what's happened. I'm just trying to figure out what is Onic Rise going to have to go for when it comes to changes, because they did really well in that particular matchup. They held the lead for most of the game, but one of their biggest weaknesses is somehow finishing the game, which is Rayquaza. Sometimes Onic get a little funny around the Rayquaza. Not trying to secure last hits or whatnot, but just sometimes the decision making can be a little wonky. It could be from nerves, it could be from adrenaline, it could be maybe too many hands in the cookie pot. We kind of don't know what the issue is, but we're already getting a bit of a glimpse as to like Onyx's issue, which is that end game. And if they can somehow fix that, whether it be through drafting or maybe just sort of changing the way that they approach the end game, or winning before Rayquaza comes up, that's another way of doing it. We've seen that a couple times today, you know, kind of beat people at like the 2-minute 10 mark, so then you just like snipe the Rayquaza as it spawns. That's also another way of possibly doing it, but I don't know how they're going to do it if they keep giving away signature Pokemon to Bully Run.
Yeah, I mean, actually, if we're gonna be taking a look at it, Tyranitar is actually banned by Onyx despite not being used yet, at least for the series. So, huge respect. Same thing with the Zacian here, coming from Bully Round. So, it's all about respect bans. But, I can tell you, Serena was wide open for Cell here as well with the H-Slash. So, we are seeing some of the familiar picks still from Onyx. So, it's all about the end game.
It's like comfort picks
right now. It's comfort picks, yeah.
And we're going to be seeing some more comfort picks because Blastoise is going to be going in the way of Bully Ram again. This Blastoise, I think we saw this a couple times in that previous game. This Surfs are deadly, especially for Eeyore and Cell, because sometimes you see them get caught in those Surfs, and the stun duration for Surf, it's almost enough time for Sleep to finish them off. Oh wow! Big change. So Axeq is going to go for the Sylveon instead of Mewtwo-Y, even though Mewtwo-Y was open. Is this just Hyper Voice Sylveon?
Actually, could be.
Oh, but Teens is hovering the Absol. Oh, the Absol's here. Oh, the Absol's here. Okay, I'm deeply afraid for this team. Just because Teensy has really performed on his Absol today. He's won on every single Absol game today, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. So this is maybe a bad omen for Onic Rise to see Teensy on this Absol. But maybe they break the curse, you know, maybe they break the curse and they realize, like, okay, Absol is not that bad, we have solutions, which they kind of do, right? Like, Serena is a great way of countering the Absol, because if you do get the Unite move to land on Absol, in most cases, that's enough to get the auto knockout. If Eeyore is able to get the connections himself, maybe that could be another way of getting rid of the Absol, but the first step to that is to make sure Teensy does not snowball in the laning stage, because that's what we've seen in the past games for Teensy. He just goes absolutely ham, gets 2 successful lane eliminations, and then he's suddenly level 8. then everyone starts panicking.
Yeah, it's a huge lead, not just a big lead, a huge lead that you don't want to see in your picture because once he's out there, definitely guaranteed a KO or two at least for their team. But I love actually the response from Onyx simply because they banned Tyranitar, right? And the thing is, they're trying to run a shield composition here. So maybe they have something that we're not seeing it yet. And that's the reason why they banned Tyranitar. They want to make sure that this composition works, even though there's an Absol actually at the central area. So again, Buliram at match point here, ladies and gentlemen. 1 win away to Grand Finals.
You know, I think another reason why maybe they got rid of the Tyranitar is that overall, this lineup would actually struggle to get rid of a Tyranitar, period. It doesn't have a lot of burst damage, right? A lot of your damage output is from Sylveon, and that is more consistent damage output. It's damage over time. Whereas you want something that just kind of pops the big green dinosaur. You don't want to leave them up there with the sand stream. So that could be another reason as to why they got rid of Teenza's Tyranitar. But they're having to deal with the Absol instead. And I hope they're ready for this. I hope they have a solution because, again, if Teenza blows up, this might just blow up Onyx Rise's chance of actually making it to the ACL finals.
Oh yeah, they really do have a big shot in making it happen. But right now, this has to be the obstacle that they must overcome. 2 to 3 more obstacles to be specific. It's gonna be the last obstacle if they do win this one. So, you know, it's just them trying to read their composure that, hey, we must win this, but do not overextend, do not be too confident at least. But right now that Squirrel is going to be evolving immediately into a War Turtle. Great execution of scoring, making sure that points are converted and at the same time XP. But Askew is dealing a lot of damage, so it's going to be forcing everyone out of the picture. But back and forth, it's just scoring for Buliram.
Yeah, looks like Cell has managed to find the Sizzle and is dealing some good damage on him with the triple axles. That last hit gonna be enough to take him out. And the Absol! So Onyx Rise, 2 big knockouts. 1 on the Sizzle, 1 on the Absol, and now the whole team, they're gonna go and try and push into that bottom lane, score in the top lane as well. Look, this team looks like they mean business now. They're annoyed, they're angry, they're upset after how things happened in game number 1. They're gonna redeem themselves and force that game number 3. And to play this aggressive, I think it's catching Buliram off guard because they're not expecting them to play so aggressive into this Absol.
Yeah, I mean, catching off guard everyone else has been one of the most unpredictable play out there. But Milo is gonna jail someone up at the hands of Onyx Rise. But right now, that consistent damage from the Hyper Voice coming from Askew is dealing a lot of damage. But Iluna, is jailed up with a mean look. But there's no follow-up damage from Buliram. So still looking good. They're actually looking for a room to get that Regice up and going because they need those HPs in a dream. But look at that entry point coming in by the Aegislash. Took the Gracious pop up as well. And that was Onyx Rise being able to rise up in that team fight.
They rose up as 5, whereas Sizzle was in the top lane going for that solo Reggie Alecki take. And to be able to get 4 Pokemon, that is a big injection of experience into Onyx Rise. And what did Buliram get in the process? Like, yeah, they got the Reggie Alecki, but are they going to be able to break this goal zone? There's no one in place to be able to get the points, and they're even going to lose them to Cell, who just does a fantastic job with all of these triple axle connections. Okay, Buliram, are they starting to get a taste of their own medicine by being bullied by Onyx Rise in this early game? It looks like that might be the case here.
I mean, they're having a tough time compared to game number 1 because yeah, they did have a tough time a while ago as well. So final stretch, it's still possible for them, but right now they are being punished immediately by Onyx Rise. Once you get outside of the map, definitely you are visible for the KO streak coming from Onyx Rise, and they're going to be scoring that 40 points. That's 35 over cap, or rather 25 over cap. Looking good so far for Onyx Rise, but Buliram still has a room for a comeback. They make sure that there's actually a trade in terms of scoring power. So it's just a matter of leveling up, you know, get the XP that the team needs. But very unfortunate for Ordinary Play, he's gonna get taken down in top lane.
It looks like we are seeing a bit of a pivot here for Bullyram. So they're starting to realize trying to fight into Onic Rise, it's just not working for them. So they're going for these small micro scores just to break those goal zones, right? We saw the Absol up there with the Sizzle, managed to teleport out just in time. Unfortunately for Sizzle, not quite the case himself. But it seems like, yeah, they're just trying to keep up at this point. They say there's no point fighting 5-on-5, we're not ready. They do have all of their Unites online now though, so maybe this is the sign for Bullyram to turn things around and push this game back into their favor. They do have a big connection there from Eeyore. Beautiful setup, getting rid of that Absol. They already have the Unite move being used by that blast noise, and it looks like maybe this is going to be what Onic Rise have been looking for, getting rid of these annoying people. Beautiful dodge! No Electro Drift for you! And Onic Rise, even in the face of all of Bullyram's Unites, it doesn't matter. Umbreon didn't even get to use its Unite.
Wow, what a phenomenal plays that we are witnessing as of the moment. Onic Rise to really make sure that there is guaranteed KOs, there is guaranteed objectives as well coming in from their team, and they're actually reading the rotation of Bullyram like a book as of the moment. So Bullyram has to be something out of the box as of now, because right now it seems like they're just relying into the Rayquaza fight and coup de grace to secure it, actually, you know, just to want to play it out very safe.
Better be safe than sorry, especially with the fact that Grand Finals are on the line. Oh my gosh, Onic Rise. They are playing this game to perfection. They need to force this game number 3, and they're setting themselves up very nicely. But the thing is, as perfectly as you can play the game up until this point, it's really going to come down to those last 2 minutes. Can you ensure that you don't fall apart during those last 2 minutes? Can you maybe try to turn the game in your favor? Keep Bullyram pressure to the point where they don't feel confident trying to go for the Rayquaza steal, or even just trying to go for a fight themselves. Eeyore though caught all on his own, and I mean he's buying a little bit of time for himself. His teams come in, but they still lose Eeyore, and that's going to be pretty big because that pushes the Absol up to level 14. We might even see a level 15 teaser before Rayquaza comes up.
Yeah, quite very possible at least. And I love that, you know, they do have level 14 despite losing a while ago in terms of XP department. They don't have level 13 to be specific, in which Onic Rise does have that. Good thing, it's balanced for Onic Rise, but at the same time, this Absol, when luck starts to kick in, it might be a big advantage towards them. Luna is actually very low right now, and they have to back away a lot.
It's a Registeel!
It's a Registeel. They must get it immediately. They have to surf in. Axeq is still trying to attempt to go for the steal, but not going to be quite on time. And looks like Bullyram still has a lot of room to take this game once and for all. United from the center. And that's going to be the KO. First KO at least against the Aegislash. And they are forcing their way to fight in. Blastoise taken down. It's going to be a 4v4. Make that one 4v3. 3 members from Bullyram has been taken down. And they have to play it very carefully. And they overextended. Because they knew. They knew that they had the Registeel, but they were punished immediately by their decision making. But it's not yet over. Look at the members from Bullyram trying to rush in all the way from the Rayquaza. So they go for the steal. No! They're not gonna get it with this. And Onic Rise gets the last hit. And they're gonna be dunking those points. And we have a game number 3.
Onic Rise hanging on, wanting that game 3, wanting that grand final spot. You can feel in the way that they're playing how desperate they are to keep themselves in that upper bracket. But holy moly, the bait, okay, the balls, the confidence, the goal this team has to fight in the face of an opposing team that has a Registeel buff 10 seconds before the Rayquaza spawns. You have no idea how dangerous of a game they were playing in that moment. They did not have the Registeel buff themselves. They were fighting into an entire team. They were initiating onto a Blastoise. A Blastoise of all Pokemon. And yet, even through all of that, they were able to come out on top, beat Bullyram at their own game, and force a game through. This is game 2, folks. This is only game 2. We still have one more game to go after this because Onic Rise have guaranteed us a 3-game upper bracket final.
And this is why we love Pokemon Unite actions. Onic Rise making sure that they bounce back really strong. That it was just luck. That's why Bullywram won that first game up against him. It was just a Rayquaza. And Onic Rise, what they did from start to finish, make sure that the team is strong, the communication is strong as well. And look at that. 1,000 points, complete revenge from Onic Rise, at least for this game. But we must see the complete revenge into its picture. And that is Onic Rise getting the victory in their series.
I've never been so excited to see a highlight in my entire life. To go back and see how things kicked off in that fight after that Registeel, because I saw the Registeel buff, and I think most people will probably have the same reaction. You have a team, both of them are pretty close in terms of levels. I think it was slightly in favor of Bullywram just because they had that level 14 Absol. I saw the attack buff, I saw the experience buff, and I thought, it's over. You know, it's over. Because Onic, they surrendered the buff. But what they decided to do instead is that instead of surrendering, they were actually trying to bait Bullywram into a fight. They were trying to bait them to force out their unites early and to make them fight in a really awkward choke point. Because down bottom, I want you to take a look at the lanes here. There are a couple of bottlenecks, right? That little bottleneck towards the central area. If you are funneling your team through these little bottlenecks, you are creating a big opening for a lot of AoE moves to connect. And here we go. This is where the fight happened, right? Everyone is fighting in lane, and this is where any kind of AoE damage that is coming through from Onyx, it's going to connect onto everybody. The Sai-Yi-Yi. He just walks in. Full power Sai-Yi-Yi. And it completely disrupts the entire team. Oh my gosh. What a game. A masterclass for a team that, firstly, we know Onyx, fantastic team, but I think it's just a really great example though. Sometimes if you are in a really desperate position, you might lose an objective over something, but you can bait people with objectives, even if it's an attack buff. If it means that it's gonna make them be overconfident and overstep their bounds and force them to fight in a choke point or a specific area that you want them to fight in. Brains, people, brains. Okay, brains. We only play with half, but Onyx play with their full brain.
Yeah, I mean, it's not brains and hearts to be specific. They don't want to miss that opportunity to get the advantage into the upper bracket, and that's why they polish everything on their pocket, on their sleeve, and make sure that they do get game number 2. The thing is, right now it's a solo reset. Can Bullywram bounce back their composure a lot in order to go head-to-head with Onyx, or are they gonna get, dominated by Onyx? Because Onyx so far, they have been cooking a lot since game number 2.
So, it could go either way, truly. I really think Bullywram, they are very capable of beating Onyx themselves. They just need to keep a bit of a level head. Don't get too overexcited for some of these fights. But the same thing can be said for Onyx themselves, because we know Onyx can also get in their own heads. We've seen it in game number 1, especially during that last Rayquaza fight. I just want to see, will we be seeing the same draft come out again for Bullywram? Because they've been pretty dead set on running more or less the same Pokemon, right? Like, they've been pretty happy with their roster of Pokemon, but almost the same thing can be said for Onyx as well. Like, they've also run most of the same Pokemon for the first 2 games.
Yeah, and we're not yet sure if that's going to be the same case for game number 3. Again, the sides has been switched. It's purple side, that's going to be Bullywram and Onyx back at the orange. So right now we're not seeing Tyranitar banned as of now, so Psyduck is banned. That's huge. It's not actually a respect ban, it's more on not letting your opponent choose the Psyduck. So Mimikyu banned as well.
They don't want to give it to Bullywram. Yeah, I don't blame them for this. Okay, what's the first pick here? Is it going to be Miraidon again? It's Miraidon. Okay, so guarantee Miraidon for sleep. I have no issues with this, truly. I feel like Miraidon is just so good for this team. It can fit any comp. But Onic Rise, they retaliate with Clefable Aegis Slash. So they're guaranteed Eeyore and Zoe's Pokemon. So they're gonna keep Cells hidden, as well as a Luna, and they're maybe gonna keep Axews in the dark. But they're just gonna go for the same thing. Is it just gonna be Serena again for Cell? This Serena's worked out. It's worked. I don't think Cell changes. He's played such a good Serena. Oh, but the Wigglytuff. Okay.
It's back. Back on track.
Wait, no healing strat? No healing strat. Yeah, this
There's
is a
a
no healing
shield.
strat for Bully Run. It's just what if? It's impossible. There's no way Onic runs around. There's no way. And same Pokemon, but a bit of a swap out. They have Trevenant, which again, great Pokemon for Luna because if a Tita suddenly comes up for Teenza here, it really doesn't matter for this team. Yeah, so no Tyranitar, they're hovering Urshifu here, and Ceruledge as this last Pokemon for Ordinary. So no more Scizor. They're going to go for a bit of a pivot. They have some pretty good damage there that can also go for a dive. The thing is, I don't know how well this Ceruledge is going to play into Aegis Slash and a Serena. And even a Trevenant, actually. There's a lot of Pokemon that Ceruledge kind of want to dodge. And even Zoe can be an issue for Ceruledge because you have Follow Me. That microsecond where you get caught out in the Follow Me, it could be enough for Onyx Rise to just turn and obliterate the Ceruledge. And also, you have Axew that's playing on Sylveon, which very mobile. This is not a Pokemon you can just simply jump on top of, and it's got to get out of free jail card Unite. But this is a very slippery comp.
Yeah, I mean, if we're gonna be taking a look at Bully Round as of now, I think they're trying to prioritize their damage. Like,
Well, it seems like that's the case, yeah.
Yeah, that's the case. But here's the thing: there's a lot of stoppers from Onyx, just like what you've said, specifically from the Ceruledge. Despite Ceruledge having a lot of mobility, one with Hammer is enough to stop you down on your track. One Queen Descendant is enough as well. And of course, one Follow Me or Gravity is enough to stop you down on your track. So I'm not quite sure if that's gonna be the case, or rather, that's going to be the game plan of Bully Round. But this is a high risk, high reward Ceruledge. Unless you have a perfectly timed full heal, then it's actually good for you.
I think it's Follow Me. We haven't seen any. I don't think we saw any gravities today. I think it's been all Follow Me Clefable so far. And I mean, it kind of fits for this particular matchup to have that Follow Me too. So we'll find out what Zoe decides to prioritize. But a bit of a trade here for both sides as everyone's just trying to go for these very quick stacks. So quick stack there for Cell, quick stack for Zoe as they focus on getting those levels. And there's not really much you can do as a Jigglypuff, you know, you just slap people.
Slap, you know, pound everyone else. You know, that's how the life of Jigglypuff is. But right now, scoring back and forth for the stacks here. I love that they're, you know, just going back and forth, getting the maximization of their attacks as well. So that is actually how early game runs. But it would change in 9 minutes, 8:50 to be specific, but I haven't seen that version where it's come through yet.
Oh, he gets it! He gets the little Charcadet! That's big!
Oh, not looking good.
That's really big, because that's going to slow down the progress for the Charcadet. So he's going to be stuck as a Charcadet possibly for quite a while, because Eeyore, now finally seeing that Urshifu, is going to keep his options open. I like the fact that he's still sticking around just to kind of scout for Cell and to make the decision like, hey, can we fight into this? The Charcadet does evolve though, so Ceruledge is online, and instead Eeyore is going to be going to the bottom lane instead. But we have a hard push coming in from Bully Round as they bring in the rest of their team. So one sweep, Cell goes down, and we also lose the Clefable. So Bully Round big push in that top lane. They're just going to go straight onto that goal zone, dump a whole bunch of points. Not enough to break it yet, but Onyx Rise, they have 3 Pokemon in that top lane in their side. They're thinking about trying to go in there. They have an Aegis Slash. Axew is here as well. Gone for the Hyper Voice for his build too. So lots of AoE special attack damage. And oh my gosh, the connections up to Bully Round! Oh my goodness! And they managed to even clip the Miraidon! 3 knockouts for Onyx Rise! And they managed to get some big dunks in that bottom lane.
and actually got the lead immediately after the back and forth that we witnessed at the first 2 minutes of the game. So Onyx Rise, despite Bullyrun starting staying strong in top lane, they managed to bounce immediately back. And right now they do want to check this tall grass by the wood hammer. So if it gets caught, it would be revealed immediately, and that's what they wanted to. So Flame tries right off the bat, and that is 3 scores once again from Onyx Rise, and the good position in the Regieleki.
3 stacks for Cell. He's just stacking for... I don't know if he's fully stacked yet. We saw a lot of stacks coming in for this Serena, so it's been a pretty free game here for that Serena. But objectives are now online, so we have the Regieleki up top, and it's a Regirock down bottom. So it's a defensive buff here for Bullyrun if they're able to get that quickly finished off. They do have their core Pokemon down there, but it looks like the Trevenant was able to get the Wigglytuff. But hang on a minute, they're shredding through Bullyrun. What happened?
Oh my goodness, it's so looking good for Onyx Rise. 4 KOs to be specific, and they're trying to overcap this bottom lane for a higher chances of applying a lot of pressure. But right now, Cell isn't actually gonna be... Oh, he's gonna be dunking the 30 points. I thought that he was actually waiting for someone to go for a better overcap. But right now, this is a battle of all-rounders. Triple Axel all the way in, but Ordinary Play will back off immediately, making sure to don't sacrifice those XPs, those KOs, so they can actually go head-to-head still with Onic.
I don't know if Bullyrun's going to be able to come back from this because they're already at a level deficit. And Onic, they're looking really solid. They've got their 2 level 10s, so they have both Cell and Eeyore ready to go at level 10. They have Axeq at level 9. They've got Meng trying to run away with that Sing. The rest of their team is in that top lane. It looks like it's just going to be, you know, more or less just a trade of points, but more likely going to be a big break here for Onyx Rise if they're going to try and go for that greedy 40-point break. Now, the thing is, Wigglytuff did manage to use its Unite, so big shield boost, but I don't think the shielding is going to be enough for Trevenant. Illuna with the plays, just setting up for Axeq to rip through the competition with the hyper voice. Illuna's Trevenant is just an absolute monster in this bottom lane, and they have nothing to stop him.
Yeah, nothing to stop indeed. Woodhammer, unfortunately, it's gonna miss, but that Horlich is gonna be, you know, tanking all the way in. And right now, Cyrilich taken down as well. Complete dominance from Onyx Rise. We are seeing Pokemon Unite 100% capabilities of Onyx Rise, and they're actually looking forward into the Regirock additional defense, and this is just going to deny the Revenant Ren. Yes, they do have that Urshifu, but what's next after the Urshifu if you have this star-studded defense?
I don't know. I really don't know. Just watching Bullyrun play. I think we're so used to seeing Bullyrun just bully the competition for a lot of their matches, but now I think they finally met their match in Onyx Rise, and now the games require them to be a little bit more decisive with their choice of targets and how they play, and to have a contingency plan if things don't go the way that they plan it to. Because we have to remember, we are seeing Bullyrun play their no healing strat, and the one time we saw them play this earlier today, because they only played it one time before, this works if they are the ones that are initiating all the fights, and they're the ones that basically don't give their opponents any breathing room. You have to finish the fights in the initial battle, and that's what's going to be happening here. Unite's going to be used. They also get the shielding too, but it's just not enough. They're melting on the goal zones, but they do get Eeyore in the process. They just have a little bit of juice left in the tank, but against a Clefable, the Moonlight healing is just too much. And now with Sleep running away against a Serena, this is terrifying. Even using the Unite to finish him off. Bye-bye Miraidon. And bye-bye Bullyrun's attempt at another team fight.
Wow. I'm not quite sure. I think it was the Aegis Slash who actually dealt a lot of damage up against Bullyrun. That was quite phenomenal in order to shred things down and make it easier for Axeq to deal a lot of damage. Same thing goes with their Serena, which is Cell. So really phenomenal teamwork calls out there at the side of Onyx Rise, making sure that their utilities is well on point, that, you know, don't let your enemies or your opponents, you know, get the shields that they desire. It's just about taking them down and perfect timing execution. But right now, prioritization, bottom path, if this is a Registeel, it's looking good for Onyx Rise again.
Oh boy, it's a Reggie Rock, so not a Reggie Steel. But this does make them a lot more resilient, especially when that Rayquaza comes online. So, Bullyram, they can only sit there and wish that this was going to be their own Reggie Rock, but, you know, never say never. Anything can happen around that Rayquaza pit, and maybe, just maybe, a miracle happens. Miracles don't happen if your defender gets caught out though, so really nice serve coming out from that Blastoise to avoid a potential knockout. But up top though, it looks like they maybe have managed to catch out a Pokemon. They've caught out that Wigglytuff, who does manage to run on out with that Sing, but down to half health. And remember, right, no support for heals. They have to go back to base if they want to heal. So these two Pokemon have to fight with half of their health pools. And look at how aggressively Onyx Rise are playing, because they know that these injured Pokemon, if they take damage, this is permanent damage unless they go back to base.
Yeah, and this is actually really looking tough for Bullyram, and you know, the chances are getting dimmer and dimmer for their team, so they really have to go all out as quick as they can, because 30 seconds has already expended towards the final stretch, and right now it's looking good into the tornadoes, and Jack Bottomless Hydro Typhoon was infested by Bullyram, but Bright Future Meteor Storm is actually there as well, but not going to be quite enough to take down the KOs, as one member from Bullyram has fallen down immediately. But look at this, Tinza is still doing a lot of damage. Ebon Fist to lift up Cell, but look at the coup de grace as well coming in from Onyx Rise, and they're just focusing their attention towards a lot of members of Bullyram. But on the other hand, that Wigglytuff is going to be sneaking 44 points, not going to be quite enough to get the lead for their team, and that is another KO coming in the side of Onyx Rise, and gonna be two. So it's just the Cyrillage and the Rhydon that is online. Electro Dip inside, but he gets caught off guard at the trap of Onyx Rise, and it is just a Revenant Rin that was there, able to use it, but not gonna be getting the last hit, and Onyx Rise finally able to complete the reverse sweep and get this wheat up and going as they proceed to the grand finals of Winter Tournament APAC West.
Fans of Onic waiting with bated breath, especially going into that Rayquaza fight, but they did it perfectly. They stood on the wall. They were literally physically keeping Bullyram on their side of the map, forcing Bullyram to fight into them. They finally did with the Blastoise, but the fact that they had to play so far back behind the Blastoise that they didn't get caught out, even though the Hydro Typhoon connection was there, they just didn't have enough Pokemon coming in with enough damage to burst down the necessary targets to give them that numbers advantage. I honestly, props to Onyx Rise. I think they just did the best play possible in gatekeeping Bullyram and forcing them to make, I think in what a lot of us would probably say, a rash decision. Forcing them into a fight that they wanted to have happen, but it just never happened on their terms. It was always going to be on Onyx Rise's term. Additionally, it also did not help that Clefable existed in this game. The fact that Bullyram was relying purely on the shields coming out from that Wigglytuff, I think things could have been a little bit more different if they had a support of their own, if they maybe had the Clefable themselves, but it was swiped up very quickly because they prioritized the Miraidon over anything else. And so, you know, I don't blame them for trying to go for the no healing strat, because it did catch out their previous opponents, but Onyx Rise, they are an opponent on a completely different level.
Yeah, the completely different level. They were actually, I wouldn't say they were holding back during game number one.
Oh, they did hold back.
Yeah, they
got
hold back
surprised.
for sure. They got surprised. They got shocked on what are the capabilities of Bullyram. And, you know, they had to make sure that we have to step up even more. We have to exceed our 100%. And that is what happened during game number 2 and 3, making sure that there is not enough breathing room for Bullyram to, you know, check out their mistakes, check out everything else. And if you're going to be taking a look at that, it was almost a steal from Bullyram, but that Revenant Red was, you know, required to be popped up immediately for you to buy a couple of time or seconds to be specific from your team. But Onyx did the job. Do not deploy your damage on the Rayquaza. Focus on the Cyrillage, and we're going to be getting the KO and eventually the Rayquaza to close out the game. And there we have it. Grand Finals, it's going to be Onyx Rise, and we're still waiting on who's going to be going head-to-head with them.
Yes. So what's going to end up happening at this point is we are going to be going for a bit of an extended break just so we can let the lower bracket matches finish up and we can figure out who's going to be in the lower bracket final, because we do need to have that game happen first before we jump into the grand finals. And don't worry, we are going to be showing the lower bracket finals on broadcast. We're just going to give the players a little bit of time. We actually have an update here. We have Evos making it through. So we'll give you guys an update after this break, but this is the best time to do anything. If you need to, have some dinner now. I think this is the best time to do it. Have some dinner, do whatever you need to do, but make sure you're back because lower bracket finals are coming right up. See you after this.
Pokémon Unite! Pokémon unite! Pokemon Unite! Pokemon Unite! Pokémon Unite! Pokémon Unite!
Welcome back to Pokemon Unite Winter Tournament APAC West Open Qualifiers. And it has been a long break, but still PKU's inevitably here, ready to bring the heated action towards our lower bracket finals. And again, it's going to be Evos Onyx up against Bullyram. So Evos Onyx actually did get their victory up against Fulsense in a 2-0 fashion. What a phenomenal matchup that they had behind the scene.
I wish we could have seen it because I wanted to see how close the games were. I would have loved to have seen the drafts as well, because any games that we don't see, we don't get to see if there's new Pokemon being picked up, if there's like a new strategy being exposed, so we're all kind of in the dark. But it's a rematch, right?
Yeah.
It's a rematch against Bullyram for Evos. Do you think they can win this rematch? I think that's the big question that we're all kind of wondering, because Bullyram have actually played really well today. They looked really solid. The first team they've fallen against was none other than Onic Rise, which a lot of us expected Onic Rise to be the favorites to actually take the entire tournament. But is Bullyram considered the second best team, or is it going to be Evos coming back and taking that second place?
I'm actually not quite sure, but all I can say is there is going to be game number 3 for this series. I really do believe that, simply because Evos Onyx, they were finished at the adjustment phase up against Bullyram. Bullyram, on the other hand, really wants to get back into the upper bracket, wants to get that grand final slot. But, you know, it's actually the same story, but let's have a little bit of a recap on what happened actually into the winter tournament. So, behind the scenes, we did have Evos versus Fulsense. That's 2-0. But before that, Evos actually managed to beat FeverTime at 2-1, and Fulsense with Team MYS in 2-1 as well.
Yeah, and then as we continue on, I mean, I think we've got to skip all the beginning stuff, because everyone wants to know what happened later on. You know, why Bullyram had such a fantastic run. Bullyram beat Evos 2-0. I repeat, they beat them 2-0 in the upper bracket. Then they met Onic Rise in the upper bracket. Yeah, they dropped that series 2-1, but they managed to take a game off of Onic Rise, which I think is already a massive statement. And the fact that they got that 2-0 against Evos, I think it just goes to show that Bullyram, if they polish things up a tiny bit, just a tiny bit, I actually think they had a really good chance of even beating Onic Rise, but they fell down, and the journey for Evos was long as well. They dropped to Bullyram, then they had to play FeverTime, then they had to play Fulsense, which was the game that we did not get to see at all, unfortunately. But Fulsense did look really good in their games earlier today, but for Evos to beat them, it means this team is back, I think. And maybe this is the time that Evos exact their revenge to say, you sent us into the lower bracket, we're gonna eliminate you, bullies, from the tournament.
I would love to see that happen as much as possible, because this is a total rematch. But the thing is, the catch is, there's no second chances already for their tournament run. Once they drop this game, once they drop the series, it's over. We'll have to see them once again into the local qualifiers for Worlds. And, you know, this is their last shot
towards ACL. So really excited what we're going to be seeing. But Bully Ram, on the other hand, will set their prioritization things up with Sleep using still Miraidon.
Yeah, so Bully Ram just still doing Bully Ram things. We don't know how much Evos Onyx were allowed to kind of look through the VODs of Bully Ram, right? Because Miraidon, I think this has to have been a pretty obvious pick because this also happened in Evos' match against Bully Ram. But we're seeing a bit of a maybe a bit of a change up. Okay, we did see a bit of a hover over that Gyarados. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but Meng is going to be looking in that Clefable. So Sustain is going to be there. But we get a Mammoth. So, hello, good sir.
Hello. Looking good so far for our guys from Bully Ram, making sure that they have healings, they have the crowd control, and they have the damage on their first 3 picks. But they need probably 2 all-rounders to complete their setup, to have the sustain, to have the damage that they need. So probably could be Gyarados. Very viable, but let's not take out of the picture. Tyranitar and Urshifu is available as well.
And it looks like we could be seeing the Sizzle coming back into play here for ordinary play. He's been playing that for the majority of today. We only had that one-time pivot for him. So I guess he's feeling pretty confident with the Sizzle, right? Because Blastoise and Aegislash, they don't really have too many answers against that. And if the Metagross does end up being the pick here for ALR, that's another Pokemon that Sizzle can kind of just sit on top of. And that ends up being the last pick here. So no Tita, unfortunately. Would have loved to have seen it, but teams are going for the Urshifu instead. So getting that secure for those objectives, I feel like is much more important than just having a Tyranitar running around on the field. I think the X factor here for this matchup too for Bully Ram is going to be the Mamoswine. We don't see a lot of this Pokemon. I think we saw it once earlier today.
Yeah.
Ice Fang Mamoswine loves those melee matchups, and the amount of crowd control you have access to when you have the Ice Fang, it is incredibly threatening, especially against the likes of a Metagross, such as an Aegislash, 2 Pokemon that want to get in your face. But you see a Mamoswine that's like, okay guys, wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, exactly. You can't just run into that Mamoswine. You have to be careful of where the Ice Fang is going to be coming from. So thoughts on Evos' draft? Do you think this might be enough to take down Bully Ram's comp? Because Bully Ram are running Pokemon that they've been playing all day today and had so much success with.
Yeah, it's really hard to tell as of the moment since Bully Ram really has star-studded lineup. Yeah, again, they have damage, they have someone who can sustain, and of course go in close combat as well. But here's the thing, Evos, they have access to a Metagross. If that Compute and Crush Unite move would land in that Miraidon or in that Clefable at least, it would benefit their team a lot because they have to KO the backline as much as possible to focus into close combat. In close combats, they have Aegislash, they have Metagross, Mewtwo has a decent amount of range, so definitely it's a no problem for them if they manage to eliminate that Miraidon or Clefable as soon as possible.
But I think the question is, can you get either of these Pokemon low enough to be the target of that Compute and Crash, right? Because Compute and Crash, it wants to focus on the lowest health target. So you have to somehow bypass that front line and catch out either Sleepy or Meng, because these are the 2 targets that you want to be jumping on top of as that Metagross. So we'll have to see what happens. Mamoswine could even cause issues, like maybe the Metagross doesn't even get to play that kind of game because every time they try and jump onto the backline, Mamoswine's like, nope, go back to where you came from, just because of that Ice Fang. But so far, Evos being extremely aggressive, but we do have some movement coming in from Bully Ram, who's brought in the Miraidon themselves and actually gotten rid of that Hoopa on the side of Evos Onyx. And the push continues as they continue to also take those wild Pokemon away from Evos. So even though you got some of those scores in, they are being threatened by the presence of this Miraidon.
Yeah, very threatened indeed, but ALR actually advancing even further towards this matchup, and there are just 2 members from Evos Onyx, by the way, who's going to be going all out, at least in this picture. Hyperspace whole setup, not going to be quite effective, but at least they got a KO out of that fight. So 3 members from Bully Ram has to back away a lot, knowing that Evos Onyx firepower is much more greater on its heights.
Yeah, much greater at this point of time. And it looks like, right, Evos Onyx, they are looking to be incredibly aggressive with their movements. Even Dragon's looking to go for the poke there onto Sleepy, knowing that he has access to the hyperspace hole just to get himself out of there. But we do have a little swine up coming in, wanting to go for a seal on the Altaria. Just not enough damage there for Squeeze, unfortunately, as Dragons gets a free score in. Not really much you can do with the Swiner, but unless you have someone that's going to be there for the follow-up setup. Now, Ordinary has gone for the Sizzle, but I mean, if you're getting bullied by 3 players, I don't think you're going to be able to escape. So, the knockouts there, the experience is given, and the top lane goal zone has been dropped to 25 points. They were thinking about breaking it with the Aegis Slash, but they want to be a little more efficient with their points. So, Resorte going to be able to score his points in, and then they're going to decide what they want to do from here, because objectives are coming up in 10 seconds. And with the Hooper, rotations are going to be super easy for Evos Onyx.
Yeah, easy access, and right now, prioritization could be the bottom path, could be the, top path as well. That hyperspace hole elevator was already set up immediately, and it's gonna be the top path prioritization here for Evos Onyx. They do get it with a serve. Nice execution coming in from their team. That's 3 KOs to be specific for Evos Onyx, and they're gonna be dunking this point, and that Regieleki still marches forward all the way to tier 2, and there's no jump pad, so potentially they could land this if they want to, but right now Aegis Slash King is buying a lot of time here at the Reg Ice.
And it's just a Reg Ice as well. It's not going to be an attack buff, so even if Onyx get it, it's just a heal, but Bullyram desperately need that experience. They keep pushing there with the Aegis Slash, so they do manage to get the catch, and they get that Miraidon, so the damage dealer is down. It's just the defensive duo. The freezes, though, are still quite deadly from that Pile of Swine from those basic attacks, but the reset is going to be there for Evos Onyx, and the health, well, it's back, and Bullyram, they are back in playing defensive mode. This is so strange to see Bullyram being the team that's on the defense, because we've seen them be the attackers for almost the entire day. It was just their encounter with Rise where things sort of went haywire, and now going up against Evos, I think their strategy, it is finally unraveling.
Oh wow, this is the execution that we have been wanting to see up against Evos Onyx, and look at that, there's just no space for Bullyram, to defend their tier 1 goals all the way into the bottom path, and actually not going to be quite to take it down, but they are setting it up for a great overcap. But right now, Bullyram is going to be running towards their tier 1 goal zones, and they do get the knockout out of the Hoopa, and still on the chase for maybe 2 or more. But, not going to be making it on time, because that tier 1 goal zone from Evos Onyx is still up, and, they're just going to be slowed down, and, there's just HP regenerated coming in the side of Evos Onyx, so you don't want to gamble that one out, and as much as possible, take down wild Pokemons for you to be at equal footing, especially heading towards the Regieleki. And look at that, knockout coming in from the Scissor. That's why it's already down, but the Rings Unbound was pop up as well for reinforcements at the side of Evos Onyx. But can they take another KO? Yes, they do. Scissor taken down out of the picture. Rishifu takes down the Aegis Slash as well, so that Miraidon will be falling back immediately, and 4 members down from Bullyram is looking good for Evos Onyx to take down the objective immediately.
Evos are exacting their revenge. They're not happy with what happened earlier today, and so they are successfully taking over this game. Bullyram, no matter what they do, it doesn't seem like they're able to win these objectives, they're able to take goal zones, they have just been basically cornered, and are now really struggling to find their footing. They need one fight to go right, but if they lose Sleepy here, that's just going to be your Miraidon gone, and that's it. They've lost Sizzle, they've lost Miraidon, they lose their bottom tier 1 goal zone, the Regieleki pushing in that top lane. Everything has gone wrong for Bullyram.
Yeah, it's working somewhat, but at this point, Bullyram is trying to apply more pressure towards Evos Onyx. Oh, Evos Onyx, they don't want to gamble those knockouts coming beside Bullyram. They want to make sure that their XP is only theirs, and it will not be stolen away by Bullyram in terms of knockouts. So right now, they're just applying more pressure in terms of Regieleki, and later on, we might be seeing in a couple seconds, I do believe, the bottom path objective. So great positioning from the Metagross, already ready at the bottom path, making sure to apply some pressure and get the spacing that their team needs for their execution later on before the final stretch.
The level gap between these two teams is huge. if we can get a key knockout on either the Aegislash or the Metagross or even the Mewtwo for Bullyram, that might be enough experience to sort of bring them back onto equal terms in terms of levels, because they really are falling behind. And if you compare the two lineups, the late game is massively in favor of Evos Onyx. They have better scaling Pokemon than Bullyram have. Bullyram, they're definitely a team that wants to be more in your face earlier on, but let's see if they're able to get that KO that they're looking for, because it's going to be impossible with a Hooper nearby. Reset is there for the Metagross, so back to full health and back again. And it was enough time to bring in reinforcements as well. Mewtwo's here. We've also got the Aegislash too, and you can see Bullyram, that failed battle, forcing them to go back and collect wild Pokemon, basically just to do something else while they get ready for that Rayquaza.
Yeah, and that's only 15 seconds away from it. So right now, Evos Onyx needs to get a good position out of this Rayquaza, or they can actually force the team fight if they really want to secure that Rayquaza for themselves. So right now, great zoning capabilities from their Aegislash as well, and FGZ is actually waiting at the tall grass. This could be the Surf, Eject, Hydro Typhoon combo that we are about to see just in a bit. But decides to surf back immediately. They know where Bullyram is at, so they're just hunting them down slowly but surely. But look at this. Ordinary Play has to back off a little bit, and it is just Evos Onyx trying to play tag and defense so far.
Oh boy, can Bullyram find that opening? Can they get a big KO and give them some of that experience back? Because the Mamoswine is struggling to try and get those Ice Fangs, but Unites are being used. Computer Crash as well. They've got so many Bullyram Pokemon. 3 players down. Sizzle next to 4, and we only have the Urshifu left, who, with 4 Pokemon barreling down, there's nothing that Urshifu can do. It's a straight rip on this Rayquaza. Easy, secure for Evos Onyx. And they're going to start the day strong with this first game point over Bullyram, the team that knocked them down to the lower brackets in 2-0 fashion. Revenge could not be sweeter than this.
Oh yeah, they really want that sweet revenge. Evos Onyx is trying to dominate their game up against Bullyram, which had a great run so far into the tournament, but it seems like Evos Onyx wants to end their run up until this point. Bullyram, on the other hand, trying to stretch things down at the last 30 seconds. They want to score more goals as quick as possible, but it seems like Evos Onyx is just going to put up a lot of barricade towards their goal zone and do not let Bullyram score. At 20 seconds, Evos Onyx takes game number 1. Pokemon trainers out there who's waiting, and actually they're going to be scoring more goals.
Why not? If there's ever a tiebreaker, just score more goals. You never know when you're going to need those extra points. But for Bullyram, I think this loss is going to be a pretty tough loss to swallow, because you've played almost all of your comfort picks today. The only change was the Mamoswine, and that was because they weren't able to get access to that Blastoise, right? They had the Mamoswine instead. So for Bullyram, game number 2, what happens next? What do you get rid of? Do you need to change your draft order? Because Bullyram, they have consistently up until this point taken that first pick Miraidon, but if they do that, and let's say Evos go for second pick, because I think there's a really good chance that it's going to be first pick for Bullyram, because they lost this game, they're going to pick first pick, or most teams generally pick that first pick. How are you going to guarantee that you get your dream lineup? Because I think the Blastoise played such a crucial role in this team's success.
Yeah. Absolutely. You know, Blastoise, the good thing about it is the Hydro Typhoon. But
not just the Typhoon, the Surf. I feel like its Surf is probably the bigger move.
Yeah, like, because here's the thing, like, Hydro Typhoon is for the setup, but the Surf can actually push down your opponents, or you can actually push them in, depending on the setup which you really do prefer. So that's actually a huge threat, but at the same time, if your moves don't hit, that's the biggest downside as well. And Evos Onyx managed to capitalize, managed to bring out the maximum potential of their Blastoise in this game number 1. And that is what they need as well if they decide to stick with their composition heading towards game number 2. Because what they did right now, it seems like Bullyram is actually being bullied. They weren't the Bullyram that we saw a while ago. It was a completely Evos Onyx that we are seeing right now. They have dominated their game in this game so far.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, okay, what do we change? Are we going to be changing the draft? Do we change a Pokemon? Because I think if you're looking for something that is basically Blastoise, wouldn't you consider Trevenant as a potential Pokemon to pick up as your secondary defender? Because Trevenant kind of does the same thing. You've got Woodhammer as one form of initiation. You have Horn Leech that basically works as a Surf. You have Phantom Forest, which is a mini Hydro Typhoon with added benefits. I kind of feel like if you need that kind of defender that's there to disrupt, to shove, and also to be quite self-sustainable, I really think that Trevenant is a really great replacement if you're looking to find a replacement if Blastoise gets poached. We are in the draft. We'll see if the thought is there. We'll see if Bullyram are also on that same page, or if they decide to go completely off course because they're now at risk of being eliminated from the tournament entirely.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the toughest pressure that these guys are facing as of the moment. Bullyram, one step backward, and it's already the end of their tournament run so far for Winter Tournament. But right now, we get to see there's actually not a second ban. No second ban. Oh, there we go. Psyduck. I thought it was already the picking phase because they were actually showing Psyduck. So Psyduck is going to be the last ban. So Tyranitar is still open. So let's see if we'll get to see Tyranitar at the picture so far. So as of the moment, it's not a wise decision you get it for first pick. It's actually most viable for the last pick, simply because if you're going to be seen as shield composition, well, technically that's the best way to have a Tyranitar, right? But H/first pick. What do you think of this one, Daniel?
Is this supposed to be the replacement for Blastoise? Like they say, we want somebody that's going to be able to go for that kind of dive play, and they want Aegislash? This because they've also basically suggested like, hey, we're willing to give away Miraidon, but priority for Evos Onyx, Blastoise, Clefable. I actually think Evos are kind of playing with Bullyram here, but Bullyram are completely different course. It looks like they're completely changing course now. Eldegoss, because we don't have any Hooper, and Mamoswine's coming back again. Okay, Bullyram has gone on a completely different course. I would love to analyze what is going on at the moment, but holy, this is actually crazy. Unless Sleep just goes from Rhydon last pick, then okay. Or Tinkaton?
Oh,
Okay.
okay, interesting. I mean, it's still an option, you know, because we have been seeing Tinkaton, like, not at least on his league, but on other leagues. We get to see Tinkaton doing a lot of surprise attack on the tall grasses. So if they do manage to, you know, lift off someone with the Ice Fang, and there's just this hammer waiting for you, it's gonna be too hard to move. But that's not gonna happen, at least for this game. We have Blaziken by Ordinary playing Mighty Valley. Blaziken is so quick to the point that it could just go in, target the attacker as soon as it wants to.
And if you have a look at what Evos Onyx currently have, they do have some pretty good disable. Blastoise is still going to be a really great choice here. The Buzzwole is another great choice if you want to try and go for that single target isolation. But the Guardy pick, I like this. Firstly, we're seeing something a little bit different. Also synergizes incredibly well with Blastoise and Mewtwo. Why? Because both of these Pokemon benefit from having that Guardy around.
Wow. I love the draft so far. I love the draft, at least for, you know, for Bullyram. I love what's happening so far. It's a complete close combat composition with proper sustain because of the Eldegoss. But here's the thing. They are lacking in terms of range. And Evos Onyx found the loophole on their composition. If you're gonna go with a close combat, we have the Fairy Singularity Unite move from the Gardevoir, which could actually set up a huge radius for them to be pinched out in a single location. And what happens next? There has to be a Blastoise setup, there has to be a Mewtwo just trying to, you know, snowball at the back lane, and with that Side Strike being an AoE, it's gonna be huge for them. This Gardevoir will play a lot of role in Evos Onyx in terms of their team fights.
I'm also keen to see what build we're going to be seeing from the Guardy, because one of the main benefits of Guardy is not just the the Fairy Singularity, the amazing Unite move. But this Pokemon is an amazing partner with special attackers because it reduces special defense, meaning that your special attackers are doing much more damage than they normally would, and this could potentially catch them off guard. I don't think Bullyram is going to be ready for this. The fact that they have to deal with so much range because they've gone for a predominantly melee composition, but also the fact that their Pokemon might just blow up before they can even touch Evos Onyx.
Yeah, and here's the thing, like, they actually set it up that Gardevoir to be on the central area, so really to understand, they want that level up as quick as they could. And here's the thing, on the recent patch, you get access to Gardevoir at level 8, not level 9, so that's the huge thing. So, if you leveled up at a much more faster pace, definitely your ambush would be better in terms of efficiency. But, it's actually an Aegislash, which is actually a Dowblade now, who you're up against. So Dowblade is much more quicker compared to a Kirlia in terms of execution. So we might be seeing Bullyram get their objectives and prioritization so far at the first phase of the game, but not gonna quite happen here. But look at that side shots landing even further, and Teensda is gonna get eliminated. Not just him, but 3 members, I do believe, coming from Bullyram. Despite not a powerful ambush attacker, they made it work because of the distance.
They made it work because of the distance, and also because of the fact that Bullyram, they are a little bit weak in this early game. Torchic at level 4 does absolutely nothing for your team. You need to get it up to the Combustion, then at least it can somewhat contribute to the team. There's only so much Urshifu can do, but when you have 4 Pokemon barreling down that top lane and Mewtwo Y ends up being one of them, there's really not a lot that you're going to be able to do up against so much ranged damage. So for Bullyram to make this comeback happen, they've got to get these levels, they've got to get the experience. If they can get a pick, that would be a nice bonus as well. But they need to get their main Pokemon online. They need Urshifu online, and they need Blaziken. These are their 2 key Pokemon. And if Aegislash could get to Aegislash ASAP, that would be perfect because you've got your Diver that's going to set up for that Blaziken.
Yeah, that's gonna be perfect. But here's the thing, like, Evos Onyx so far, they have been controlling the momentum of the game. I don't see anything unless they overextend, and that's gonna be it. Dragon's caught by 4 members of Bullyram. I was about to say that they don't have an opportunity to go for the KOs, but Dragons overextended a little bit, making a lot of room for Bullyram to catch up in terms of the XP department, and they're going to be focusing their attention into the objective all the way into the bottom path. But I love that Buzzwole position into the Regieleki, could actually solo it.
Oh, the cancel!
And definitely, look at that cancel, and at the same time, the side strike landed very beautiful. 4 members were caught on it, but Sleep is trying to overextend a lot here, making sure to apply the pressure. But look at that War Tornado doing some works of wonders all the way into the middle part of bottom lane. So they have to do the side strikes as quick as they can so they get the HP reject. And that is very beneficial for Evos Onyx. They could actually convert a lot of scores here in the bottom path.
And that surf is just going to make things so much more difficult. Even a zoning Fairy Singularity just to try to catch out any of these Bullyram players if they decided to get a bit too close to that goal zone. Evos Onyx looking fantastic in game number 2, looking to wrap things up in a 2-0 fashion. And against the team that sent them into that lower bracket, we have a level 7 Blaziken trying to go for the finish onto Regieleki. Thankfully, he used the overheat and did not get stunned there by the Mewtwo Unite. But, I mean, he unfortunately will be knocked out in the process. Although, can we see Aegislash go for a knockout? There's 3 Pokemon there. It was a bit too difficult, a bit too much for him to chew. But this level gap is getting quite concerning now, especially with the fact that the 2 key Pokemon needed for Bullyram to really play this game, they're a little under-leveled.
Yeah, under-leveled indeed, but look at ALR trying to force his way down as he takes down the Eldegoss out of the picture. Not just one, but make that one too. Urshifu with a KO. Urshifu KO'd as well. So right now they're looking for an opening to score things out. Aegislash a little bit early, and actually it worked on time. Not going to be late, but that Hydro Pump is going to send him back into its original position. Jump pad in order to switch things out at the other side of the map. But on the other hand, it's Evos Onyx once again with a KO into the top lane, and they really wanted the next buff here at the bottom lane.
Oh, I don't know if they're going to be able to get that buff there onto Bully Ram. Bully Ram needs something. They need a fish. They need a bone. They need anything at this point.
They need something.
They need something, and they need something that's not going to be such a big commitment, because that's one of the biggest issues here for Bully Ram. Like, if they commit all of their unites and they grab 1 or 2 knockouts, that's okay, but you really want to go for the big knockouts. Although, look at this, Eldegoss getting caught out, forced to use the unite, so that's not going to be available anymore. It will still stick around, but the surf's coming out from Jinkies, and the Typhoon is all setting up for the singularity! Everything and the kitchen sink thrown at Bully Ram, and even Squeeze isn't going to be given a breather. The entire team gets wiped. Evos Onyx, they want that grand final spot, and they're so close to getting it now.
We need a highlight reel of that setup coming in from the Blastoise. It's not the Hydro Typhoon eject button combo. It was the Surf plus eject button, making things possible for them to be pinched out all the way at the bottom side of the map. And that Hydro Typhoon is a sure hit. But right now, look at that. Regieleki marching even forward, but the Moon Blast was able to connect all the way into the last hit. They do get some KOs, but right now, Evos Onyx not giving breathing room for Bully Ram. They want more XP, they want more KOs, and that Mammoth's was taken down out of the picture, and they are looking for more. They want Ordinary Play to be taken out here as well. They want more scores to land in the top lane.
Game's not over yet, though. We could maybe still see a game number 3 if Bully Ram can somehow turn things around with one of these major objectives. Cough, cough, Rayquaza flip. Very, very possible with the lineup that they have, but the thing is, even though they have fantastic secure on this team, can they survive the onslaught that is going to be coming out from Evos Onyx? Because their Pokemon have been getting deleted in seconds. Not like you can say in some cases, not even seconds. You have enough Pokemon, you have this little Eldegoss, someone sneezes and it's sent back to base.
Yeah, and this is quite very unfortunate for Bully Ram. This is not the execution that we have been seeing a while ago. I mean, you cannot leave that Eldegoss roaming around in every single lanes, and you know that Evos Onyx is having a total map control, using the Hydro Pumps to check out the tall grasses. Very efficient from Evos Onyx, and if you're a Bully Ram, you want to make sure you play the safest way possible, but they're not going to be playing it all out because they're going to be challenging this bottom lane objective, and this is going to be bad for them if they get taken out immediately. Evos Onyx takes the team wipe, no defender available already for Bully Ram. So right now, there has to be someone to zone them out, or they can actually force the fight. But Evos Onyx wants the Regice on their pocket, but they are gonna cancel it out and focus their attention towards Rayquaza.
I think this is the right play, though. It was just a Regice. If they stuck around, that would have given Bully Ram time to get into position in these central bushes. So now that they're here a little bit too soon, Bully Ram are now in this really weird spot where the team is split. They've got 3 in the top lane. They're going to try and go for a back cap with that Urshifu. There's 2 players towards the side of the base who are completely isolated and alone. If they get caught by ALR, this game is over. This is a really interesting sandwich. This Bully Ram sandwich. This must be the most delicious sandwich in the world if they want to try and turn things around. But they caught the Blaziken, and he's stuck on third in the air. They've lost the Blaziken. They're going to lose the Eldegoss as well. 2 Pokemon down. Mamoswine is here, but I don't think it matters. They just don't have the damage to finish off Evos Onyx. The Mamoswine, I mean, sure, he's got 3 Pokemon on him, but with just the Urshifu, with just the Aegislash, between the 2 of these Pokemon, they just don't have enough gas in the tank to knock these Pokemon out.
And right now, 1 minute on the clock. On a Cloud Crush was pop up as well. Ordinary Play was lifted up off the other, but he's gonna get taken down immediately. Evos Onyx strike the zone of every single members of Bully Ram, but Sleep has a room to move out immediately. Tries to get the berry to back away immediately, but he is getting chased down. The Evos Onyx, there's just no room for Bully Ram to execute the way they wanted to. They cannot sneak some gold in, and they cannot touch the Rayquaza. 30 seconds left, but look at the Buzzwole not giving enough space. It's just the Mamoswine pinch all the way into Rayquaza's pit, and there's no follow-up damage. And Evos Onyx, for the last 15 seconds, they do have some time to spare, but Bully Ram, their time is running out.
Their time is running out, and have a look at this. Mewtwo and Buzzwole are scoring for Evos, so they are guaranteeing their victory. Even if the Rayquaza gets picked off, it would have been too little, too late. Evos Onyx are going to be our second grand finalists here for the winter tournament. They're going to be going up against Onic Rise, their brothers in arms from Indonesia. And unfortunately, only one of these teams is going to be going to the ACL finals. But Evos, they enacted their revenge on the team that caused them the most grief.
Evos is totally going to be scary in grand finals, I'm sure of it. It's a completely different team. Round number 1, we've witnessed them struggle up against their opponents, which is FeverTime. Round number 2 was the same case as well. And right now, it seems like nothing happened. It is a completely different team that we are seeing in our lower bracket finals. And
it was a return 2-0 because remember, right? Bullywram 2-0 to Evos Onyx. But Evos Onyx have now returned the 2-0 in kindness of here, guys. You forgot to take this back.
Oh, it's payback time. You doubled the damage, right?
You double the damage, and I think this 2-0 is a bit more painful than the one that Evos Onyx were given earlier on today. So, unfortunately, it's going to be the end of Bullyram's run, but this team, I cannot wait to see this team play more. I hope they compete in the UCS circuit. They are so fun to watch. Yes, a little uncoordinated at times, and also very interesting draft comps, but they really shook the competition up when we least expected it.
I mean, I'm actually a little bit surprised because Evos is strong, alright? But not to the extent that they could actually dominate their game up against Bullywram. Not just Bullywram, also Full Sense. They 2-0 Full Sense off live. So it's really surprising that they were able to extend, or they were able to evolve even further as their tournament run goes deeper. And this is actually a big statement for Onic. Onic, they have been defeating, they have been, dominating their region so far. They were able to, take down Evos Onyx multiple times. But here's the thing, can they do it right now? Because it's actually an ACL spot we're talking about. And neither of these teams, or actually both of the teams, would want to get their spot as of the moment.
Yeah. We will also need to quickly mention as well that for this grand final, there is a potential grand final reset that could happen. And for that reset to happen, we need Evos to get a first victory up against Onic. So they'd have to at least win 2-0 or 2-1 against Onic, force the reset, and then beat them again in another best of 3. So at the moment, Onic do have a bit of an advantage here because all they need to do is to win one best of 3. But for Evos to make it to ACL, they still have a really long path. They have to win 2 best of 3s. So as we let our teams get ready for that matchup, our 5th hidden letter is finally revealed. And it is going to be the letter E in that 5th spot.
Alright, I'm actually recalling every single letter that I've seen. I've seen A as far as I know. I've seen L. I cannot remember the other 2. So E. So you have to, take down notes, make sure to find the hidden word for a chance to win the grand prize, which is a ticket to ACL finals in Japan. That's 2 tickets. So make sure, register for the giveaway as soon as possible. And you also have a chance to win, 9 prizes for every match day. We have 5 Pikachu original keychains, 2 official jerseys, and of course, our 3rd anniversary puzzle from Pokémon Unite. So, guys, make sure to join the giveaway because we have more to give away into our fans who's watching our live stream as of the moment. We still have next week. That's going to be the last live for the giveaway, at least for this one. But for sure, we're going to be having more at March.
Yeah, but make sure you take notes of the letters because tickets, guys. ACL tickets. That's clearly the best. For all you know, sir, you're probably going to ACL. We don't know what's happening with ACL, but for all you know, you're going to be flying to Japan and you're going to be there and you will have a great time. Maybe. I don't know yet. But Let's focus on the task at hand here. We're about to get ready for our grand final matchup, but we're going to give our players 10 minutes to VOD review, to do their checks, to toilet, have dinner, because these guys have been playing all day today. But after this 10-minute break, it's grand final times, baby. So if you need to do anything, do it now, but make sure you're back in 10 minutes for the grand final here at the Pokémon Unite Winter Tournament 2025 for APAC West. See you after this, trainers.
Pokémon unite!
What is up, trainers, and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Winter Open Tournament 2025 for APAC West. It is grand finals time. Our last two teams remaining in the tournament, they are rearing to go. But I think most notably to mention, both of our teams playing in the grand final is from the Indonesia region. So whoever wins is going to be representing Indonesia at the ACL finals, because that is what's at stake here. Both of these teams, they have guaranteed themselves at least $1,000 in prize money, but the winner of this best of three, or in one of the teams' case, in two best of threes, they will be getting themselves tickets and qualifying for the Asia Champions League 2025 that's going to be held in Japan at the end of March. I honestly don't know what to say. We have expectations on who we think might win, but surprises can absolutely happen.
I mean, yeah, we've seen those kind of surprises way back in Southeast Asian League for ACL League. To be specific, Miran Sejong did a lower bracket run during that one. No one expected that one. So who knows what might happen, at least for Winter Tournament APAC West. It could be Evos doing a lower bracket run, or Onyx will try to dominate and finish things off into the 0, into the 1. We never know what's going to happen up until this match commences. But for the record, ladies and gentlemen, Onyx by far has been dominating their region in terms of local qualifiers. So we're not sure if this could be the possible case as well for tonight. But all thing is for sure, Onyx, they have been proving a lot of wonders already. But Evos Onyx is no different from that spot.
Yeah, and a very likely candidate that both of these teams are scrim partners, just because they're both from the same region as well. So I don't think it would be that much of a surprise to think that these teams are very familiar with each other as well. Familiar with their favorite types of picks and how these teams generally play. And so I think this is going to be a very interesting matchup, because we're going to be seeing two teams that are very well versed in each other. It's going to be a very complicated tango, seeing who targets who's going to get the upper hand, and who decides to be in the driver's seat. Because generally speaking, Onyx is the team on the purple side. Onyx generally likes being in the driver's seat. They like being the ones to dictate the pace of the game. But going up against Evos, I don't think Evos is going to let Onyx do that easily.
Oh yeah, I highly do agree on what you've said a while ago, but yeah, let's take a look at the draft on what's gonna happen next. Since we've been seeing supporter bands, so that leaves with the pink one, so that's gonna be Blissey, Wigglytuff, and Clefable. They could actually be available as well for Evos Onyx, and
Eldegoss as well?
Yeah, Eldegoss as well, so...
Yeah, I think Dragons generally is going to want to go for the Clefable, because I think it's not
you're right.
uncommon to see this man go for like those cheeky scores on his Clefable. So if they're going to preserve Clefable, non-surprising for this team.
Oh yeah, I mean, everyone is not going to be surprised, right? Because they have been running it over and over again. That has been one of their trademarks so far, at least for the whole duration of the tournament. But Zashen is open here for a sell. Quite surprised it wasn't the Serena, at least for this game.
Yeah, Cell has played a fantastic Serena all day today. And so for them to make the pivot, I actually think this is just an adaptation coming in from Onyx Rise, because, again, not uncommon to say that Onyx and Onyx screw each other a lot. So I'm pretty sure they're familiar with how Cell plays at Serena, and so they're preparing for a nightmare matchup in that top lane. I think that's that's what's happening here. It looks like Miraidon is being highlighted here by XQ, and it's going to be the Miraidon. And Luna, they're not going for traditional defender, actually going for that Wigglytuff. So, interesting choice here, going for the shielding. We do not have a classic attacker on the side of Evos Onyx, so what's this last pick going to be for Kane?
Could be a speedster, could be an all-rounder, and it's
an
gonna be
Absol?
Oh, alright, okay. I mean, they do have a lot of shields. They do have a lot of healing if they would run the soft boiled by Zoe, but it will take a lot of time for Kane to dish out the damage that he wants to. Yes, could be, target prioritization all the way to XQ, but I mean, it would rely really at the special ability lucky, the RNG to be specific. So sometimes it could be good, sometimes it might be, you know, not the best luck that you could get, but with the X attack as a health item, maybe it could change. It could change things around, honestly, for Evos Onyx.
I think it's that first rotation, right? For Kane to have that successful first rotation on the Absol, if you can get, we've seen this before with Bully Ram themselves, if you get a couple of those very early knockouts and you get that level advantage as the Absol, especially with multiple evolving Pokemon that have 2-stage evolutions, Absol punishes those kinds of Pokemon until they're fully evolved. So maybe the plan for Evos is just to play hard, play it fast from the laning stage, and just try to run away with the game with Kane. Maybe that's the plan here. Really leverage Kane's early game power up against what Onic Rise had, because Eeyore's playing a Metagross, and Metagross takes a little bit of time to really ramp up, so he's not going to be causing too many issues for this Absol. So this Absol could be the key to Evos Onyx forcing that first reset.
Yeah, I mean, they really have to, you know, take advantage of the early game, just like what you said, as much as possible. But Onyx Rise actually is the ones controlling the early game. 2 KOs in just 40 seconds to be specific. That's actually very huge. And at the same time, they could gather a lot of wild Pokemons already at the side of Evos Onyx. So great start for Onyx Rise so far. But Kane really has to step up even more in order to dominate the early phase of the game.
They really want a Luna, but this Wigglytuff was super tanky. They do finally finish him off, and we're going to be seeing a score there from Resorte, who now, they've actually managed to find Axew all on his own, but with just a Squirtle and a Charcadet together, these two, not really a threatening duo, but you know what they are doing? They're zoning this Miraidon away, so Sleepy missed out on a big chunk of experience in that bottom lane.
Yeah, and that is what we really want to, you know, don't let that Miraidon hit those charge moves as much as possible. But look at that damage coming in from Onyx Rise, and they're actually getting their resources already from Evos Onyx's forest, so that's actually not looking good, at least on their side, because Onyx Rise, once they get that lead up and going, it would be hard to stop them.
Especially with the fact that they have so many Pokemon that are going to be coming online. Especially with the Aegis Slash in particular. Now, ALR, oh yeah, that's not looking too good there for him. I have to say though, Cell doing a fantastic job on the Zacian so far. The 1-to-1, right? The Cerulege going, the Cerulege trade for that Blissey. They're going to try and turn onto Jinkies, who is unfortunately hard stuck as that Squirtle. A hard game for this Squirtle, I have to say.
Yeah, it will be really difficult once Onyx Rise actually managed to do the setup. But Axew, on the other hand, really did go for the Electro Drift. I thought it was actually the Charge Beam, but it was actually just a Thunder Shock a while ago. So right now they're going to be going in for the aggressive plays. They're not going to be relying in terms of range, but their firepower is just too phenomenal as of now. So they really, Evos Onyx really has to be very cautious up until this point. But Kane is having a hard time dealing the damage that they do desire as of the moment.
Bit of a trade here for both teams, it seems, as most of Onyx Rise are in that bottom lane, and Evos Onyx themselves wanting to take that Regieleki. So a trade of Regis, it seems. This should be a pretty quick one as well. Not really much Cell can do here, but they're going to be losing out on that experience as well as that defensive buff from that Regirock. It's been given away for free to Onyx Rise, and it makes me question, what's the plan here for Evos? What are they looking to do here? Because the whole point of this team was to blow up in the lanes, but if you look at the level situation as well as how things currently went, Evos, they had a couple of small victories, but small victories are not enough. This is not what they were looking for. They wanted to crush one of the lanes. They wanted this Absol to be level 10, 11, 12 by now, so that it could basically be ahead of the competition. But it's under-leveled. It's behind Eeyore and Cell, who are both level 10 apiece. I'm a bit worried here for Evos Onyx. I feel like they've just missed their timing window, and I just don't see when their next one's going to be.
that is actually a wonderful timing from the Aegis Slash, making sure that they do get a KO, but sad to say they were the ones who's gonna get punished immediately all the way into the top lane. And as this one goes, look at the Surlish from the mid side of our of the central area, to be specific. He was actually getting resources of Onyx Rise, but right now Onyx is still on the chase. Computing Crush enabled to jail down that Blastoise out of nowhere, and they're just gonna commit into this team fight. Dragons will have to go with the follow me, so Cell will really follow you all the way into the central area, but that Miraidon is actually gonna be getting a KO as well for their team. So great defense so far for Evos Onyx, but they are just falling down one by one, and that Regieleki is 15 seconds up in the air, and maybe Onyx Rise could actually get this and force things down as Tier 1 goes into the top side.
Unfortunate that the Surf wasn't able to get the connection, because now they've lost the Aegis Slash, and look at this, they're going for the Electro Grip. Axeq almost going down, but doing so much to the Ceruledge, zoning Resorte out, having to make him wait a little bit longer because he's now at half health. Axeq though, going to be trying to bait them in by smacking this Regieleki. The sleep coming in there from Eluna, again to just zone Evos Onyx away from these objectives. Now down to half health, you've either got to go for the dive or you've got to give this away, and they choose to give it away instead because Eeyore is there with the rest of his team, just keeping Onyx at bay. No chance at redeeming themselves by getting the Aleki. They did get the Reg Ice down bottom, which is nice. They got the experience. But it would have been so much better if it was a steal or a rock, because a attack or defense buff is something that they need so desperately now.
Oh, very unfortunate.
Oh.
Those wounds are not gonna land. Look at Evos Onyx Kane making sure to evade those attacks and make it out up and going into their forest. So Onyx Rise, despite coming in from the chase, investing the Computing Crush, not going to be enough for them to take the KOs that they really want to get. So 3 minutes and 50 seconds left towards their first game. And we have been seeing so far, it was a head-to-head. Evos Onyx trying to catch up slowly but surely, but those defenders and supporters really does need to step up in the level department.
Yeah, well, I guess, like, they are a little behind, but I am impressed that the Absol and that Ceruledge are level 12, so they have caught up in those levels on their key Pokemon. It's just, can Kane and Resorte find that opening, get a knockout onto Eeyore or Cell or Axeq, any of these core Pokemon, and just slowly dismantle them from there on out, because they have the resources. They have some great healing coming out from Dragons. They also have some great assistance that's going to be coming in with the Aegis Slash and that Blastoise. It's just making sure everything stacks up perfectly. The perfect stuns, the perfect targeting. They have to break this defense that Onyx Rise have built. This brick wall is rock solid so far, but with every brick wall, there's always going to be a weakness somewhere.
Yeah, and that weakness is what you don't want to see in your team. So right now, they're going to be investing here. Onyx Rise is going to be investing here towards the bottom path objective. That's going to be a Regirock. Oh, absolutely favorable for their team. They do have defense. They do have shields as well. And there isn't actually an Urshifu who would just ignore the defense. So this is actually looking good for Onyx Rise. But Evos Onyx actually got the lead. Last 15 seconds, they're going to be securing the Regieleki. But I love the positioning already from Onyx Rise happening at the Rayquaza spin. But actually, they're going to be getting more space, not going to be sticking into the default setup. And right now, Eeyore has the Computing Crush ready, so he's going to be there to zone out his opponents, their opponents rather, and maybe a surprise attack might happen soon. Surf back immediately into the tall grass. Resort is actually very visible, but it seems like no one from Onyx Rise is going to be trying.
They're ripping!
Chased out the KO, and
They're ripping!
will be pop off, and still Onyx Rise! Onyx Rise still gets it because of the Miraidon, despite that Revenant Rend was popped off by Evos Onyx. And look at that! It was 4 Pokemons to be specific that was taken down immediately out of the picture.
Oh man, Evos Onyx, I love the plays where they tried to turn things on their head, use the Blastoise as a bait to make Rise think that it was going to be a team fight, but instead pivot onto the Rayquaza instead. They just didn't have the necessary resources to secure the objective. one of the things that makes Axeq such a deadly player is he is such a practiced securer. He is like his role for Onic is generally to secure those objectives. I've seen games through his perspective where he always has eyes on the Rayquaza. He always has eyes on that Reggie. And so for him to be able to get that secure there, I think that really just came down to experience and the fact that he's just so well practiced and understanding that you always need to be on standby for a case where a flip possibly happens. But Evos Onyx, they're just getting shredded piece by piece. Onyx Rise just flaunting their dominance in game number 1 with 700 points to 319. Evos Onyx, they're not out of it yet in this grand final, but they need to do a 2-game reverse sweep now if they want to force that reset.
It's going to be a tough time right now for Evos Onyx, and Onyx Rise still has that kind of composure that they had during the very
Onyx has to
start
play
of the
one
tournament.
game.
Yeah.
One win is all Onyx Rise needs. One. They are so close to locking in their flight ticket to Japan. They are so close.
So close.
I expect them to be so disciplined in this second game, and I'd be terrified if I'm Evos Onyx, because for Onyx to start playing discipline, it's almost over. It's almost over.
Well, I mean, for Evos Onyx, I mean, they're doing quite a phenomenal job, actually, during the first 8 minutes, but seems like there was a fellow, actually, ALR, not the most efficient player I've seen on that matchup a while ago. If you saw the stat sheet, yes, was doing a lot of damage, but the overall impact, I cannot see the conversion as of now, making it a setback actually for their team. Yes, you do contribute into the damage, but how about the results? The results wasn't really visible, at least for ALR, so that's I think one thing that they have to do. Age slash is fine, alright? It's fine, but the execution has to be better, because this is already Onyx Rise that they're going up against. It's a completely different team from Bullywrap and Full Sense.
I think we also need to consider, because we also don't get insight into these teams, I'm kind of wondering if this Aegis Slash pick, it wasn't for ALR, but it was more so to deny this from Eeyore. Because I think almost all of today, if Eeyore was allowed to, he was playing Aegis Slash.
Yeah.
And they've had a lot of success with it. So I kind of feel like this pick was actually supposed to be some kind of ban/deny pick. And maybe ALR himself, maybe he didn't want to play the Aegis Slash, but was forced to do so because they were forced to pick ban this Pokemon and prevent Onyx from having this, for having the Aegis Slash himself. So if you're in a position where you're forced to have to steal a Pokemon away that you kind of don't want to play, how do you play around this? Because whether they do or don't decide to ban this Pokemon, I don't know what to call it. Deny pick. There we go. That's the word I was looking for. If they want to go for this deny pick, they need to somehow integrate this Aegis Slash into their draft. Because I feel like I really didn't feel a lot of the effects of ALR. He kind of just was there.
Yeah,
I'm really glad you brought that up. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he was just there, doing the damage, doing the works of wonders, but conversion wasn't really that available. So I do feel like Evos Onyx must really do invest on their comfort picks, on their comfort composition, and just, ban out every single, Pokemon that you don't want to see at the Sky Ruins at least. But here's the thing, here's the catch. You can only ban 2 Pokemons, and that is not going to be enough to, give Onyx a slight disadvantage and for you to get an upper hand, right?
So what's the plan? That's kind of what if I was on Evos, I'd be like, guys, what's the plan? What do we do?
Right?
Like, is there an answer that solves all of our problems? Because that's the dream. The dream is to find a solution that covers all your bases. But in the case of going up against a team like Onic, you have a lot of problems.
You have
you've got one band-aid. Sorry, you got 2 band-aids. How do you fix 6 problems with 2 band-aids? And it's not a case of all these problems sort of stacking on top of each other. It's like your ship has got a broken hull, your wheel is broken, the sail is ripped, and you got 2 band-aids. What do you do with the band-aids?
That's going to be a tough road for Evos Onyx that they're going to be facing heading towards game number 2. But for Onic, one game is all that they need to qualify for ACL Finals in Japan. Last time we saw them on Southeast Asia League, they were actually on 5th to 6th place. But this time, they really want to make sure that they're not going to fall short. It's just one game. One game is all that they needed to qualify. But of course, Evos Onyx, we cannot deny, they managed to they managed actually to take down Onic during the group stage of SEA League. But again, finals is way different from group stage.
Finals are different from group stage, and I guess we also need to consider the fact that there have been multiple patches. So a lot of Pokemon are being adjusted, and personally, I haven't had this discussion with any of the teams, but I suspect certain players have been buffed and nerfed just because of certain Pokemon being adjusted upwards or downwards. And we saw a lot of buffs to lesser used Pokemon, but also a lot of nerfs to more used Pokemon. Although Psyduck remains to be untouched because even though you nerf that thing, it's still remarkably good.
Yeah.
So Psyduck is like the exception to the rule, but you know, I think some of the players, they're probably struggling as well, knowing that their old go-tos are not necessarily as reliable anymore.
Yeah, I mean, they really have to make sure that, you know, do not give a breathing room, actually. And if you do prioritize those bans, specifically on Psyduck, there's actually more supporters coming back and forth. So, you know, there's just this one thing that if you ban something, there's always a replacement in that composition, and that is the great thing for the teams competing here in Winter Tournament. Not just in Winter Tournament, but all across the competitive scene of Pokemon Unite. So, really excited on what's gonna unfold here, and who knows what might happen. It could be Onyx Rise with 2-0, could be Evos Onyx and, you know, reverse sweep potentially and force the reset. We're not quite sure, but here's the thing. Onyx Rise, they have been controlling the game so far.
They've been in the driver's seat, someone's got to kick them out. Someone's got to booby trap the driver's seat, they got to put a whoopee cushion, I don't care. You need to put some nails on the road. You've got to get them out of there. And I think for Evos, they've got to figure out, okay, how do we steal this tempo away? Because we fought against them and they had a composition that was a little bit more late game oriented, but they still lost. Even after picking an Absol, a Pokemon that was supposed to win you that original early game. So do you just play fire with fire, and do they just decide to go for late game themselves? Because I feel like that's also a potential trap, because you think like, okay, if you want to play late game, we're going to play late game too. But Onyx not a team that's just going to sit there and let you play passive late game. They're going to get in your face and steal your jungle, they're going to take your objectives, they're going to make you feel pain and say that, hey, even though we've got a late game comp, we can still do something with it.
Yeah, I'm just looking forward on what's about to unfold here in game number 2. Is it going to be the late game, the name of the game? Is it going to be the early game? We are not sure unless we see this upcoming match, game number 2. Evos Onyx is actually at the other side. They're going to be on the purple side. Orange side is going to be Onyx Rise. So Psyduck ban, Zacian, and Blissey. So we're not going to be seeing Blissey and Zacian for now.
Wow.
But Absol was respected as well from Onyx. I love this
game. I mean, okay. You banned the Absol. And the question we have here is that, was Evos going to go back for the Absol? We kind of don't know. But if Axew picks Pikachu, then this kind of justifies why the Absol was banned, because Pikachu is practically food. But no, it's going to be the Mewtwo Y being hovered here for Axew. We've seen him play this all day today as well. He's pretty comfortable. Cell also hovering his trusty Serena, that has also been a very successful pick here for the team. And they do get the first 2 lock-ins. Now the thing is, Dragons, he gets his signature Hooper, but now it's the next 2 picks. Are they going to be getting this Aegis Slash for ALR, or are they going to put ALR on something different? Because you can see they're considering it. They've got Jinkies back on that Blastoise, and they do take the Aegis Slash, so it does force Eeyore to play something a bit different. We've had people have a Tinkaton, and they've trolled me so far, so I'm not trusting this pink troll unless it's locked in.
Well, I mean, it's still viable.
See, I knew it. See, Eeyore's a troll. There, done.
Out of the question. No more analysis. It's gonna be an Urshifu at least for Era. There we have it. So they're gonna be ignoring the defense to be specific, and Cell is back once again with the Serena. But plus, they have additional shields as well from Zoe. This is very interesting, and if this is going to be an Espeon pick for Evos Onyx, I love it. They have an additional setup aside from the Hydro Typhoon and the Surf that they do have as of the moment.
I don't know. I don't think I like this at all for Evos. Oh my gosh. I think I'm not a fan. Oh, I don't think I like this. Okay, let me justify before saying I just don't like a draft. So, I can kind of see what sort of happened here. You've got lots of frontline, you've got a lot of disruption, right? Aegis/, Blastoise, and Buzzwole. You've got a lane bully as well in Kane. You've got a very solid bottom lane attacker in Resorte. But here's my issue now. I don't think they have enough damage on this comp to be able to deal with a Serena that's going to be in your face, triple axling your frontliners, Eeyore, who's going to be supported by Zoe, and most importantly, a Luna. Trevenant is going to thrive in this game because everyone's going to be so clumped up together, meaning he's going to get those really big money Woodhammers, Horn Leeches, and heaven forbid he lands that multi-man Phantom's Forest. Evos, I'm not sure what else is supposed to sort of happen with this comp. Was it just to basically try and get rid of Onic Rise through the excessive amount of disables? Because you can have all the stuns in the world, but if you're up against a tanky lineup, if you can't finish them off, it doesn't matter how many stuns you have. And I just don't see an Espeon being able to pull this off by itself.
Yeah, absolutely. Since they do have the setup, right? But yeah, Espeon was actually where's the follow-up, right? Espeon was a good pick, but the Buzzwole, I'm not quite sure. I think it could have been better if they do have someone like maybe a Cyrilage, but it's not actually available right now. Or it could have been, let's say, somewhat of a Garchomp that could actually deal out the damage. That
would have liked the Garchomp,
yeah, right?
Oh man, it's... Onyx, prove me wrong. I want them to prove me wrong. Because I'm not confident in the draft. But obviously if you've drafted these Pokemon, they have faith in what they have picked. So I'm only going off of what I currently know, but I trust Evos to have a plan with this, to know what they want to do and on who to target. So at the moment, we can currently see that we do have the Doublade heading up top as well as that Espeon, but look at Onic Rise, they're doing the same thing. Illuna and Axew are heading up into that top lane, so if Evos show themselves, I think they're about to lose Kane.
Okay, right now it's actually visible, but look at that Astonish coming from Dragons, being able to buy a couple of times.
Whoa, there it goes, Evos Onyx trying to be on the driver's seat right now. They actually took down a couple of knockouts and converted a lot of score, 44 points, and they're going to be stacking up those attack weights in order for that Buzzwole to get a lot of damage in the damage department at the early stages of the game.
I like this, okay? I like the direction that they're going, but they gotta keep it up. You've gotta keep the pressure up in those lanes. Do not let Onic breathe. Because the Buzzwole being able to come online at that top lane and also pressure whoever wants to try and get experience up there, that's great. Because now Onic are going to have to focus their attention on either an alternative lane or waste resources having to deal with this Buzzwole. We do have the Smubblies and Altaria coming in, and unfortunately for Drago, it's getting a little bit too close there to Onic Rise, but thankfully not enough damage coming out from the orange side to get the elimination, so Dragods gets a reset, but for Evos, they get the majority of that experience. So, experience, level advantage, this is the name of the game here for Evos Onyx. Look, do whatever it takes, grab those levels, crush Onyx now, because you need every advantage you can get, especially when that 2-minute last final stretch kicks in.
Yeah, and actually,
right
now is the proper timing. And look at that! Oh, what a beautiful Evos
Onyx, but they weren't able to finish things off at an earlier time, and Onyx Rise managed to flip things around after the beautiful flank made by the Aegis Slash. It seems like Onyx Rise really does have a better strategy up on their pocket. Those goals would be denied immediately, but still the Wicked Blow connects, and that's a lot of damage that Evos Onyx cannot handle as of the moment. So Onyx Rise has to back away a little bit because they are so low in terms of HP, but what a turnaround that they just did.
And I think that's just an example of what I kind of feared for Evos Onyx lineup. Not the fact that they got attacked by a full 5-man team, but the setup by the Aegis Slash was great. It was just Resorte playing on this Espeon by himself just doesn't do enough consistent damage to get those pickups. If we saw a different kind of attacker, maybe they could have picked up 2 knockouts, they could have gotten some really big experience. Sure, maybe they still lose the Regieleki, but you would have gotten something in return. The fact that Onyx Rise basically got away with those free, with the free objectives, the game is equalized again. It's no longer more so in favor of Evos. Onyx are clawing their way back into this game, and if it continues to be like this, I fear it's just going to be a 2-0 victory here for Onyx.
Yeah, and Onyx does really want that kind of opportunity, but the Wood Hammer connects. What a beautiful Horn Leech actually descended all the way into his teammates. Perfectly executed by Onyx Rise, but it looks like it's not going to be over yet. Evos Onyx trying to defend things now all the way into their bottom tier 1 goal zone, but not going to be quite enough as that triple axle would connect a lot of times, but that Blastoise would try to defend things down. Infinite Cyber was deployed actually to do a little bit of crowd control.
Oh, they're losing
and that
it.
Bow's Wall is just there. Has to back away because they knew that the tier 1 Gozo would fall down at the hands of Onyx Rise that moment on.
Oh my gosh, I think Evos Onyx may have lost the plot with this game because they have now lost to two full team fights for Onyx Rise. Onyx Rise have just grouped up as 5, they're fighting together, and Evos are not doing that. They're trying to go for these small little skirmishes, and the fact that they were trying to defend that tier 1 bottom goal zone, they were slowly floating in one by one, just feeding away experience as well as their lives. And basically just giving the game right back to Onyx Rise and saying, here you go, it was fun while it lasted for the first 2 minutes. So now with Onyx Rise in the lead for this mid-game, with experience and points, Evos Onyx, they do manage to grab a little bit of a lead here, but like, I think the levels tell a better story of what the status of this game is.
Oh yeah, that's totally the name of the game. I have to say that in a good way. But right now, Onyx Rise, they have themselves positioned for the Regirock positional defense, and Dragon doing the setup with the hypers, rather the Rings and Bound. But right now, Onyx Rise is so looking good into this team fight. There's just no room for them to bounce back even further. Hydro Typhoon was deployed, but it's just the Aegis Slash dealing the damage. But the Queen's Ascendant will seal it off and take him down. But still, Regirock is up and online. Evos Onyx trying to catch up, but it seems like they're going to be giving it away for free, because they don't have enough time to be there and challenge the objective itself. So right now, Onyx Rise trying to be the aggressors here as far as they can. One hammer hits, what a combo! Psychic Slayer to buy some time, but they get taken down immediately by Onyx Rise once again.
Onyx, I mean, they're trying to do whatever they can, but it's like they stick their head up, even just for a fraction of a second, and it's like, oh, I'm going back to base, guys. Sorry, I've lost all my health points. But Onyx Rise, on such a dominant streak in this game, yes, okay, sure, they're behind on points, but I don't think it's going to be that difficult for them to potentially overrun either the top tier 2 or bottom tier 2 just to get that slight level lead over Evos Onyx, because the level difference is outstanding. The supports are 11 on Onyx Rise, and their cores are all level 13, whereas Evos, they're a mix of 10 to 13. They've only got 1 level 13 Pokemon. I think Espeon just hit level 12. 14 now on Cell. These Pokemon are getting outrageously powerful. We've got 30 seconds left to go here for this Rayquaza, but I really fear if Evos Onyx do not land the perfect Wombo.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But right now, Onyx is just checking every single corner of the tall grasses, making sure that they have a lot of advantage in terms of position before Rayquaza appears.
I'm so scared.
This is gonna be an all-out.
Look how spread apart Evos are. If a fight happens anywhere, I don't think they're gonna make it in time to protect their teammates. Oh boy. Espeon is so far back as well.
How could you do the setup with a Psychic Solaire if you're that far back from behind? So this is actually not looking good for Evos Onyx, but right now they're grouping up immediately. Holy! Able to hit! ALR was actually pinched down immediately, but the Quincy Ascendant is going to take him down. But Kane, on the other hand, is just pinched down into the wall itself. Tries to go for the coup de grace, but he cannot back away on time. And it is just the Hoopa that's left alone. Dragons can actually go for the rings and bound later on, but do they have enough time to execute things out? No, they don't! Onyx gets the last hit for the Rayquaza, and they're gonna be marching in all the way into the gold zones of Evos Onyx, and this is a job well done! Onyx will take them down, get the victory, and go to the ACL Finals in Japan!
Onyx have done it. They have dismantled Evos Onyx from start to finish in game number 2. Also dominated game 1 in a fantastic fashion as well. The counters, the plays, it was a flawless game from Onyx. I don't think we saw any mistakes happen. No silliness, no overstepping. They perfectly reacted to every play that Evos threw at them in this second game. And I feel for Evos Onyx because they survived up until this point. That almost complete lower bracket run. They had to beat the team that pushed them into the lower bracket. They managed to do so in a 2-0 fashion. But to be paired up against probably one of their most scariest scrim partners, their brothers in arms, you know, it's kind of sad, but at the same time I think they're just probably, if they could, they would physically handshake each other and say, do us proud at ACL.
Oh yeah. Make your brothers proud at ACL. That is going to be the message of Evos Onyx towards Onyx. They made them fought each other out in our grand finals, but at the end of the day, they're going to be representing Indonesia. They're going to be representing APAC West for ACL finals in Japan. And Onyx, despite having a slow start, despite not, being an eye popper a while ago, they made sure to get the job done. And that is by winning the grand finals here at the winter tournament. They get their full accommodations, they get their flight tickets, and then they get their tickets into the tournament that they really want to come back and forth.
I think it's also a bit of a sigh of relief because for Onyx to begin with, to not be an ACL, right? Like, this was their lifeline to make it into those finals. So they can breathe a sigh of relief. They can celebrate today. I'm not sure what's going to happen. Maybe they go straight to bed. Who knows? But they have to celebrate. And now this is just the first step of that journey to the actual finals that's going to be happening in Japan. They now have to start researching teams from other regions. They're also going to probably end up watching some of the other winter tournament regions because India and Japan, I don't believe they have played their games. So they're probably going to have to tune into those broadcasts and kind of see who's going to be our competition, what do we need to watch out for, what is the meta over there. And I kind of wonder, is there going to be another update before the finals at ACL? I don't think so, right? There's no way they do another patch before the offline finals.
That's actually a big question, right? But, wow, what a day, what a night we've had so far, at least for winter tournament APAC West. We still have APAC East. We still have our winter tournament for Japan. And on the sidelines, let's congratulate as well Revenant X Spark for winning winter tournament in India. So
the Revenant made it?
Yes, they did just now.
Congrats!
Together with Onyx, I'm so excited to see everyone else. And of course, they're going to be going into the ACL finals. Eeyore, Illuna, Axq, Zoe, and Cell, together with the manager, together with the coach. They're going to be going there to show that they are one of the very best teams in Asia. Not just in Asia, but the whole world.
The whole world. That's
the whole world.
Very big title. But we're almost there, folks. the end of March is when the ACL offline finals is going to be taking place. So not too far from now. Essentially, we're looking at about a little under 2 months of prep time for these teams. So they've got a lot of work to do to figure out what they're going to be polishing to get ready for the finals, what they need to sort of focus on for these other teams. I do suspect if there are any small tournaments, like community tournaments that happen, they are going to play in those to maybe practice those strats. But firstly, we have to announce our winners for our physical prize giveaways for today. So we have all of our winners for our keychains, our jersey, as well as the anniversary original puzzle. So for our 5 keychains, I'm going to try and do my best to do some pronunciation here, but we have Relospan, Kaigana, Tip03, Igo Meow, and Baby Otter. These 5 viewers are going to be receiving a keychain each. But as for our official jerseys, we have Cup Mercup Me and SPSPE. And finally, for our puzzles, we're going to have YSNN and Mustery QH12345.
Oh yeah, there we go. Congratulations on winning those awesome merchandise from Pokemon Unite. Pokemon to be specific. And of course, make sure to tune in for our grand prize on the next week, which is, tickets to ACL finals in Japan, free accommodations, free flights. So make sure to, take down notes on what are the hidden letters, because I am taking down notes as well.
We can't enter, right? I'm pretty sure we can't enter. We're probably ineligible for this, so I would probably stop. Yules.
Alright.
I wouldn't even bother.
I'll stop at the 6th day. I'll stop.
Stop at the 6th day. Okay. Fair enough. You do you. But best of luck to everyone that does enter for our ticket giveaway. Absolutely worth it. Would love to see you guys there at the offline final. It's going to be a wonderful time. But PK Yules, it has been amazing casting with you. Thank you for joining me today. It's been an awesome first cast.
Yeah, absolutely. And it has been an honor to be here. It's going to be you, Daniel, because, Winter Tournament has just started and we still have more action next week.
So that's going to be it for us here for our coverage on APAC West. But make sure you come back next week because we still have APAC East where we figure out who's going to be our final team to qualify for the ACL finals. Stanley and Picky Hills signing out. We'll see you all next week.